What up? What up? What up? All right. It's over here. I can pin everything and all that. What up? What up? What up? I got bumped. Oh, the little number thing, counting thingamajigger. The little thing that it's doing now. They're writing who rates the most comments or whatever. Jesus. Dur, 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 dur. Holy shit, it'd be too bad tonight. Okay. Pretty calm in here, it looks like. What up? What up? What up? So the numbers, it's I guess on who like chats the most in the chat. It's like a little game or whatever. I don't know. It's something. I think YouTube is trying to get like all the other places that have different little things to it. Hey, well, damn, I don't. I wish Canada Dry was around here. I got a question to ask about a consignment shop. I don't even know. Let's just say something was given to me. It's really expensive. Still got tags and everything on it. Um, but it doesn't fit. So I'm like, shit, I'll take it somewhere and fucking sell it. I don't even know if those things still exist. Da, 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 da. Yeah, it's some little game that they're doing. They're trying to put like the TikTok has those like gems and all that different shit, so I'm just assuming that it's like that. Anybody's welcome to jump up. I'm kind of chilling tonight. I started a little bit late, but shit, it don't seem to matter because obviously things I looked at last night. Okay. Do 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 do. I don't keep fucking thinking about the Mario Brothers thing. What up, Native? Hope you and the fam is doing good. Dude, it's like nobody was here today. So in this warehouse, I feed birds. They they have these pigeons that hang out. They're probably up there sleeping, but they'll come out when I throw the food. I was listening to the Diddy trial today, and they were saying that the prosecution might be resting next week. I believe that they have proven um, the trafficking and the RICO, if you listen to it. I don't know if other people know that, though, so we'll see what happens. There's like nobody here today. I'm pretty much done in this building. Well, shit. I just need to wipe that off and then I'm done. Actually, ooh, and I did look at some good news. So I thought it was going to rain all day tomorrow, but um, I must have recently had an active shooter training. A new paper on the memo board. Ooh, let me look at something. 50 Cent said he's going to try and talk to Trump. Yeah, I seen that. Oh, look, there's the birdie. Can y'all see it? Hi, you want some food? He's like, hey, I heard you down here. Where's my food at? Let me go get it. Oh, you guys are up there. I hear you. Let me go get the food. Well, one thing's for certain: if for some crazy reason he beats this case, his life will still never be the same. I don't think he's going to beat it though. But nothing surprises me. TV test pattern. What's up, sweetie? How you doing? I'm gonna feed some birds. There you go, big boy. Go on. Go over there and eat. Oh, you can come down. I'm done now. Let me get out of your way. Yes, I talk to animals. One factory I feed cats, another factory I feed pigeons. Somebody gonna come up? Well, you guys is y'all watching some other good stuff. One second. What's up, J1?
Oh, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Okay.
You're doing okay?
Yes. How's your day today?
It's good. I just started, but I'm already done with one building pretty much.
Yeah. That's the biggest building, right?
No. No, the last one's the biggest one.
Are there still workers in there? Mm,
No, ain't nobody here.
uh,
Nope. Just me.
uh, those other warehouses that got damaged by the hurricane, are they going to reopen them?
I don't know. It's still not, we
Mm.
still don't have anything. They still haven't done nothing to the buildings at all. I think that some of them will get reopened. I think some of them will get, you know, like
Tomorrow?
they won't reopen.
Uh-huh. Uh,
But even the places that like are completely demolished, like they're flattened, there's just debris everywhere. They haven't even began to pick up any of the debris or anything like that. So, I don't know. I wish they'd let people know though. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, I remember you took, I don't know if it was a video, pictures of, what's it, downtown Louisville full of water?
Yep.
They took care of that? They, they,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah,
lot of
that's been
water.
all.
Uh,
Yeah, that all got fixed that week. They canceled Derby and stuff, but other than that, it was fine. How's your day been?
Oh, well, I was in pain a lot. I'm in pain right now. It's what is it? Under, underneath a lot of desks today. table desk.
Oh yeah.
Uh, had to change
Oh,
Ethernet cables.
ah.
That was what I did the whole day. Yeah, yeah. So I was on my knees and crawling. A lot of dust.
Yeah.
I feel like I was
Well,
oh, sorry. Uh,
no, go ahead.
no, I feel like I was an electrician or someone that works underneath the ground. Like I crawling underneath these desks. A whole bunch of cables, all tangled. Whew. Uh, this is not
Yeah,
organized.
that'll
Not
happen.
organized. I was cursing a lot in my head, Summer.
What were you questioning?
No, cursing in my head. I was saying, who the heck is the person that
Oh,
put these cables together? And it's like all sloppy and not neat. Anyway.
well, at least now they're done. If you ever have to fix them again.
No, no, yeah, I don't have to do it again. No, no, no. Oh, there was actually 4 fights in my school today, Summer. All females.
You guys are still in school?
Yes, yes. The last day is on the 16th. Yeah.
Well, you guys will have a lot of fights the next couple days.
Yeah, but this one was interesting because the last fight was between parents. They had to call the cops
Yeah,
and parents got arrested. Two mothers fighting, swinging. Uh,
that happens, unfortunately.
yeah, yeah. There was hair everywhere. Summer. Uh, I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, I didn't see it. I could hear it over the radio. You know, when they fought a
Yeah.
52. Yeah. Now the parents thing, I saw that because I was getting ready to get something to eat. Uh, that was interesting. Just swinging. Yeah. Two, two young parents. You know, I don't see them in their early 20s. I mean, mid 20s. It was like an MMA fight. Summer.
Yeah, it's happened. What's up, Hustler? How you doing, baby?
Hustle. He's new. I never seen him before. Hustle and I can't
Hustler and
see.
Muscle. Yeah, I know
Salute,
him from True.
Summer.
Salute, salute. I know Truth from. I mean, I know Hustle from True Zone's panel. We all hang out over there. No, I'm no Bronzeberg.
I was finna say, I don't know who
Bronzeberg
that
panel.
is.
Yeah, my bad. I got it mixed up. Bronzeberg panel.
Yep, there you go. Salute to the bird man.
Salute to the bird. To the bird. He's been busy this week. I see.
Yeah, that's why he canceled the powwow. I knew something was up when he canceled the powwow last week.
I know. I seen that. I was like, oh, okay. But I seen he's got one scheduled. I was like, all right, now we need our powwow.
Yeah,
I like the powwow.
I do too. Even though it gets hectic, but then again, I'm used to this kind of shit.
Right. But see, that kind of hectic's okay. Like, cause you know what I mean. Even though it gets a little hectic and gets a little, like it can get a little, a little heated at times. But we still all, we ain't trying to like kill each other or nothing. So,
Of course not.
well,
Uh,
unfortunately, not everybody gets that on this internet shit.
well, I do. I mean, even I have my breaking points.
Right? Oh, yeah, we all have our points. Most definitely. We all do. But I'm glad that we can keep it together.
Of
Well, my
course.
first building's done. Well, that was easy. My buildings have been all easy this week. Ain't nobody really been in them.
Summer, it's because the workers are doing their jobs, right? I mean, they're contributing.
No, they're probably working out of their house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not a lot of movement in the offices. It's summertime, so a lot of people are taking vacations and different shit like that.
Well, it ain't summertime yet. We still got another 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Wait till we start getting all that 80-degree weather. For me, it's still spring, so
Shit.
hey.
Hey, oh,
We
it's
got
gonna be
88 today. It was hot. I went out a couple times today. I was like, damn.
Well, it was
I love
87 over here, even though it didn't feel like it. Shit.
it. Yeah.
I went to the
It felt
gym. I
it
went to the gym. I went to the gym in a motherfucking long sleeve shirt or whatever. So it's like, damn, why am I wearing this? It's 80 degrees outside, even though it didn't feel like it.
oh yeah. Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot this bag. Saturday, we're gonna do a little marathon thing. And my friend, she called me, she said, "You ready for Saturday?" I said, "Yeah." I was like, "What are we doing?" Because I fucking forgot. She said, "You gotta be up early. We gotta run at 8:30. We gotta do a marathon." I said, "Ooh."
Damn.
So,
Maybe I should join a marathon, work on my damn cardio.
well, I'll be honest. Every now and then I'll do. I usually do. Have you ever heard of the color runs where they have all the different colors and stuff, and people get like their powders, and sometimes you'll run through certain things, so you'll start out in a whole white shirt, white outfit, and then when you get done, you have all these like neon colors and different things because you'll run through
All
certain
that.
spots.
I saw
Yeah,
that.
it's
Yeah,
fun.
I be seeing stuff like that.
It was actually my father does a lot of type of marathons. Like he ran the Sierra Desert type shit. But he was trying to find something for all of us to do, and so he found that one, and he came down here from Chicago and did it because they do it up there. He had done it up there, and so he was like, "Yeah, I think you'll like it." It was fun. We did that one and the glow in the dark one.
Hey, that's what's up. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it was cool. But this one will be. I think this one's only a couple miles though. We're doing it for. It's an awareness for like police brutality and stuff like that. So
Okay. At least it's coming for. This is a good cause.
yeah, yeah. It's Brianna's family is. I'm running. I'm. Well, we're walking. We ain't running anywhere. Okay. I was like Bianca. I was like, where are we running to? But apparently, they're having one early, like at 7:30, and those ones are going to be running. And then the second run is a run or a walk. So we'll be probably walking, but walking's still good for you. So this is my office. When I'm not hanging out in alleys, I'm hanging out in warehouses. J1, anything you want to talk about? Any questions you got for the panel? Hazel's a pretty knowledgeable person too.
Mhm.
J1, you there?
Yeah, I think he stepped away, but I do part-time work for a
Yeah.
school bus district, and those kids just got out of school on the 30th.
Listen, we just had a situation down here where, and actually, it seemed to be, I don't know, it looked like it was a mixture of college kids and possible regular kids, like having parties and shit, and they all did like this meetup on this thing. We have a place called Bardstown Road. That's where a lot of the bars and shit like that are. And there was a shitload of these fucking kids just fighting. It was ridiculous. So
Hmm. How old did they look?
we're having a. They look between 16 and probably like 19, 20.
Yep, we've all been there.
Yep,
When I was younger,
100%.
back in the day, we couldn't go anywhere without somebody acting a fool. What's changed?
Listen, listen. A hot mess.
Yep.
And then we just opened up a pool. Like the pool's just opened up down here, and like one of the pools that We've been trying to get a pool in that neighborhood for like ever. First day it was open, had a shootout. We were like, fuck.
First day, holy shit.
Oh yeah, it's bad down here. Like they call Louisville Little Chicago. And I grew up in Chicago, so I very much understand the
So did I.
comparison. Yeah. And so people don't understand because they're like, well, you guys are just, it's Louisville. I'm like, well, first of all, you have to understand I-65 is Indianapolis and Louisville is the runaway spot when you get in trouble in Chicago. So you still have the same kind of mindset, the same kind of, whatever, in those areas. I was like, and a lot of people moved down here once they done got in some shit, you know what I mean? And I was like, and the next thing you know, shit, we got just as many bodies per capita as Chicago. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
imagine. As
man.
someone that's born and raised in Chicago, I believe you.
Oh yeah, I mean, I grew up off of Irving Park over on the north side. I grew up in Humble Park. I lived on the west side. I've
Humble
lived all
Park.
over. All my family now. Huh?
Humble Park. Oh yeah, I ain't been over there in so long.
Hey, the Puerto Rican festival, baby, used to be the business.
Yeah. I grew up on the south side.
Yep, I've lived over. I hung out a lot in the south side. That's where a lot of
Oh
all
yeah,
my
what
friends hung
part?
out.
What part?
I can't remember the exact area nowadays because my brain with my TBI and shit, there's a lot of things I can't remember. But I know that there was, which this is going to sum up half of the west side, but there was a lot of the concrete buildings, apartment buildings, like townhouse type shit,
Oh
where we all
yeah.
used to hang out at. I want to say it's 100. I can't. I know I'm going to get it wrong. I'm going to text my mom and be like, "Hey, where the fuck were we?" Ever since I've had my TBI, it's hard for me to remember streets and names and shit like that.
No.
Especially anything that's been 10 years ago.
Well, give me a hint, because I've been up and down Chicago so much. I don't go up north often, so I'm not familiar with the north
Well,
side.
you remember the north side, I remember because we lived not that far from Wrigley Field. And then we moved
Uh,
over. Remember where Madonna Catholic High School used to be?
Catholic.
Diversity and fuck. See, I'm so bad at this shit. They shut it down now. They shut it down because a lot of gangs were hitting the school. A lot of
Someone
shit
told
was
me they
happening.
closed that school down years ago.
Yeah, they did. They closed it down years. I'm talking about like shit. It's probably been 20 years now. But it was open when we were down there.
Okay. 20 years ago, I was in university. I just turned 20.
Yeah. It got shut down because it was getting hit. There was all kinds of funding reasons, and then there was gang hits on the school for the girls, and there were a lot of girls that were getting kidnapped and shit, and then
Oh no, we
brutalized.
don't need that. Oh man.
Yeah, it was
People don't
bad.
think this shit, people don't think this shit can happen because they don't see it. I don't see it, but I know it fucking happens. I hear about it. I watch enough of the news to know. And when something go down, they're gonna put it on social media.
100%. And well, back then we didn't have social media. So what was happening was like the school wasn't telling like families when the shit was happening. And unfortunately, you didn't find out that it happened until it happened to you. And then you came back to school and they put you in a special group where all the people that have been assaulted get to,
Mm-hmm.
get to sit and talk about their problems. So, yeah, it was a lot going on. And we didn't have social media back then. So there wasn't
No,
no
we did.
warning or you know what I mean? Like that's the one good thing is like we do get to keep an eye on shit now because it's a good thing and it's that double-edged sword, right? It's good and bad.
Mm,
It's like now we get to see everything, but now we get to see everything,
yeah.
Type.
I mean, back in the day, we had to rely on what? The news, the media, word of mouth, and stuff like that. Now just
Three-way
just
phone
go on the
calls.
internet and you'll see it. So what?
Three-way phone calls.
Oh yeah, people still do that, but now they do it through video calls.
Yeah, now they do that. Now it's all video chat.
Mm-hmm. I remember, I remember them days.
Yeah, and then I remember the first place I ever seen somebody get shot. I was at day camp at Urban Park. We used to live over there, and I used to go to the day camp. And I remember we were on our lunch break, and a van pulled up and shot a man right in his head, broad daylight. Come to find out, he was a tourist, and he had put his hat on the wrong way, and the gang thought he was false flagging, and so they shot and killed him. Come to find out, he wasn't a gang or anything. He wasn't even from Chicago. And that's the first person I seen shot. She was crazy. And that was back in the day when Pac-Man and all them used to run the streets, the cops, the dirty cops. And they'd beat up all the, because back then we all tussled in a little gangbang and whatever. It was stupid. I get it. But we did it. But they would take gang members, strip them down naked, and put them in rival gang territory. Because they wanted the gangs to kill each other. And finally all the gangs got smart and realized the police were setting everybody up.
Mm-hmm. Dirty cops.
Oh man. This set of cops I'm talking about, dude, they were fucking ruthless. They were horrible. It's
Mm-hmm. The
quiet on
cops.
these YouTube streets tonight.
Yeah, the cops. Yeah,
What are you
everybody
saying?
just
The
chilling.
cops
I just
what?
came back from the gym, so hey. Huh?
Oh, did you? You just came back from the gym?
Yep. It's summertime. Everybody
Yeah.
trying to get outside, so I get it.
Yes.
And when summer hits, when the season officially starts, we start doing open panel summers. I'm gonna do some open panel summer sessions.
There you go. Whoop whoop.
I'll
Hopefully
have the
people are getting
background,
out and
everything.
spending some. Hey, Latoya, how are you doing, sweetie? She said I'm from Miguel's channel. Well, you're welcome here. Nice. I think I've met you before. But you're more than welcome to hang out. We're just chilling. Not a whole lot going on. I'm working. I thought I'd open the panel and give everybody a place to chat if they wanted to.
I don't know where J1 went, but I'm here.
I know, right? We're here.
Oh, I'm cleaning my bird cages.
Oh, you have
You're doing
birds?
what?
Okay.
I'm cleaning my bird cages.
Ah.
It's kind of filthy summer. These birds.
How many you
Birds are
have?
4.
4? Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I'll be back. I'm gonna.
And I thought cleaning up after dogs and cats was messy.
Oh yeah, birds are. When I was little, my mom had birds, and one time I remember I was bad. I was a brat. One time she made me really mad, and she was like, "Go clean my bird cages," and I tapped the bottom of them and fucking let her birds out. I was like, "Fuck these birds." She was hot. She was so mad. The stupid things you do when you're a kid.
Mhm.
Summer?
Yeah, she
Yes.
stepped away, but she'll be back.
No. All right.
It's loud as hell. What's up, J1?
I was gonna ask you. I noticed a lot of parents now they track their children on the phone. They're like GPS on their kids'
Mm-hmm.
phone.
Yep.
Is that something new, or
No,
like that's
not
okay?
really. I mean, there's always been different little apps, but a lot
Oh,
more parents have probably been doing it in the last 10 to 15 years.
oh, okay. All right. All right. Cool, cool.
Like, we haven't changed for all of us. And then because of the work that I do, well, that's what kind of got in. One night I got into that wasn't even because of the work I do. I got into a car accident and I didn't know where I was because I had a concussion. I was trying to tell my husband where I was and all that. And the guy was acting all crazy. Like I had to pull my gun on him. Like it was bad. But anyway, that's when we decided, and my husband realized, he was like, man, he said, you could be out and about. And actually, I was on my way to a meeting when I got in the car wreck. He's like, you can be out and about anywhere. And if something happens, we don't know about it. He's like, how the fuck are we supposed to find you? He was like, I know. Well, put something on your phone. So ever since then, we've had stuff to where we could all locate each other. It ain't like a controlling thing. It's just like I do some dangerous shit sometimes. And they know if I don't answer my phone, something ain't right.
And also, it makes just to make sure that your kids are not cutting class, right? That's what parents have it. Like make sure
Yeah, I mean, the school. Yeah, I mean, when listen, I was in a generation to where all they did was like send a letter home and something like that and tell you that you were suspended. So I always got home before all the paperwork came, and I used to ride the bus and then ride the bus back home. But I'd go hang out with all my friends because I was suspended. I got suspended 36 times in 1 6 week. It's almost
What the
impossible.
hell did you do? Damn.
Mm, I was a fighter.
So you
I
was
didn't
beating
like
people up
bullies.
in high school? Oh, you're
Um,
anti-bully.
yeah, I beat up the bullies that bullied all the like kids. You know what I mean? I don't like it shit. But if they would
Well, you're
ever
fighting.
ask me, they would have known that I came from a very, 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 very abusive household. And majority of the times, I got in a fight with my mom in the house. And then I would come to school and I'd beat somebody up because I just got beat up. But
Shit,
they never
that's
asked
not
that.
good. That's
Nah, it
not
wasn't.
good. Huh.
It wasn't. But you know, shit happens. Shit happens. And look at me now, honey.
Look at me now. Look at me now.
That's right. That's right. All right, I think this building's done. Cool. This is great. I started late, but
Mm-hmm.
apparently I didn't because I didn't have to put a lot of work in this building. I always live when my days easy. It's a good thing about cleaning, like stuff like this. Like I do clean a lot of trucking places, and no one's here. And honestly, it
Damn,
usually ain't that bad.
you in an office studio?
I'm in a warehouse, but then it has, you know how some of the warehouses have the offices in front and then the
Oh
warehouses in
yeah.
back. Yeah,
Okay. Makes sense to me.
yeah, it's not too bad. I like it. I can't.
Yeah, me too.
I don't like do well with sitting behind a desk or any shit like that. I like to be
You like to
active and I like to move
like to
around.
be out and about.
Yep. So at least with this, I get to drive from building to building, and then plus it also is good because, like, say God forbid, say I was to get a phone call right now and say a victim was hurt. Say there's a child at the hospital that needs an advocate to come down or something like that. I can do that with this job. As long as these buildings are done by 6 in the morning, it don't matter how or when or where I do them at. So it makes it a little easy because I hate when something happens and I can't get to a victim or whatever. Unfortunately, what I do, a lot of people get hurt at nighttime. So me being up and out and about already makes it a little bit easier.
Mm-hmm. That's the worst time.
It is, but I like it because I don't have traffic and I'm not worried. I don't know. I'm not scared of the night. I already know there's bad shit out here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. I just got this new little phone holder, and I swear it does not want to cooperate.
Yep, I had one for my car too.
Yeah, you know how they be getting too hot sometimes, so I had to get another one because it was just loose. After a while, they get loose. And
I
hey,
see.
Christine,
Salute, Christine. Oh,
Hello, everybody. Just got off the phone.
beautiful.
Oh my god. Ah, how's everybody doing?
pretty
You
good
okay?
so far.
Oh yeah, we're good. We're good. I'm just dealing with the bullshit. You know, I've been dealing with for what the last couple of months.
Yeah, it's still that sucks.
11:30 at night. I'm like, can I get off the phone now,
I
please? I
told
can.
you, listen, all you gotta be like is, look, my motherfucking sis, okay?
I
She's
I
one of
just
the
got.
biggest fucking organizers. Like, don't play, because we'll have a whole motherfucking situation pop up in
I just got.
2.2 seconds, baby.
I just got done telling somebody. You know, I have a really, really close friend who's a really good, a really big activist, and she knows how to get protesters together. Um, I can get her down here in a group of people, and we could protest through the streets.
I can have it. Listen, and I can use Florida people because I've got tons of Florida connections. So I'm always
Right?
they always like Summer. Any chance you get, come on down. I'd be like, baby, I got an action. I need you. Let's go. They would be on that shit. So they better stop playing with you. I don't take kind of my friends being played with.
Oh my God, it's just crazy. So, Hustler, how's it going?
He's been hanging out with me because I was bored. I was like, anybody
Um,
want to join? And him and Jake have been kind of hanging out with me.
okay. Well, you know,
But I'm
he
on my
does.
second building now.
Oh, good. What
Yeah.
time did you go to work?
Shit, I just went to work at like I got here at 10, but then I sat in the car probably for a half an hour just talking to everybody.
Oh,
And then
I'll be
yeah,
right
so I
back.
just started.
okay, sweetheart. We'll
Okay.
be here. So, J1,
Latoya's here.
I saw that. Hello, Latoya and Thomas. Good evening, Garrett.
Yeah, anybody's more than welcome to hit the link and come up and hang out.
That's
It's gonna
right.
be a chill night. Anytime I do a panel here, y'all know it's gonna be chill.
Right. And I saw it's like, oh, I better behave.
Well, I figured because I didn't know if you were sleeping or what, so I was like, until I have some backup, I think I'll just be over here.
Yeah. J1, are
Either
you still
backup
with
or to where I
us?
can.
Oh
He's
yeah,
cleaning the birds.
I'm cleaning my birdcage.
You clean that birdcage every night.
Every 2 days.
Oh.
They're very messy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they have
Jesus,
10 eggs too. Christine, did you read my article? I mean, I sent you an email like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, no, nope. If you sent me one in the last 30 minutes, nope, you have not even opened up that email.
what up, 420? I bought a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at the gas station. They have them already made. And I didn't get my peanut butter and jelly fix last week because I was at an event. So
Oh, J1, I didn't read it, but hey, anybody wants to leave Florida, please head north. Give us our state back.
all right.
You read it, Christine. You read it. You think the article is true, Christine?
She might be doing a scan through real quick.
Yeah, I'm scanning it real fast. Hold on a second.
I knew it.
Oh, Christina, make sure to look at the bottom of the page. It lists all the states where people are leaving.
Peanut butter.
Well, yeah, it makes sense. I mean, and that's the thing I don't understand. Like the people in New Jersey and New York, they complain that their taxes were so high and everything, and Florida doesn't have a state tax, so they all wanted to flock down here. Plus, we had freedom, especially during that virus season. We had freedom down here. Y'all were on lockdowns and couldn't go anywhere without, the proper coverings and things like that. Well, they thought they could come down here and change Florida, and they can't. We're not going to get a state tax. We're not going to raise our property taxes. The schools are what the schools are.
No, Christine, no. I want tax increases.
Well, you then stay in New York. Hey, money, stay in New York because you're going to get lots of it. You know that,
Yep.
right?
Christine,
Yes.
New York City is the greatest city in the world.
Oh, I'm very proud of you.
Then why does everybody move to Florida and Kentucky?
Or Texas
Just
or
saying, because we got a
Arizona.
shitload of right. We got a shitload of New Yorkers here too. New York, Chicago, Indianapolis. They all here. They like that country air. They like us Southern girls.
That's right. A school, to be honest with you, and they think that the school system here, and I will tell you, for the last 2 years with this voucher program, it's starting to affect the schools. What's New York and New Jersey going to do when that voucher system starts affecting them? Just asking,
Yep.
because it's going to. Hey, Money, how's it going tonight?
I'm good. I'm good. What up, everybody?
I'm just
What up? What
hanging.
up? 420. I just want to grab your ear real quick since you're up here. I know you. It seems anyway that it seemed like that I was trying to control your shit. I was not. I don't know if you.
I wasn't really paying too much attention to the chat. All I heard is Alex say that someone's mad at you.
You
I said, "Damn,
gotta
I
pay
hope he's not."
attention.
So I don't
People
want people to be mad
seriously.
at me.
You had people seriously doxing in your chat.
Yeah.
When I say
Damn.
serious, I mean videos of whole people houses.
Eh,
But
Oh no,
I'm gonna let
I
you do
didn't peep
you.
all that in the chat.
Yeah, well, yeah, in the
I
chat.
didn't peep.
I can send you I can send you the link that they were posted.
Nah, I believe you, but I really wasn't paying too much attention to the chat. I gave everybody wrenches so they could remove that right away.
Can I share something with you though?
Yeah,
Um, if you're going to have certain people on your chat, you've got to pay attention or don't let them on.
yeah. It's hard to
You
control who pops in the chat though. I can control the panel.
Well,
Yeah, that.
you can pay attention to it because what'll happen is that person that was being doxxed real nasty style, if they were to see that, they could come back and they could get your channel taken down, even
and,
with it being in the chat.
and do you know with
So,
that new
but you do
law?
you, baby. I'm not gonna say nothing else because it seems like every time I say something, it's whatever. And I mean,
And do you
Nah,
know
by
that?
now I would think you would know that I'm not trying to control you. I'm just trying to look out for you, so you don't
nah, no, I
get
believe you was
involved in
trying
some
to look out.
bullshit.
I believe you was trying to look out. I just wasn't looking at the chat. I told Alex, "Yo, Summer's pissed at you. She's writing in caps." So I'm like, "Yo, what I do?" So I'm just trying to
I was
grow a
writing in
channel.
caps because I needed somebody to see what I was writing.
Usually, when you want to say something, you pull up and say. That's why I was kind of confused. So I
Yeah.
kept saying, "Hold up, pull up, pull up." Because when I'm on the panel, I use one phone just to talk, mute, unmute, and then I hold another phone to read the chat. So
Yeah.
sometimes I
Well,
put that second phone down and I don't really pay mind to it.
I will tell you. I love you. You know that, right?
I
Um,
already know.
but I won't go up on your panel anymore with certain people.
I noticed you don't come up sometimes.
That's because there's specific people up there, and I'm just
Well,
not
there's
dealing
just a
with.
lot going on that I don't know if, whatever, if you're paying attention to it or not, but it's more than just some simple drama. And so, you know what I mean?
I,
Like, I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see any more stupid shit to happen. So I have to pull back because it's getting way too much for my
yeah,
liking
I don't want
anyway.
to see nobody get hurt. I don't want to see none of that happen either. But I feel like if people want to yell and scream at each other, I feel like YouTube is the place to do it.
No,
But if you
not
go to
Not
a
when they
anymore,
live
knock
stream
it
and you
Tamika.
all
want to go to
addresses.
Not with the
420.
terms of service.
yeah. See, I'm gonna start paying more attention to the chat.
I'm gonna be here. Love you to death. It's nothing personal, but
Or
I just can't. I can't watch people tear each other apart. So I'll let you do that.
I don't
Have fun
mind
with that.
watching people tear each other apart, but if they start getting, if you get so mad at somebody on YouTube that you want to go to their house and do something to them, I think there's something wrong with you.
Happened though.
If somebody's
With
talking to you like
420,
that in
it's already
person and you
happened.
want to react, okay.
But it's already happened though, multiple
Or
times. And you know how the buildup was before all that happened, just like it is right now. And that's why I just can't. And I fucks with everybody, and I don't want to see anybody fucking. But people they're not gonna listen. They don't care. They want their strike back. They want whatever, and I get it. But at the same time, I just can't. So you
nah, I
probably got
feel
been
you.
telling everybody if you don't see me around, it's nothing personal. I can't watch people I care about tear each other apart like that. And it's getting to it's way past just arguing on the panel. It's way past that. I've seen so much doxing happen just in the last since I woke up this morning. It's disgusting, and I can't have no parts of that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start monitoring, keeping an eye on the chat more. And I'm new to this, and I'm learning about drama's been going on for
You
years
got an
now.
excuse, baby. And just so you understand, because I know you don't think you can, but yes, as a creator, legally you can be held responsible if something happens. So when people telling you cannot, they're full of shit.
All right, so I'm
Just
definitely gonna try to
just
be
throwing
more
that
on
out
point.
there. Just watch yourself. Don't let nobody else cost you. Cost what you building. That's
Yeah,
it. That's the only last piece of advice I can give.
Yeah,
nah,
Anywho,
all this time you're putting to try to build your panel and your channel, and you don't want it to go away.
definitely don't. 'Cause I feel like I try to keep everybody happy and shit. I do something to keep one person happy. One person gets mad at me. I do something, somebody else gets mad.
Hey, money.
but you can't do it
I'm,
to make people happy, baby.
Thank you. I was just gonna say you can't make everybody happy.
I was about to say
You're
I
never
kind
gonna
of
make
came
everybody.
in.
You're never. Yeah, you're
I
never
kind of
gonna make
came in that
everybody happy.
yesterday. Or everybody will never be happy.
Nope. You gotta however you want your show to look, and you're the only person that can decide that. You know what I mean? And should decide that. You have to, whatever your vision is, stick with that and just pay attention because like I told you before, there's nothing wrong with drama channels, but you have to understand that like there's drama channels don't just whatever people strike drama channels because they can't hit. Say I piss somebody off and I'm over at your panel and I don't have a page, so they're gonna come for your shit because well it was your panel that I said blah blah blah, and I've said some crazy shit on fucking line, and I very much know that, and that's why even I just don't want for me and this is a personal thing for me. I can't. I like roasted. I like talking shit. I cannot get myself back in a pattern where it's constant 24/7 drama. I just can't do that for me.
Yeah,
Because for me, my mental's not. Yeah, I'm fucked up. Like I will
yeah.
pull up. I will do something, and I
That
can't do that.
24-hour drama is not good for anyone. I don't want it to be
Well, that's where
24-hour
it's getting
drama.
because the same shit is going from panel to panel, and
Yeah,
every panel has turned out to be the same here lately.
yeah, it kind of
And
is.
I get it. Everybody wants the views, everybody wants the clicks, but I can promise y'all, if people don't start paying attention, there's gonna be another situation, and I don't want to see that for nobody.
I don't want to see that for nobody either. Especially now that I know I could be responsible for it. I ain't trying to be responsible for that.
Yep, that's why people bitch at channel owners. Don't let shit happen. That's why people freak out so much because they can. I mean, people
And
lost
that
their
little
channels for
thing that
less.
you put up, and that little thing that you put up there, that doesn't save you. You know that, right?
The little banner thing.
That's not
Somebody,
saving you.
yeah, somebody told me that already. They said that's not helping you.
Yeah, it ain't.
Yeah, come on.
It's hard to monitor. It's easy to open the panel, but once you run and people is talking, it's kind of hard to listen to what everybody's saying, to read every chat. It's like once I see people there talking, I kind of zone out. You know, I smoke, I do what I do. I just don't be realizing it's getting crazy. I don't condone it. I don't leave it there because I'm with it. So I just don't be paying attention. Well, now I know I do need to be more on point. Keep more eye
All
out.
right, John. I'm gonna put this on just a little pause for a second. What's up, Shine?
John.
Shine? You there? Okay. Well, when he comes back, I'll say hey. I don't know. You there, Shine?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, when I hear him, I'm thinking, I don't know. Hold on a second.
Hold on. Let me set my mic up.
Hey, Sean, turn your close all your
I'm gonna
tabs
turn
in
it.
StreamYard.
Oh, that's why we can't hear him. His volume's all the way down. There you go. Talk now.
I just turned it down.
Oh, you turned it down. Okay. You
Yeah.
have your YouTube playing in the background.
I do? Hold on, let me close that out.
Okay, fucker.
What we sound like now?
Play with me.
Mic check.
I'm banning.
Oh, I know. I can't. Are you screenshotting? Because I can't see anything.
Oh, shit. No, I didn't. I just banned it, but it was a summer activist, so I will next
Somebody's
time.
got an echo.
Yeah, I think it's
There we
Sean.
go. Yeah, Sean's got the echo.
Hey, school. How's it going?
Yeah, hello. I'm here. I was across the room. I was just, I had to unmute. You normally would have heard me say, hey, and I trip over laundry or something. But all good. How are you?
Good.
I was talking to Christine. How are
Huh?
you? And then I was going to say, and you, boss, how are you doing? But we'll just go to you because Christine's not answering. How are you, boss? Summer, what's good?
Oh shit, just chilling.
Yeah, you have a good day?
Chilling. Yeah, I had a good day. My bad. I was reading something real quick.
What do we got for tomorrow in the hopper? What time?
5 o'clock.
Okay, cool. 5 o'clock. I'll be there.
As long as I get.
Where are you gonna be at? Like, not like area.
I love my bitches. I love my people, baby.
Hell yeah, I like watching you deal with your people.
So, guess who's gonna go pay a visit to somebody's office Friday? Damn it, I'm gonna be out of town. Fuck, I forgot about that shit. They're going to Mitch McConnell's.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what you. But who's gonna pay a visit? You said
Some
guess
of my people.
Yeah, you said guess who's gonna pay a visit. I was wondering.
Some of my protesters.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. I love watching that shit. My mom watches that shit, 20.
Yo, my mom's be watching
tomorrow will
that
be
shit
5
too.
o'clock. 5 o'clock tomorrow. We'll go down to our normal spots downtown and all that.
Hell yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I need you to.
Thank you.
I don't know how to copy and paste the links unless I'm actually on the panel. And the outreach, I'm not on panel, so I can't copy those links. Since I have the tool, so I could drop the links for you. If somebody drops them now, I could copy and paste them. So when I'm there, I could throw them in.
Okay, hold on.
There you go.
One moment, please.
All right.
What are y'all doing? My bad. I was looking at something again.
Oh, Christine's going to just send links to Money 420 so he can copy and paste them. And I'll show you how to do it later.
I know how to copy and paste, but if I'm not on the panel, I can't copy and paste. When I'm on StreamYard, I could paste them.
Hell yeah. So Christine's sending them all the links for
Oh, wait a minute. What links do you want?
The links you usually drop for our outreach.
Oh, okay. Well,
The
there's
Cash
the
App, the Amazon.
biggest. There's the biggest one. I will get the other one. I'll send it to you in an email.
All right, but I'm
I
gonna
don't
copy this
have that
one
one.
right now.
Yeah, I don't have that one right now. Here, I have access to
That's
each.
all right.
So 20. There was like, I would say it's about 4 weeks ago. What was it that
Yeah.
May Day one? Right? That said
The
either
what?
in the beginning of it, I believe it said May Day because it was close to Cinco de Mayo, the one that was in Hot Mess Summer. Am I right about that? Like the
May
thumbnail?
Are
Day.
you talking about the big protest one?
Correct. And
Yes.
which is the one that you spoke at when you got the bass out of you, though? That was that on May Day, or was that one that was like Kings and Queens or something in the thumbnail?
I think that I spoke at both, but I think the Kings. I don't know. I spoke at both of them shortly. Um, and then I think I'm gonna be emceeing the next one. We have one coming up next weekend.
Hell yeah! So that was about, what'd you say, 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, about 3 or 4 weeks ago.
So I'm sitting at my mom's to eat for lunch, right? And I didn't plan it, but we just eating, and then I turned this thing on, and some woman speaking, it wasn't some yet, and they were getting loud, and the people. She goes, "What are you watching?" So I just tell her a little bit about it, and then so all of a sudden I can't do it because I can't even get close to her. But someone starts really getting the crowd going, And my mom goes, "Oh my God, is that?" I'm like, "That's my friend. That's the one I'm talking about." She's like, "You know her?" Like someone's like nationally famous, which she really is, but you know what I mean? Like I'm talking like famous, like the Reverend, you know what I mean? Like Sharpton. And she's like,
Right.
And I'm like, yeah. And I was like, she'll respond to me if I write in there. She'll say, "What's up, school?" later in it. Watch. She goes, "All right, do it." So I wrote, "What's up, school?" And she goes, "What's up, school?" later on. And I go, "I'm here with my mom." And she goes, "What's up, school's mom?" And I was like, "She's talking about me. She's talking about me." So
People don't be believing they're actually live. They be shocked. Like, yo, that's actually live. You're talking to them.
yeah.
People
So
think I'm nuts for spending as much time as I do on YouTube.
So my mom subscribed to Hot Mess. I said, "Don't worry about the ish." She goes, "I don't know what that means." I go, "Exactly." But the Hot Mess she subscribed to. She subscribed to the ish. I mean, to Hot Mess.
Yeah, your mom's cool.
Yeah, man. She's one of the idols, definitely. That's Mom A. Mom A. Oh. But that was really great, Summer.
We have so Saturday I'm doing a marathon it's a running thing we're doing, and it's for raising awareness against police brutality and just what happened to Breonna Taylor. We're doing that. And then Friday I just found out, but I'll be out of town because I got to take my son to get his license. It's in the morning. They're going to pop up at Mitch McConnell's. So we're just going to be doing a lot of different actions. Tis the season, baby. Tis the season.
You're not kidding. And Mitch McConnell, that's the big dog. You know what I mean? That's the big dog on the old, the grand old party.
We go to his house all the time. We've been to his house, his townhouse, his office. He goes out to eat. We pop up on his ass. He's leaving office now, so we don't really. But he's not really. You know what I mean?
No, but it's still the point. That's not your local congressman. That's not the whip. You know what I mean? That's the big dog.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
So that's
Matter
badass.
of fact, one of the J6ers, the day we all went to Mitch McConnell's house was the day that RBG or whatever chick died, the Supreme Court lady. I always say her name wrong. But anyway,
Ruth Bates Ginsburg.
yes, her.
Is that June 6th?
So when she passed, no, when she passed, the day that she passed, there went a call of action out nationwide. Everybody took to the streets the day that she passed. And so we go to Mitch McConnell's house. Well, apparently, one of the J6ers that went to J6, he went to Mitch McConnell's house first, and he spray painted on their door. Well, at first, they all thought we did it, and we didn't do it. We was like, "Man, we ain't do that shit. We just fucking got here. What are you talking about? We come here all the time. We don't ever fuck with his property." And come to find out, it was the J6er, and he was one of the guys that actually got arrested, and he got in trouble for Mitch McConnell's door too. We were like, "You little motherfucker!"
Really?
We claim our shit. Yeah, spray painted on his townhouse door.
What he sprayed?
Just took some black shit and like some black spray and just it was a little scribble. It wasn't even saying anything. Like we would have wrote something. We'd have wrote via, Black Lives Matter or whatever, women's rights or whatever, you know what I mean? But we ain't doing shit.
Damn.
How you been doing, sir?
Chilling.
Chilling.
Yeah, I'm too loud.
No, you're perfect. No, you're good.
All right.
Shanshan has been around for a very, very long. Shanshan has seen me at my worst and at my best, I would like to say.
Hell yeah, I've been around. I'm like an OG around here.
Definitely, Dr. Shanshan.
Shout out to the OG in the building.
Respect, salute.
Shanshan was around when I had the crazy person stalk of me, and he would do all the crazy shit. And he came from like a certain sector of YouTube, and then we kind of met through all that bullshit, and we always stayed cool, no matter, because like I guess Shanshan seen I wasn't the psychotic person he said I was, so thank God for that.
Real.
100%. So he went through all of that lovely bullshit with me. So he's been around for a while. And we still doing the same shit. Still fucking marching, still fighting for our communities. Shanshan does a lot in his community as well.
I get it from you though.
Hey, we get it from each other, baby. We keep that energy going.
I saw you around one time and you hop out the car and you was like helping out a lot of people. I think you was like in the downtown area or something like that. That right there inspired me. And then me and my sister came up with a little plan. I was like, yeah, we should go ahead and knock this on out. So like every Sunday or Saturday night, we get some stuff together. And then Sunday we go out and pass it all around.
That's what it's all about. People always ask, why do I do what I do? It's because I want to show people that we can all do what I do. Like, I'm not nobody special, you know what I mean? We can all put some stuff together and just go out and be there. Let people know they're seen and that they matter. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'll subscribe, Sean, if you want to put the channel up in the back chat or the front one, that I'll definitely support without a doubt.
I don't even got no channel. Nah, I'm just out here. I'm just doing shit.
Yep, you just pay it forward. You pay it forward the right way. I hear that.
Yeah. Open up the doors for people and shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't even expect it. I be like, shit, go ahead, man. You don't got to touch this dirty ass door.
You're right, man.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm here to help too. That's why. And what you just said about summer, that's the same thing with me. I mean, I get passionate, but like I can be so tired, and then all of a sudden somebody new can be here, and then I get energy from them. So I know someone says she's not special, but I try to tell her all the time that she is, because she brings the better part of me out,
Yeah. Yeah, she's good energy right here.
The best energy.
I'm back.
Have you looked closely at her hair color?
Was it like,
Yo,
I don't know.
you was on Sykes panel and I was watching without sound, and y'all watched that for like 5 minutes. I ain't recognize that to put sound on.
School, did you recognize?
Nah, because it's all dark. I still can't really see it. See, now I see a little bit lighter, like by the light, but I need like a real. Yeah, is that your real color, or did you?
Yeah, it's close as not as close. It's not as dark, but yeah, it's my natural color.
And you want to know something? I like all your hair, but I like that one the best. But I like it all. I like hot red. That red is a close. I like the red actually too. I do just the most. That one was like, but you got different.
The red hair is how I know you and shit.
But she's got different tints of red, right, Summer?
Yeah, it still has some red in it, like in the light and stuff. It still has some. I have to redo it because red is really hard to cover up, and so I just did it on a whim. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna do it," and so I gotta still cover up some, like, do it again. But yeah, my natural hair color is black.
Yeah,
and that's what we like. All natural, baby.
Yeah, I like it though. It's funny though because I didn't post. Usually, I'll post like everywhere, like, oh, I did my hair, whatever. And so I showed up at a couple of my one Bianca's house. I showed up to her place, and a couple other people I went and seen today, and they was like, "But you ain't even tell anybody you changed your hair. Like, I didn't even know it was you." I was like, "Holler."
You gonna blend in now. You're not gonna stand out.
Good.
That red hair,
Maybe
they see
they'll
you from a
fucking
mile away.
make it.
So, yeah, that's somewhere
Well,
down
my
there.
my philosophy is trying to make them work a little bit harder. Well, they did, but I protested.
Hell yeah. That girl is on fire. That shit still, I think, that one and then the video about your mom's and the House of the Rising Sun. Those two. And the third one is when you got on the mic with the bass in your voice. Those three really, like, I like the best. Like, those three. But that girl is
Yeah,
on
my voice gets a little crazy. Yeah, the little girl that was singing the other day at the
Oh,
community
man.
event, she's so good. She said, that's my baby. She'd be like, TT, I love you. I love you, TT. She said, I'm going to sing, TT. I said, are you? And she got up there, and then when her mom came up, she got comfortable, and she just started singing. I was like, aw. We always try to make sure that the babies, like the protest babies, as we call them, you know what I mean? Like their voices are heard too. Like we want them to learn how to use their voice and how to, however they want to use it. And she sang, so I thought that was cool.
You gotta teach the kids from young. They are future. You gotta teach them young.
Yep, that's where it
Yep.
all starts.
Or
She's about 6 or 7, maybe.
Second
Perfect.
grade, first grade.
Yeah, like second grade, I think.
Yep.
Maybe first or going into second.
Like Hustler said, perfect. Or Sean, I couldn't, I'm not sure who said, but someone said perfect. That he's right.
Yep. They're cute. They always be dancing, and yeah, they're the best part of the protest.
I go to the Lower East Side hardcore shows back in the day, and the singers would have, once they're about 7 or 8 on stage, and it's loud there because it's like inner, so they have them have the things over their head. Like that's outside and so it's not the same, but in there, and they're doing the same thing. They're teaching them how to use their voice just like you, and then they get on the mic when they were 7 or 8 and they're doing the same thing, so it was perfect. And now it's amazing. The kid that I saw that was 7 is now the drummer for his dad's band now today. All these years later, and they're famous too. They're not they're not a small band.
That's good though. I'm
Hey,
glad that they're
Thomas.
letting them use their voice. Hey Thomas, what's up, sweetie?
Oh hell yeah!
How y'all doing?
Salute. Good.
We got
Great.
all the OGs here tonight. Holler.
better.
That's going to be so
You're here.
special.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's all good.
I like
What's
seeing
up, Thomas?
everybody.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a pretty good day. I had a good physical therapy. This time it didn't cause me pain.
That's
like
progress.
like it normally does.
Yeah, I understand.
I guess that's the sign of healing.
It is. About 10 years ago, I tore my ACL. The first few therapies were, oh boy. But after like week 2 or 3, that's when it started to die down. Yep.
I hear you. But I tell you what, after everything is healed, I'm going back to the same physical therapist and I'm going to knock him out.
Why?
Because I got a vendetta against him for the pain he caused.
Hell, he did to you. Oh, man. Okay.
I'm going to put him in physical therapy.
Shit, he's going to help you get better. You can't hurt him.
Yeah, that's true. I won't. It's just a fantasy.
Oh, I get it. I can't go to physical therapy.
That
That hurts me too bad. Todd is a good guy. I guess they... Damn it. Oh, shit. They tore the ramp down. I guess they're getting new stairs.
I'm just glad all y'all are doing well and good to see everybody. I'm always in the background, but this time, like I said, I had a good therapy day, so I figured I'd come up to say hi,
Yeah, we're just chilling
show
tonight.
my respect.
It was quiet around the YouTube streets, and so I was like, well, I'll do a panel and see who pulls up.
Love the
And here
hair,
we all
Summer.
are.
You know, I always pull
Huh?
up when I'm on.
Love the hair, Summer.
Thank you, thank you. I thought I'd switch it up on them a little bit. You know, I'm always gonna keep motherfuckers on their toes.
I hear you.
You'd better.
That's right. Gotta keep it interesting.
Hey, Thomas,
That is fucking.
Yes.
I must have passed on 5 deadly venoms like, I don't know, over 10 times already, because somebody leads with, yo, I'm a Kung Fu fan. And then I wait and then I hit them with it. And I'm like, you ever seen 5 deadly venoms? You know, and they're like, oh, maybe. I'm like, you know who the Shaw Brothers are? And they're like, yeah, I think so. And I'm like, not a real Kung Fu fan. I know this because of Thomas. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I hear you. I hear you.
But I don't go crazy on them. I just, oh yeah, check out the movie, man. Shaw Brothers, anything that they do, you'll like, But a couple guys knew it, and it was fun to chat with, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, that's one of the classics. I mean, the other night when y'all was talking about the 5 elements, I had seen that, but that one I didn't even come up on panel or nothing like that or say anything in the chat. That wasn't one of my favorites.
Did you hear me come back at him? Because that was what I was talking.
I
did. Were you proud of your student?
I told you I'm always around.
Were you proud of your student? Because I was like, yo, that's not the same movie, bro. This is the 5 Deadly Venoms. And he was trying to have fun. Yeah, I knew. See, that's knowledge I learned from you. And he was trying to troll a little bit. He was like, well, which of the elements could I use? I'm like, there's only 4 elements. This is Venoms, That was funny. But I knew it because of you.
But in his defense, to be honest with you, because I done been so many places overseas that overseas the movies that we watch here in the States are translated in a different way. So I can see where the confusion came from. So that's why, it was no big deal.
Oh, of course it's no big deal. We had a blast afterwards. But my question is sometimes they have 2 different names. That's what you taught me. And 5 Deadly Venoms isn't that Elements movie. There's another name for that Elements movie, right? Like Killer Assassins or something. Is that right?
Well, you got the 5 elements. That is actual movie. And then you got the 5 assassins. But it's the same actors. So it gets confusing when you get overseas and you think you're going to see one movie by their title, and it's not that movie.
Yeah, because he was saying that 5 Deadly Venoms was that Killer Assassins, and when I looked up 5 Elements, I was like, it says the movie you're talking about is Elements, and he was like, oh, okay, so the Element movie is the same as that Assassins, but 5 Deadly Venoms is a different movie altogether. But they're both Shaw Brothers. Like I'm becoming an expert on Shaw Brothers now because of you.
Yeah, because in the 5 elements, if you notice in the 5 elements, every kung fu artist is getting killed in the beginning.
I never saw Elements yet because he just told me about that. Okay, I watched Deadly.
Check it out. You'll see the difference. You'll see the confusion where it came up.
Got you. I will, but it's not as good, right? You saying that?
No, it's
not as good because I love that Deadly Venoms. That has risen to my favorite, but I have a lot more to watch.
Yeah, that's a classic right there. Especially for a New Yorker, that was a classic for New York.
And especially for my favorite hip hop producer is the RZA, So I went to his movie, like I went in there, opening day. There wasn't many people in there, and I'm a huge RZA fan on a production level.
Oh yeah. He has his own. I forget when it comes on. I used to follow it, but he has his kung fu channel. It's not on YouTube. It's somewhere else on another social media to where he plays a kung fu movie like every Saturday, just like the old days.
Nice.
Saturday was Kung Fu Day.
That's really cool. I'll look that up, bro. Definitely. Chinese Super Ninjas. That's the name of the Other Element movie. It says Chinese Super Ninjas, aka 5 Element Ninjas. It's a Shaw Brothers film. Yeah. Separate. I use his meditation channel. Riz has got a meditation channel.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I use that. And I'm going to send this to you, 22. And Thomas, I'll send it to you. It's just a YouTube. Actually, all you got to do is just type in RZA meditation, and it's just 6 steps. And it's real cool, man. It's cool, man. It helps me out a lot.
What, meditation?
Yeah, but it's not deep into it. It just touches the core.
I don't really believe that meditation. I believe the weed does that for me. Just sit down real quiet and smoke a blunt.
Yeah.
I use. Oh, go ahead, Christine.
Well, actually, Bunny, that is meditation.
That's all
I
you
knew
need.
That's the peace pipe.
it.
Hell yeah.
H&M. I have a question for H&M, guys. And y'all can contribute, but I don't know if you've seen any of it. H&M. Have you followed or seen any of the protesting at some of these immigration hearings and everything at the different, most of it was in San Diego, but there's some in New York. Have you seen any of that yet? He might not be back. He's on mute. Okay, I'll wait till he comes back and ask him. Sorry, guys. He dropped down, but he came back up. But I just don't want. I need to talk to him about this too.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's all good. As soon as we'll just wait.
Yeah, no, that's fine. He'll come back. He'll say something.
Yeah, right.
You know, I don't know if any of you guys have noticed, but they have been taking a lot of what they're calling illegal immigrants and putting them in detention and putting them in front of judges and things like that. And people are supposed to be going in for their courts for all this. And ICE has been taking them, Border Control Patrol's been taking them and arresting them. And now has been protesting, a lot of protesting out in San Diego and out in California areas. And it's getting a little bit hectic going on. Little concerning. Somebody asked me what my opinion on it was, and I said, do I think it's right? No, but something needs to be done. And I talked to my son, who was in the Navy for 12 years, and I have 2 cousins, and I talked to one, they're in special ops, and I talked to them, and I talked to my uncle, who was in the military for 20 years, and their logic is that they would go over, even today, if they were called up, they would do whatever they needed to do to save the American people. And they're in agreement with what ICE and Border Patrol's doing, rounding everybody up and sending them back to their countries.
Well, my thought on that is, it's not right though, but you look at it, they got to do something to stop them from wanting to keep on doing what they're doing illegally to get over here.
I agree.
It got to be some type of discussion. It ain't got to be all drastic like murder and not like that, but
Well, and my big thing is, and trust me, guys, I could be dead wrong, and there's some days I have more empathy than other days. I will be perfectly honest with you. I see the suffering that the American people are going through. The resources aren't enough for American people. But now, how much? I want to see a dollar figure. How much of our resources are going to these immigrants that are coming over here? That's number one. And don't anybody say, well, if we didn't pay millions of dollars and billions of dollars to have them here, or while they were here, or anything like that, we could get our vets off, not be homeless. we could, here comes truth zone. We could do this and we could do, you know something? I don't care if we have all this extra money in the world. The government's not going to keep our homeless off the streets. It's just not going to happen. Hey, Truth Zone, how's it going, honey?
Hey, what's up? What's up, True?
Can you hear me?
What's up, Truth? How you doing, bro?
You're a little low, baby doll.
Good, everybody. What's up?
What's up,
What
man?
up, what up?
Christine.
Summer school ads, Christine, my nigga, my money 420. Hustle and muscle. Who else up here? Bird, Thomas, Bird, White Boys. What's up? What's good?
Much respect. Much respect.
We got
Hello?
Sean and School of Athens.
Truth zone.
And there's Summer. She dancing.
I heard my name. I heard you give it out. Salute.
Yeah.
Truth zone.
But Christine, what you just touched on hit a nerve because you know about my background and where I'm at.
Uh-huh.
So what you just touched on is something that I feel very strongly about.
Yep.
Because I'm in Idaho. For those of y'all don't know, I'm in Idaho because this was my last assignment before I got out. And things happened to where I became homeless. And for 12 years, I was begging the government, different agencies, to help me out as a veteran. I just recently, in the last 5 years, got into the Veterans Homeless Program to where now I got my own apartment and I got medical that comes to my house to take care of me. But it took a long time, and I done watched so many people coming from other places, other countries, come here. They get resources just like that. Some of them, they get cars donated to them.
Mm-hmm. Transportation,
I don't even
housing, food, clothing.
Yeah, they get
job
all that.
training. Yeah.
They get all that. But then I have to
Hey, my bad, Tom. I don't want to cut it. Y'all gonna be live for a while? My phone about to die.
Yeah, we will.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, I'll put
Charge
back
that baby up.
But yeah, so then I have to beg. I have to beg for service.
Right.
And then even having to make me beg as somebody that defended this country for over 15 years. It still pisses me off. It's like there's nothing this country could do to make up for what they did. The government. And when I say the country, I don't mean the Americans.
Right.
I mean what the government did.
Right.
There's really nothing they can make up for. Yeah, they can give me the medical and stuff like that, keep me alive or whatever they want to do, but they still owe me. And they owe a lot of us. Because there's millions of us veterans that we ain't got this.
Yeah.
Anytime the government could do like they do, they could cut off.
So Thomas, I have a question.
Yes.
Let's say you were healthy, you can be your age, and let's just say the government, because you were enlisted, would say, hey, we need help. We have all these immigrants and we need to round them up and send them back. Would you participate in that? And no judgment, it's hypothetical.
It's very judgment, though. You can't not you personally, but that is a loaded question.
Well, it's loaded because I had this conversation.
Well,
it's fair. I'm not knocking you, though. I'm not knocking you.
No, don't worry about it. I can answer that. To me, if it's a military directed order, you know I'm going to carry it out, regardless.
Okay. I was just wondering.
If I was in the military too, I would.
That's what I always did.
Right. Well, and that's what my two sons and my two cousins and my uncle, when we were talking, that yeah, they would. They they would
Because
do what they were
when
directed to do.
you in the
And
military, you got to if you give it an order, you got to obey that order, because that's what you
how would
wrote
you
that.
feel personally about it?
Personally, yeah, it depends on who I was doing it to. It's like, for example, when I had to get rid of some of the people that was in Greece that didn't belong there, the communists, back in the day when the communists was around, we had to get rid of the communists because America wanted to spread democracy. So I felt bad because these people hadn't done nothing to me, but I had orders. So y'all had to go. And damn sure I would do it again. If I was still active, you give me an order, I'm going to carry out the order. It doesn't matter how I feel, because I ain't got no feelings when it comes to military. I got to do it.
Right. Well, and I guess we turned it into more of a take it away from, let's say, government per se, and we put it into a moral aspect. And each one of them, and I was kind of shocked by a couple of them. I really was. And their moral aspect of it is, yeah, they would. They feel that we have something set up, whether it's bad, good, or indifferent, that we have something set up. Why do we have this many people in here and utilizing the resources of the United States?
And see, one of the reasons why morally in my thinking that I would have a conflict with is because deep down, if we all look at our genealogy, we all immigrated to this country. Unless you're a Native American, you're Indian, Native American. No, we all came from somewhere to get here. We just got to slow.
I came from my mom and dad to get here. Now, generations before me is different, but I came from my mom and dad. So when people say that, we came from somewhere, yeah, I came from my mom and dad. Thanks for asking. Now I know I was being funny, haha. I don't know. I just think it's a conversation. I mean, we're seeing things that are happening, and we're gonna see more.
Like you said, Christine, it's really been going overboard. That's why I was saying earlier, all the things that I had to go through and then watch people that just show up out of nowhere driving past me. Yeah, it pissed me off because I'm still walking the streets. Yeah, I get resources now. I'm getting handouts from the VA and stuff like that. But nah, people that are coming into this country are getting more things, and they're getting it quick. It's like as soon as they hit this shore, they got it.
Well, yeah, they're getting cards immediately and clothes and things like that. Yeah, they are.
I remember in 2020 when we were protesting, and I remember we had the National Guard come to our city. The National Guard killed somebody in our city, killed a very prominent person that had nothing to do with protesting, by the way.
Right.
But anyway, I remember, and if it was ever fun, and there's tons of videos of me and protesting and all that. But if you find when I remember they would come, and I remember walking past and seeing them, and I remember we stopped and had a conversation with them. And I come from a military family, you know what I mean? And I understand what Thomas is saying. I'm going to take an order because that's what I'm supposed to do, regardless of how I feel about it. You can't put when you're in that situation, whether it be military, I can understand it because of survival mode. That's why they say a lot of trafficking survivors and a lot of military people their brains and their traumas and their PTSDs and all that shit are the same, because a lot of the same tactics, different in some sense, obviously, but some of the same things that you experience. And so you learn how to disassociate when you're in certain situations, right? And so even though every single person, and there was a couple guys, well, there was more than a couple guys that were actually from Louisville, and some of their cousins were on the protests, particularly the two of them. And I mean, they didn't want to, they didn't want to be there. They didn't want to, especially after David McAtee got killed. They definitely didn't want to be there, but they were on an order, and there was nothing they can do in that situations. And when you join the military, whether you call it disassociation, training, whatever the fuck you got to, whatever you're calling it, depending on especially how deep in, if you get on front lines and you're in active war, or you see people get blown up and all this different shit, I can relate and understand, even though, yeah, morally, they probably, maybe they don't want to. Maybe they, if it was up to them, they wouldn't do it that way. Maybe they would think of a different way to do it, but it doesn't matter what their moral aspects are when you join the military, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think it's well said. I like to disassociate.
You'll drive yourself crazy. You have to protect. It's almost like protecting yourself. And if I'm wrong, Thomas can correct me. But I'm just going also by, like I said, the similarities that I know that trafficking and vets and people of war and stuff, like where our similarities are. And even though the actions are different, our emotions in some of these situations are the exact same. And so, like, in same thing with me, like you learn how to disassociate and not have to worry about it, because if you cared, or your feelings, or even the feeling of being scared, you can't pay attention to any of that. You know what I mean? You're in complete mission mode, survivor mode, whatever it is. You know what I mean? So, all right, let me shut up.
I
just
agree
wanted to
with
put that in because
Thomas
I
too
heard y'all
before
talking
when
about it.
Christine asked, and I just want to say I like what you said about protecting yourself by disassociating, because she asked all of us before what we would do, and he said what he said to you, and I said I agree, I would do that. So I like what you said, Summer, too, about protecting yourself by
Oh, I do it all the
disassociating.
time. I still do it on a daily basis. I could be out on
Yeah.
outreach and somebody could have a wound, or I could have a victim that's been hurt or whatever, and I have to disassociate all the time, like all the time. And if you really, like, once you get to know me and you pay attention to me, you can kind of see it.
I see it every
The
day.
personality.
I see it every day.
I have a very, 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 very protective personality trait about me, and that it's wrapped up in all of that. So
Yeah, because
I see it every day.
what Summer just said summed up my mentality 100%. So now,
what if you didn't get orders to do it and they just asked you if you would? Would you?
no,
Okay.
no, I would, because basically, I don't want to harm anybody.
And I agree.
right.
So I agree also. I mean, no
Well, we're
reason.
not. I don't think they're wanting you to shoot them or anything like unalive them. I think they just want them shipped out.
Yeah.
But
What
But
I'd
even
like to
shipping them out, that's harming them. I mean,
Well,
the
and that's
ask
teacher.
a civilian.
yeah.
Where was the teacher that just happened? It happened to. She ran and got safety here and was in the process of getting everything taken care of. And she's a human trafficking survivor. And then she's got kids here. She's got all this stuff. She's doing the right thing, and boom. So whether they're meaning to put them in danger or not, in some situations they're giving them a death sentence.
So Thomas, I want to say this, like what you said, what Summer said summed it up, perfect for you. And then Christine asked you about if it wasn't in order. So I agree with everything you say. And now I'm going to ask you a question, because like Summer says, she came from a military, background, her family, and almost all of them served also. Now, I think that when you cross that line is when it gets difficult, right? So we can easily say that if it's not in order, we don't want to hurt anyone. But now if they order you and it ends up hurting someone, there is that line, right? Where it's too much, right? And that, I think, is the hardest one to pull yourself back from. So I'm asking you that, like, because there has to be a line, right, Thomas? Like, if they order you to help, and then somebody gets hurt, and then they just flat out order you to unalive someone, like, you agree there is a line, right?
Yeah. There's definitely a line, school, because the way I feel about it is that if I'm not, say I'm just a regular civilian, and certain things are happening in my neighborhood, just like I used to do back home in New York. If there's something bad happening in my neighborhood that I don't like, and that the majority of the people don't like, and they fear it, we regulate our own neighborhood. If you understand what I mean.
I understand completely what you mean. I've been to the Greens in Riverhead.
Then you know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
So we'll regulate that neighborhood. That's how we do it as a civilian. And that's more harmful than anything that I could do in the military. Because
well said.
There's no
cops, right?
There's no regulation.
You're fighting the cops, right? If some asshole that's outside of the neighborhood calls the cops, because nobody inside is, like, you're trying to handle it in-house, correct?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
It's all handled in-house.
Yep. Cops will just make everything worse, man, because nobody wins. There's no side they're protecting. Everybody goes to jail, you know? It's the truth.
Oh, yeah. Because you know what I'm talking about, because we don't have that conversation.
That's right.
And you know that we had the ability to make a person sell their house and get out of town, regardless. Not even if they was an immigrant, we didn't care.
No, you're right, 100%.
So, do you think? And I'm just throwing these questions out here.
Yeah, go ahead, Christine.
And you know, and I know it's affecting you, and I know people that need the resources that they have been receiving from the government, and a lot of people are in fear they're going to be losing these. But do you feel that the resources that have been utilized and receiving, and I hate to use the word fair, but right now that's the only thing I can think of. But do you think it's fair that they're getting these and people that are here in the United States aren't, and we're being cut more?
Well, to be honest with you, let's go deeper than that. If we go deeper than that, I don't believe that our government should ever give $1 to another country before taking care of their own house.
Well, we all agree with that.
So this is the even lower level, because the same thing is happening. Now we're going to bring them in, give them everything, but it's the same way as feeding their country.
Right. So do you think that's fair?
Not feeding us.
So do you think that's fair?
No, I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
No.
Can I interject then now?
Yes,
please.
Go ahead.
So I totally agree with Thomas again that I don't think it's fair, but I also say that life isn't fair. That's the way it is. And any empire that you've seen over history go through time, and I hate to break it to you folks, but we're the tiniest one as far as empire lengthwise. You know what I mean? When you look at the Ottoman, when you look at the Danish, when you look at the Mongolian, when you look at the Romans, right? We haven't been here very long, right? You know. Go ahead.
I think we've been here, what?
Okay, go ahead.
About the same time right now that the Roman Empire failed. I think the Roman Empire failed about 250 years.
Christine, the Roman Empire wasn't even created until 1,000 years, because first it was the Roman, right, kingdom. Then it became then it became a senate, and then when Julius Caesar got stabbed in the back, it became an empire. Okay. So which one do you mean?
I'm talking the empire.
Okay, so you're talking like when it became a dictatorship?
Correct.
I to be honest with you, I disagree, but I mean, it didn't go on as long, so it is a fair argument, because I'll give you that. It's a fair argument because shit started to get crazy quick. But as far as longevity, it still was here for so long. The technology that we have changes it a little bit, but You know what? I succeed when I'm wrong. I agree with you. So now I'll put you to this one. When I say you're right on that, right? Like us and them are neck and neck, right? Like we're following them, correct?
Right.
And so I'll say you're right. It's no different from it then, I'll say. So this shit is going to keep going just like history repeating itself. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, that's fair. Because I'm looking it up now, and I'm going to come with a better answer. But I kind of hope that you're 100% right now, and that I was wrong thinking about that way. Because now I can look at it like this has happened before, folks. Do you know what I mean? Like,
It has.
because
I mean,
you make a great point. The thing is Marcus Aurelius. I want to know when he started and lasted, because that's when it was at its height. So that's what I got to look up, and I'll get back to you. But really good shit, Christine, because that makes a lot of sense.
yeah. I mean, history always repeats itself because for some reason we allow it to repeat.
But you know what bothers me, Christine? Like when I say the Roman Empire, we're not supposed to be an empire on paper. And they were supposed to be an empire on paper. That's what someone, if I were debating, would come back at me with. Because they would say it was the kingdom. And then the right words were kingdom, republic, and then empire. So don't you think I should look at the republic years of it? Do you think I should do that? Because we're supposed to be a democracy / republic /
And you can. I'm just not going from the beginning at the start to the end because it kind of turned over several different times.
It did, but they still ran shit. But I don't want to take too much time. You guys go. I'm going to do research. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I don't know anything about. I'm not going to claim to be that deep or that educated on what y'all talked about. I'm a layman kind of person, and
Right.
I use this kind of terminology when I think about our government. I think about as a family that's got 10 kids. They got 10 kids that's running around. They're trying to feed them, keep clothes on their body. But then this other kid comes out of nowhere, got clothes. Soon as he gets here, he's got clothes, and then he comes over to your house and says, "Oh, can I have something?" And then you turn around and you give that kid. And I'm using kid as a form of another country. You give that kid, "Oh, here you go," and then that kid goes, "Well, bye."
Yeah.
And you don't have food on the table for your own kids.
Mm-hmm.
That table is empty, but you done fed that other kid that came out of nowhere.
But you don't want to send the kid back, from what I hear.
No, I was sending that kid back because I would never have fed it in the first place.
Okay.
Yeah, you misunderstanding what I mean by that deportation thing. It's like that would go. That's a totally different kind of situation. When I speak in layman's terms, I'm going to send you back to where you came from. I don't care if you live 2 houses down. You go back home. Don't come over here because I can't feed my own kids yet. So don't come over here asking for nothing. And that goes for anybody. I don't even care if it's an immigrant. I don't care if they're from another state. I don't care. No, I got to take care of home first.
Mm-hmm.
You take care of home first. Then if you want to branch out, then you branch out. But no, take care of home first. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right, Christine. You
Yes,
ready?
Yep.
So kingdom lasted from 753 BC to 509 BC. So that was 100. So we have more than them. The republic, however, which I think I should be lining up to a little more, is 509 to 27 BC. So in fact, I was actually right, which I kind of wish I was wrong. But in this sense, they are double than we are right now. Because do you remember what happens in 27 BC? That year should stick out because 27 is the year that Julius Caesar, I believe, got either assassinated or when he marched on Rome, one of the two. It's tough to keep them together. But it came really quick after that. So it was an absolute monarchy from 27 BC to 476 AD.
Yeah.
So,
and the empire was how long?
all together?
Nope, just the empire.
The empire. So
Mhm.
the empire was, remember, because it's split, and you hear the Byzantines, right? So that's the Great Schism in Roman Catholicism, and people don't realize that, like all those, the Greek Orthodox, right, the Chinese Orthodox, that happens, and it goes to the Byzantine Western Empire and the Eastern Western Empire of Rome and the Eastern Empire of Turkey. So I'm gonna say that's what, like, almost 1,000 years, like 1,000 years, because then we go into the Dark Ages. So give or take about that, because you got kingdom, republic, and then empire. Those are the three words, and the empire finally fails. I can tell you exactly. Oh no, we're 1,500 years later. Yeah. So the empire lasted from 27 BC to 1450 AD. And there's discrepancies where historians will say that's the Eastern, that's the Western, but the influence was 1,500 years. So it's crazy. Kingdom 200, Republic 500, Empire 1,500. And that's what all the great leaders chased for, right? Later, like, actually, I shouldn't say all the great leaders. I should say all the leaders that wanted to, because I was thinking, like, strategic wise, like Napoleon on the battlefield, he was obsessed with Rome and strategy, What do you think?
I'll tell you, y'all talking some good stuff. That's why I'm just kicked back and I'm listening, because the only thing I know about the Roman Empire is when I watched the movie Caligula.
Oh man, I thought you were going to say Gladiator, but Caligula was the craziest.
So the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
They kept that in what the documents I'm reading. It is separate. It is separate from the Byzantine Empire.
But see, that's the thing. The Byzantine Empire is just the Eastern Roman Empire. That's all it is. The Western Roman Empire and the Eastern.
But before the Byzantine, and I'm looking, that they're dating that at 476.
Yeah, I would go farther back with that too.
No, because the Roman Empire came from 27 to 476, so they have it divided up.
But remember this: I am an expert at this field, and what you're saying right there is you're thinking of the Western Empire where it ends, right? 476.
Yes.
Now look at the Eastern Empire. It's the same thing. So the Roman Empire.
But the Eastern one isn't stating it began until 476.
Okay, so it started at the same exact time as the
other was ending.
Yeah, no. Listen to me. Just let me tell you, because I listen to you, because this is a common mistake, because we are from the West. This is how it happened, and you'll see it on yours. At 27 BC, right? That's when the empire started. And then at whatever you want to call it, what is it, 60 something, 70 something? Tell me when it starts, the Western, the year it says it starts there. Do you not see it?
You're saying the Western started when?
Yeah, whatever it says on there. The Western and the Eastern started together. They split off of the Roman Empire. The head was in the Turkey was the one side and Rome was the other side. That's the same thing.
Okay, so I'm reading something different than you are.
I don't think you are, but go ahead, read it.
Well, I can't read it because I got one device and you're not hearing me, and I lose what you're saying. But they have it separate where the Roman Empire started at 27 and ended in 476, and then the Byzantine started in 476. There's
So,
no overlapping from
okay.
what from the things I'm reading, and we could be reading from different things.
No, so I know what you're reading from. And 476, all that's the end of is the Western Roman Empire. So do you follow that, what I'm saying? It starts in 27.
Right. I follow, but what I'm trying to say is when, because I mean, even picking a different one that let's not even, I mean, we pick something else besides Rome. I'm just trying to estimate. All good things come to an end. And there's an average for, and and we've had a our type of system here in the United States for 250 years.
Yeah, it's not even
And
close to Rome's. That's what I was trying to say. Not even close.
no, but A, we're bigger. B, it's a different
they were
era
bigger.
in life.
They were
It's a
bigger.
different. If you add them all together, yes, the East, the West, and yes, they were. But we have. I mean, this is a different life. This is a whole different world. I don't know. I just think we're on the bridge of collapse of
I
of
agree with
of
you.
of our democracy
Agree.
as we know it now.
I agree. I think that.
Yeah, I agree with you totally.
You go, Thomas. What do you think? Why?
No, I agree with her because
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
This democracy, as they call it, I don't see it as a democracy anymore. I don't really see.
Well, it's never been a democracy, technically.
Agreed. Both of you. I agree with both of you.
Well, it's been to me. It's been like from me traveling around the world. To me, this has always been like a socialist kind of like.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
Well, it makes sense.
I do too. I would go even farther in that way. It's more than socialist. Like,
I think we're heading more into dictatorship.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. That's where it's heading.
It's my opinion.
But before we get to that D word that you said, do you think that the C word will come first? Because that's where I think.
No.
Well, listen, Thomas said socialism. That's going away from dictatorship towards the C word. And then I agree with you. It could completely flip, right, to the D word.
No, actually, to me, socialism heads toward the D word. It's socialism, and then it becomes communism, and then it becomes a dictatorship. But between socialism and dictatorship
is
blank space.
The C word, right? Like that's what I was just saying. I was asking
it's
before.
A blank space, but it kind of like floats in and doesn't become prevalent.
Yeah. That's what I was asking, because if you heard me, I was like, the S word goes towards the C word, and then it goes, you know what I mean?
Why are you giving initials as words? We can say those words.
If you tell me after I say it, then I'll say it. You never know.
No, we can say those words.
Okay, so then I will from now on.
Okay, thank you.
I always give, respect to the
boss.
Oh
no, I get it.
So that, Thomas, if you noticed, that's exactly what I said. I was like, after socialism comes communism, and then it can flip, right, to the dictatorship. And you said it right back like that. So, Christine, you noticed that, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, I totally think that could happen.
And I get it. There are so many different people coming into our country, and I'm not saying they are all Hispanic. Like I said the other night, I knew 2 Ukrainian families. I think they're Ukrainian. They're somewhere over in that area.
Only immigrants that are allowed in America are white immigrants, apparently. So, fuck what y'all talking about.
Well, I know that 2.
Saying that sarcastically, by the way.
I know.
Hell yeah, I was muted up laughing like Latinos from Spain,
Well,
Well, I
and
mean, Trump is the only lets white immigrants from South Africa.
oh
No, I
yeah,
know. It's
because
joking too. I
yeah,
was just joking too. I was saying I was
yeah,
laughing at it.
apartheid. But I don't know. I don't know the right
What do you
answer.
mean? No, sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry, Christine, my bad.
Christine, this is what I say because when I got into that debate with you about this was like 6 months ago. Do you remember? And I was in way over my head. And I looked at one of the chats and it was like, I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I was like, you know what, Christine? I was like, I think you could teach me this better on a one-on-one setting because you brought up a simple fact, and I've now brought that up to a lot of people about the budget. So that's how I explain to people, and that's why I said that loaded question before, because when you were like amount of dollars, I can't even manage it now in my head, and you know thousands better than me. So
Like that's because I researched it
no, I
so
know, but
deeply.
yep.
She's good
But
with numbers.
and,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Christine, you know me, I'm great with numbers too. When it has to do with history, I can
yeah,
research right kingdom. I can
yeah.
republic, Byzantine, and I'll know it and I'll remember it. But we can't do it. So I go to you when it comes to that because you hear people nonstop talking, right? What
And
what
you
they do? How much is money? Just kick them all out, like.
and you heard me own up and say, I'm not even on that kind of level. I'm just a layman. So I just go by what I've seen in my travels and stuff like that. So
But that's
I
golden,
I
bro.
gain I gain knowledge. I gain knowledge by listening, and that's what I'm doing. I'm listening.
But you also experienced it. So Christine and I gained knowledge from you, from your experience, how you would feel over there. Because I can't, like Summer and I said, we have a families that went over there, but we haven't experienced what went on over there. Summer has her experiences that are unbelievable that she teaches, us from. And you have your experiences from there, what you can teach us, right? And we shut up and listen to you on that. So everybody contributes evenly, I think,
Yep,
Oh yeah.
everybody has something to bring to the I always tell people it's not a competition because each one of even if we've all been through the same exact thing, every one of our experiences are going to be different because our perspectives are different, our emotions are different, what we can tolerate is different. So our experiences are going to be different. So every single person always has something to bring to the table, whether they realize it or not.
Yes, they do.
absolutely. And when you get around the right people that you can know and trust and love, like this right here, some of you got where you come from. Christine's got that medical knowledge. I'm in the behavioral field. Thomas has got the overseas engagement. That's all knowledge, right, Thomas, that we're giving each other, but we turn
Yep.
it into wisdom, right? So you're teaching me knowledge that I turn into wisdom. I'm teaching you knowledge that turns into wisdom. And then we both on that road to enlightenment, man. And that's how we got to live, man.
And what's even better about all of it is because we live in such a we live in such a divided world, not just country, but world. What I love about so much about my channel specifically is I have people from just about every spectrum of the fucking YouTube screech you can go to, right? And
Mm-hmm.
but when everybody, especially this Pacific channel, when everybody comes here, like everybody's we're all different. We all have different cultures. We all have different ways of, how we live and see things and all of that. And I think that's cool too, because usually you have like maybe, people that they all might have like a lot of similarity things in common, but we all come from different things, you know what I mean? And so in a world that's so divided, it's cool to see so many different people come together in one place, because that's what I think is
Absolutely.
important.
100%.
Yep, that's 100.
Humanity
That's
means more
100.
than anything. Humanity brings safety. Humanity brings love. Humanity brings peace. Humanity brings even what I'm saying, a little because like it's okay to have good
It's
discipline.
not okay. You need that shit, right, Summer? Hell yeah. We need, I
Yeah,
should say we, W
yeah,
need.
man, you got to.
Hell yeah.
So
Good shit.
you
Good
know,
shit.
and when you can get those things under control, then everything else can come together. Like I tell, like even the stuff that we're doing, like with the protests and stuff now. What I love about, and it's crazy because like I know some of the same people that march with me now back in 2020 was like, get a job and y'all are crazy and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? But the
Get a
way
job. Like
the world
Jesus.
works is now it's affecting them. So now it's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. You know, and I can play the game, and a lot of people, and there are a lot of people that are playing this game like, well, nope, we try to tell you, we don't give a fuck, blah, blah. And, you know, do right. I get it. They have the right to do that, say that. But that's not going to get us anywhere but more divided, you know? So I think what's really cool with the group that we're doing, the massive protests across the United States, is there's people from all fucking walks of life. People that some agree, some don't agree. But one thing that we have in common is that, dude, our country's in trouble. Like, I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck what you're talking about between
Absolutely.
the violence and the homelessness and the abuse and the, you
Absolutely.
know, misspending and just everything. We're fucked, dude.
Amen.
Like,
Amen.
we're but you know, we're not completely to our knees yet, and it's not, you know, people's not going to pay attention because that's the kind of society that has been made. People don't pay attention until, you know, until it's focusing on them. People lost jobs, and you know, grants were not taken care of. People can't get their medicine. Shit, insurance is about to hit. Boy, wait till that shit fucking happens.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
far,
you're
we've
right.
had
You're
the
right.
most people we've had out protesting with us is 5.2 million just in on the United States, and then 7.3 across the country, across the world. Man, when they fuck with insurance, honey, y'all might see some people burning, some elderly people burning this bitch down.
You know,
right.
Summer, would you agree to this too, though? Is like he got elected on, we're going all the way back against Hillary because he whipped up a lot of votes from people that have never voted before, right? Like those people that you're talking about that haven't been paying attention. Would you agree to that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've said my belief. The reason why Trump's won both of his seats is because people are tired of politics, and so the same reason why Archer Schwarzenegger, or however you say his name. Sorry, I can't say it right, but
I hear
that
you.
No,
guy.
you good.
Like he won the same reason. People are tired of politics. So you get these people that everybody sees and they're like, oh, I remember him from the TV show. I like him now. They forget all the shit that he did, like back in the day, how he went and rent to black and brown people, how he took a fucking hit piece out on the young men from the Central Park Five. You know what I mean? Like people forgot about all that. They see him from, oh, why you were on the TV show, and oh, your old lady's the Playboy model, and well, you're not a politician, and little, you know, you're a Republican, but really he was just a Democrat.
Yeah.
He knows how to play the game. He knows how to gaslight. So he won strictly on the first round. He really didn't know shit, but he won strictly because people are tired of politicians. Both parties have dropped the ball constantly, Democrat and Republican. And because a lot of people around my way, around this sector, will say Democrat, but I mean, or say Republican, but I'm sorry, I blame
It's
Democrats,
both.
if not more.
Yeah.
So, Summer, I disagree with you. Can I just tell you why I think he won both times?
Yeah.
And then you just tell me if I'm okay. So, I disagree with you on saying that what you said about people getting tired of it. You are right, though. I think people are tired, but I think he won both times. First and foremost, not strictly because there's other reasons, but first and foremost because this country's
Right.
not ready for a woman president. Because he's 2-0 against ladies and he's 0-1 against men. And I'm just asking, do you think that, like, if you look at it from that view?
Think that this country is nowhere near being ready for a woman. And to be honest with you, I've had this conversation with people here in even my own state, which is not a conversation I really want to have because, as we all know, I'm 100% support women. But I just think with the temperament or what that we're in right now, I think putting women up right at this particular second, unless you know they can beat that person, but I don't know if there's a woman president. Now, I don't know. Unless he plays this card and gets into the dictator role, we'll get rid of him. But he's doing everything in his power to be able to run again and all this other weird shit. So, like Christine says, there probably won't be a president. But if there happens to be, I think that we need to, you know, I want a woman to run, but I just think we need a strong dude that's going to, and I'm not even going to say necessarily Democrat or Republican. I don't know.
I know what you mean, and I agree with you. And I think you broke up in the beginning because, Christine, did you hear like there was like 10 seconds that I didn't hear at first because I was waiting for her to.
A little bit. But
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I
no,
hate
no,
to
it's all
admit
good.
that this country is not ready for a woman president, but they're not. I mean, we can't even get people to understand what victims go through in a fucking trial that's going on. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
in the last couple ones, Epstein or P Diddy's, right? So I know they're not ready
that's
for
what.
a woman president. Maybe a woman governor, maybe a woman mayor, maybe a woman preacher, but they ain't ready for a woman president. And I wish that was fucking not
So
true.
you think you weigh them together, right? Because I agree with you that, you know what I mean, like people weren't paying attention and they're tired of the swamp or whatever, but also the women role too together, right? Would you agree? That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah,
All right,
100%.
cool.
Yeah,
Cool. Hell yeah, hell
I
yeah.
agree with that.
Yeah, because
And I don't like to agree with that, to be
I
honest
don't
with you.
either. I
But
hate
I
it.
mean,
I hate it. I hate having
I'm
to
a
say it.
realistic. I'm a realist before I'm anything, and
Fuck yeah.
realistically, no, she ain't gonna win.
I hate
She
having to
didn't
say
say,
it.
and Kamala, unfortunately, she didn't stand a chance anyway. Her own
Not
party
a,
fucked her. A
a
lot of people
snowball.
were pissed off because they didn't get the opportunity to, do the little selection and voting and all that shit. There were people that voted for Donald Trump just on that
I know.
because they didn't get to do the process.
I know. Not a snowball's chance did she have. And you know whose fault that is too, right? Joe Biden. And that's where I try to show how where he's
Well,
similar to.
actually, it was the Democratic caucus. Not to interrupt you, but that's who's controlling over who comes in and out of office seats.
No, but what I'm trying to say is that he can drop down at any time. So if they start speaking to him year before he actually drops down and he listens to them, he can drop down some. He has that ability at any time to say, I'm not running, or at least do it.
100%.
Yeah, so that's
And the
where I.
Democratic caucus had every. Yeah, but they should have, they should have nudged him too. But they thought it was going to be a bad look. What was a bad look was having you have a motherfucker that couldn't even tie his goddamn shoes on a fucking debate with a fucking Cheeto. That's what was
Yeah.
not a good fucking look.
No, not at all. But if you noticed where the stuff started coming out where even Democrats don't want him to run, then you have people saying, is this propaganda or not? Where they did go to him and nudged him because you saw that in both sides of the spectrum with the paper. And you could see
Oh yeah.
he didn't want to give that up, just like a narcissist can't. They have that problem of, I want to wake up and be Mr. President, even at that rule. And if he gave it up a year earlier and said, or at least planned with them, they would have had a better chance, and that's what I wish he did.
I'll be honest with you though. I don't know if I agree with that because I don't. I think the Democrats have done so much damage over the past couple of years that I don't think that it would have really mattered. I think Trump was going to win regardless, and I've said that the whole time.
Yeah, you could be right. It's just the thing that throws me off is I was wrong all 3 times. I thought he was going to lose the first one, right? Then I thought he was going to win the second one. And then I thought maybe he was going to lose the third one if Biden was still running. I didn't really know. But when he won the second one, I was really surprised. That's hard to do, is to lose that second election, right? After you won, Summer. You know what I mean? When you win one and then you become the incumbent. Like,
I mean, yeah, but again, he had it played in his hand. Like he knew how to play the game. And the problem with the Democrats is they played too much softball. They wanted to
well, you
be
misunderstood me, Summer.
with,
You misunderstood me. I wasn't giving a
no,
compliment.
I understand. I
I
got
was
what you
giving
were
him a major
saying.
insult. I was giving him an insult. I was
Right.
giving.
No, I know what I get what you were saying.
Okay, all right, okay. Because
I
he should
just
have
think
won.
he would have won regardless, no matter what, because of the temperament that everything was in, the way how bad Democrats fucking, and then the whole, I think he was going to win regardless.
But he lost, Summer. That's what I'm saying. He lost. We're talking about the second election, the one in the middle, the one that he lost. That's what I mean.
He did that to himself.
Yeah, but you know how hard it is to lose it when you're in that situation. You got to be an idiot. There's only been Christine, like 5, 6 presidents who have won and then lost. That's when you're in the driver's seat.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's not been a lot.
What he
He's
did
an
the first.
idiot, so.
Yeah, he's an idiot. The first thing he did was hard. The second thing he did was easy. So I was wrong on both of them, Summer. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, 100%. I just think that with the time and the temperament and just how everything fucking played out the way it did, I think he was going to win. And the only reason he didn't win the second time is because of himself. He didn't win. You know what I mean? Like he was just he shot himself in the foot because he had it.
I
He
think
shouldn't have.
the only reason why he lost is because he was a man, Joe Biden. That's it. That's the reason why I think. Because Biden was a man. That's why he lost. Trump. I mean that.
Mhm. The thing is, like, I don't know. They don't. Politics suck right now, especially in that White House seat. So I don't see why everybody fights so hard. They're like, oh, a woman's gonna fuck it up. Well, the fuck has the men did?
The men fucked it up since the beginning.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they fucked everything up.
I don't think men fuck everything up, but I mean,
no,
our
I
country is
said they
definitely
fucked
an
everything
example.
up in the government. That's what I'm saying. They fucked it up in the history of the government. I'm talking about, like they fucked everything up. I'm saying they set up a system, so we lose. That's it.
It was never, like I always say, it was never meant to be for the people. If it was, there wouldn't be no parties. They'd say, all right, Summer, Christine, Sean John, Thomas, they all want to run for president. Here's their shit. You all go vote for who's the best person. It's pretty simple. We wouldn't have all these electoral votes. We wouldn't have all this weird shit.
Absolutely, Summer.
What's up, Mad Daddy? How you doing, Moonshine?
Yo, what's up, buddy?
We're just chilling. You're more than welcome to hit the link and come up and talk about whatever. I'm on my last building. Woohoo! All the kitties are running
Working
out.
your ass off while you're doing this shit. It's great.
Yeah, it helps me with the time because I just kind of get in my head. And I'm finally getting out of my head, so I don't want to sit in my head.
Hell yeah, it's so big.
It's a very dangerous place.
Me too.
Yeah, I was in a lot of pain, but I decided to come up because I was just wanting to say hi and stuff like that. But now my pain is gone just from being here. So thank you all.
Community is always a
we're
good
good
thing.
pain relievers.
Well said.
Distraction.
Mine too, man. You're right. You're right. Mine too.
Well, I think it's because we distract.
Of course.
Yep.
But you distract with knowledge, so we get an education too while we, right?
Well, and I think it's the fact that we're not sitting by ourselves. We're actually, even though it's sitting in a chair or laying in a bed, we're talking.
Yep.
What's the only animal with a dick on its back? A police
Horse.
horse. Duh.
Angel, I
That
love
was a
your
good one,
dad
Angel.
joke.
What's up, Angel? That was a good one.
It was him and his daddy's
Love
joke.
it, Angel.
Oh man.
That's my movie guru. Katrina's my musical guru, and Angel's my movie guru.
Come on up if you want. Anybody can hit the link. We ain't doing shit. Just chilling.
Links there. We're just talking. I just tried to. I have some questions about what's going on, and I really want answers. Oh, good, he's back. H&M, what do you think about? Have you heard anything about what I've talked about? What I brought up about getting all these immigrants out of here?
No, I just came in, but I think I did a show talking about the immigration problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have no problem with the immigration as a whole. I mean, you want to come in for better opportunity, that's fine, but don't mooch off of us, okay? Because from what I understand, they're giving immigrants, the same benefits that Americans are getting, but they're getting it for, I guess you could say, for cheap or something like that. They're just giving it to them without them having to earn it.
Right.
The same shit you worked for, they just get it for free. That's where I have a problem. And plus, they're commandeering all of these sacred places like schools and churches with no place for us to go. I read a story about a school bus that had to let the children out just so they can accommodate the immigrants. homeless shelters got to accommodate immigrants. I'm like, well, okay, this is too goddamn much.
Yep. Exactly.
And I don't know what the answer is. And I'll be honest. Some days I'm like, yeah, they need to go. Other days, like, oh, what about humanity? You know, I feel like a freaking flip flopper. But and I think sometimes I bring too many personal things into my thought process.
So,
Hey, Amanda.
well, Christine, be honest with you, you got the right thought. It's not bringing personal things in it. It's like, again, I talk in layman's terms. So it's like, for example, if somebody is coming into your house and everybody else in your house is paying rent, they bring in some kind of income to your house, but you got a person that comes in and they decide, I'm just going to sit there on your couch. I'm not going to do nothing, but you're going to give me everything. What are you going to do with that person? Are you going to let them live with you, or are you going to kick them out of your house? You understand what I mean?
I'm gonna kick them out.
Yeah, exactly. So there's
Well,
nothing wrong. There's
and
nothing
in
wrong
my
with your thoughts.
right.
There's nothing
Well,
wrong with your thoughts.
and here's the thing. You want to come into my home, but because you have and you have no job, no place to live. That's why you want to come into my home. Um, no food, no training. Why would I let you come into my home? And okay, I'm going to let one come in so I can help them. But how many more am I going to do?
Yeah,
I don't know.
but
I don't
think
know.
about it. Think about it. You that one person. So you let that one in. Now think about the rest of.
Right. I don't
So
know.
you gotta multiply that, and that's what I can't. That's why I can't get my head around. It's like what Hustler was saying is where my mentality is, and there's nothing wrong, Christine, with your emotions or nothing like that. No, you thinking just right,
Okay.
because
Right. And you know,
we are suffering. Your medical is going up because of
yeah,
that.
yeah. Amanda, I'm going to say what Amanda said. Amanda said many of them here many of them being taken are here legally. They have visas. But okay, so here's my question. In my understanding from my research, and I could be wrong and you can rectify me, is that those visas at any time can be removed by the US government. At
So
any
somebody
time.
said the other day to me too, they said, because I was asking somebody about it, and they said on the bottom, like it's like on the bottom of an Apple agreement form, right? You know how they have that, but whether it be on the top or the bottom, it is like where they signed it. And if you can go to websites and you type in what you and I are saying right now and Amanda's talking about, I think you get a better view. So I heard that too, Christine. I just want to ask H&M real quick. I don't know if I asked you or Sean, but if you have a channel, can you put it in the comment section and I'll subscribe?
Sure. Give me a second.
Yeah, and Sean I believe has a wrench.
Sean
So he can
doesn't
post
have a
it.
channel.
Yeah, Sean it didn't, but H&M does. So that's what I was asking.
Oh, well, H&M. I have his. I'll grab it.
Yeah, I asked Sean before summer, but I didn't remember if it was H&M or if it was Sean that I asked before. So
It's all good.
So I was trying to lead respectfully and say H&M. If I asked you before, I apologize. You know. Thomas.
Yes.
So, baby.
Yeah, hell yeah, summer.
It's in the back chat.
Okay, great. Thank you. You guys continue. Thank you so much.
I'm going to put it in the front chat.
Excellent.
Yeah, appreciate it.
You're
I'm hitting it
welcome.
right.
We enjoy it.
Right.
I'm hitting it right
Already
now.
subscribed.
I'm subbing right now.
180, baby. I'm always seeming to be on that 10-digit thing. That's so funny. We got 180 now. 179 and 180.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And back to you, Christine, on Amanda's comments.
Well, and that was my question. It's like, yeah, they're here legally on a visa, and visas are temporary.
They are.
Yeah.
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 I don't know how the immigration process works. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. And at any time, the U.S. government can remove those visas.
And they get deported.
Correct.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And that's another thing. It ain't so much. It ain't so much immigration. If they're here illegally, that could be a problem because you don't know what they're coming over here to do. If they're here, if they're not authorized to be here, that's like going to a club and just letting any old body, any old Dick, Harry, Jane, and Joe up in there. You don't know what they're gonna do.
And here's the other thing:
security precautions. That's where I have the problem too.
So many different states give different benefits, and I know, like with New York State, they're in a deficit of billions of dollars because the amount of money that they have utilized for immigration. Whereas in Florida, they were giving it, and now they have cut back big time.
I'd like to comment on the visas. I don't know if they're able to revoke them or not. I'm sure they are. The point being is, back even when Reagan was in office, that's when a lot of this started. The whole premise was for them to have the work visas to come here and work. And we wanted them to come, especially in the border states. Because I was going back some old stuff with Reagan, and the bottom line is, if you're going to give a visa because you want someone to work in your country and then just decide, hey, I want to be an asshole today and take it away, what's the point? Like, you're telling people we want you to come here and work, but now all of a sudden, because you have a manifest or a mandate rather on brown skinned people, then we're just going to get rid of all of them. And I didn't get a chance to respond to you today, Christine, because I've been very busy. But in what I sent to you, some of those individuals were here legally.
Here legally on visas?
They were here legally because they were born here.
Okay.
Yep, 100%. I can vouch for that as
Right.
well.
That's the DACA ones, right?
Yes, those are called the dreamers. And again, I go back to, there's a situation with a young high school boy, 17, that was picked up the other day by immigration, and on the way to soccer practice, when they were headed to pick up someone else, but they just, quote, decided to get him, because I watched the press conference, and he's a dreamer. He's never been to Mexico a day in his life.
Yeah.
But this is where he was born. This is where he was raised. And I have a real issue with that. I'm sorry. If this is
I do too.
If you're born here and you've never been to another, quote, country that they want to take you to, I'm sorry. I feel that to be kidnapping in my personal book.
So are his parents here and filled out paperwork and become citizens, or is one parent a citizen and one's not? Do
Probably
you
one
know?
of them is illegal. I don't remember exactly the status of the parent, but it doesn't matter. He was here legally. And
He's one
because Trump doesn't like it, he's tried to revoke all of these children who were born here legally.
Yep.
Yeah, he wants to repeal the DACA, the Dreamers, whatever.
Oh, well, he's already gotten SCOTUS approval to do it, pretty
Yeah.
much. And I'm sorry. Again, I go back to, where are we going to draw the line? And
So
And I also want to touch on the insurance company thing too. We can't blame everything on the immigration, because anybody that knows anything about PACs and super PACs knows that insurance companies are giving kickbacks to every single person in Congress. And there is, and all you have to do is go to opensecrets.com, I believe it is, or .org, and you can see who's paying who. And we know that they're getting kickbacks to allow some of the things that are going on. It's called corporate greed on top of it. So if United Healthcare wants to stop insuring, I don't know, my liver tomorrow, I can't blame it on immigration. I blame it on United Healthcare. And whatever reason they have, because it's costing them trillions of dollars every year. Well, I don't know. Maybe you should quit paying your stockholders so much money, and oh, I know, quit giving your CEO that just got killed, I don't know, millions of dollars in bonuses when he was the CEO. Just a thought.
I agree.
So, Amanda, can I ask you a couple things? Because I really didn't know anything about like the Immigration Act, and when you were talking about the work visas, like that type of way to get into the country. So I was curious, and I looked up like the Work Visas Act, and it said that it was first temporary work visa program was introduced in 1917, and it was called the H-2 program. So then I asked it, can you connect it with Ronald Reagan at all? And in I guess it was 86, right? That's what Reagan was president from 80 to 88. The H-2A program for agriculture workers and the H-2B program for non-agricultural seasonal workers was created by him. So I could see what you were saying about that it was brought on by him, but it was first started in 1917. And what I was reading about all of these mass deportations that has happened was in the 1930s, right? After Hoover, when FDR started, there was hundreds of thousands, possibly over a million. They called it the Mexican repatriation. I can't even say this word because it's so far away I can't read it. But anyways, hundreds of thousands, possibly over a million. Then in 1954, they called it Operation Wetback. This was completely different. And I'm just reading from an AI form that has footnotes underneath that I clicked. So what I'm reading to you is basically the top of it, the name of it, because we can't take everything that we hear as truth. And I have no problem just saying that, because I'm not here to challenge you and tell you you're wrong, but I am here to bring up another side where people can look at both things. Have you ever heard of Operation Wetback or the other one, the Mexican reparation?
No, and I'm not disputing the fact that immigration started, or this all started in 1917. What I mentioned was Reagan and those particular visas, because I've been studying about it, that I know exist. And so I don't give out information unless I've properly vetted it.
I know that.
And, it was my understanding in the beginning, whenever the beginning was, is let's take a border state. Let's take Texas. No, let's go to California. Sorry, let's use that one.
Okay.
Let's come over in the morning. Okay, they would come over in the morning. They would work the fields, and then in the evening they would go back to Mexico. Some of these individuals would.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That was, and they would use their visas to get across the border. And that was just common practice.
Oh yeah. And there were some that flip-flopped that were actually American citizens that went over there, worked in Mexico for cash, and then came back over here. I know of a few in the entertainment industry. That's why, if you ask me why would they want to do something like that, Mexican wrestling is very popular. Yeah. So yeah, that was really eye-opening too. Now, I want to say one last thing to you, and I really want you to, if you can help me too, so we can do research together on this when you have a chance, whether it's, weeks or it doesn't matter. But at the end, they have when I asked about the Obama administration. So I asked them, when were there the most mass deportations during work visas? Because I'm not asking immigration, I'm asking work visas.
They'll say probably Obama.
Yeah, now, but I remember guys who out there, especially like who attack. I'm not saying if this is true, but I do think we should look into it. It says historical data, right, can be less precise, and numbers often combine deportations, right, with formal removals with returns, which is important, right? But the term work visa, right, itself can be broad at times. Now, this is the number that they say, right? They said that it can be up to 1 million, right? Now that million has to be mixed with other thing, guys. So don't go running with the M word. But it is in here, and they're taking it from .gov. They're taking it from .gov, a WHO. Is it World Health, right, Amanda?
World Health Organization.
Okay, so they're taking it from those numbers from there. So that's interesting, and that's all I'm going to say. Because if I say more, then people are going to, run with it. But that's kind of right. I wouldn't think that.
What, that Obama deported a lot?
Well, just that much, I know he was the drone king, but
during Obama is when we had most of our kids in cages.
So that's what I mean. Like when I look at this work visa thing, and I look at like the different presidents, like I definitely would think FDR is like, I would think Reagan did better than like say FDR, and I won't compare him to Obama because I don't want to do that yet. But reading Hoover, FDR, and then Eisenhower, I think Reagan did the best than all of them. That's all.
I mean, Reagan did a lot of things that I agree with, and he did a lot of things I didn't agree with. Obama, I've heard it out of the mouth of other people on other channels in this area that Obama just let everybody in that he wanted to. And that's just simply not the case.
That's like, you're right. That's like the regular narrative. It's like a BS narrative, right? Just because he's a Democrat, he let everybody in, right? That's like someone who just says that to say it.
Yeah, the same thing with Biden. Well, he just let everybody in. Well, again, I go back to, if ICE is doing all the things, and I see videos every day, and they're doing all the things, where are millions and millions and millions of people? You can't just hide millions of people.
Right?
I mean, if we go based on numbers that MAGA puts out, 20 million, 25 million. I mean, I've seen some just astronomical numbers.
Well said. Well said.
Where are they at?
It's so funny though. It's a
Well,
common sense.
I don't think it's 25 million. Do I think there's millions? I do. We're not hiding them. They're not hiding.
Like Amanda says, where are they? Like,
but if they are in such plain sight,
right?
Respectfully,
They are.
Where? Like, I'm with her on that. Like, who's the
and
magician, Amanda? The guy that make the shuttle disappear? Did they make
Amen, Daddy.
disappear?
I mean, I'm sorry. I just, and I go back to you guys that are MAGA voted for a president that claimed that he was only going to get rid of those from, quote, asylums, the really bad dudes, the one that are, really, really bad with his 3-syllable words. But now we've moved on to dreamers. We've moved on. If you're brown, and guys, if you're white and get a sunburn, you better not, and it turn brown. I'm just saying, because they might pick you up. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but they're just picking up anybody. And that was not what he originally told the American people. So, I mean, not that I didn't think he was going to do anything other than, lie, but you would think if you voted for a president and you expected a certain thing, that's what you would get. But hey, who am I? So let's just round them all up. Let's round up millions of people if they're here. Let's send them back and see what we got left and go from there.
at least this conversation is circular in a good way, because we all agree that it's so hard and there's so many moving pieces. Because I was with Thomas Veteran that I agree that we have to do what we're doing right now. I also agree that there are innocent people that are going to get, swept into it, which sucks. But I also know that this is life, right, Christine? We said where it's unfair that it's going to happen. And I also know that numbers are inflated on both sides. Amanda said, where are they? So I know that it's not, millions or thousands of people that are legal, right, Christine? There's not a million legal people that have been deported, right?
Who knows?
No,
Been
come on.
thousands.
You're smarter than that. There's not
They're not U.S. citizens. Put it that way.
That's what I mean.
Some of
That's
them are.
that's what I mean, Christine. Exactly. They're not.
Them are, and that's my issue. I mean, and again, I have a real problem, and people can disagree with me, and I'm going to stand by this. If you're using, tear gas and having to beat the hell out of people, and doing all the things that I have seen in videos, where you won't even identify yourself. I mean, most recently, it's happened in a congressional office, where they attempted to go into the back office of this congressperson's office because they claim that he's harboring illegal immigrants. They said they didn't have to have a warrant, but they could do what they wanted to do because the president mandated them to do it.
All I'm saying, Amanda, is I think you misunderstood what I said, because there's no way you could not agree with me on what the last thing I said. I was saying it even satirically. Like, I was saying, if you were a legal let me just say it again. If you're legal, there's no way that a million legalized citizens have been deported.
Again, I don't need you to repeat it. I understood what you said the first time, but I do think that a majority of what's being taken are legally here. I mean,
I can't entertain.
There are several instances.
Sorry.
Of I apologize for interjecting, but there are several accounts of legal citizens being rounded up and deported. There are.
Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed. That's what I said.
Yeah, and we're not denying that some U.S. citizens are being, put into this mix. I'm not denying it, but I think we're using
Okay,
verbiage.
I came into the conversation late, so.
Yeah, I think we're mixing verbiage where are you a legal citizen, meaning you are born and raised here, you have everything, the birth certificate, you are an American citizen, or you have gone through the immigration process and have become a legal citizen that way, or are you legal because you have a visa? There's different verbiages I think we're all using on what we're classifying as legal.
No, I think it's very clear that some of us are talking about actual American citizens.
I
Would be okay. I just wanted to make sure we understood that. That's all.
We do.
No,
we do. There's no way a million of them have been.
Right. We have stated that there are American citizens that have been put in this mix.
Yep.
And he won't bring them back. Once they're gone, he has defiantly said, I'm going to violate your court orders. I'm going to do the opposite of what you want me to do. Fuck you and fuck what you want me to do.
Yeah, I've seen coverage on that as well. Like legit freaking citizens, born citizens, and they get put into a prison overseas, and they're like, and even though all the documents, everything is correct, stating, yeah, it's fine for me to be in the U.S. Come get me. It's being refused.
Well,
Like straight up refused.
I watched a press conference a couple of weeks ago that was held with a bunch of children who were picked up, that they have no parents, they have no one. They've just been taken from America to Mexico.
This is what kills me, though. is they make this huge big deal, like, okay, these people can't be here. We're gonna send ICE everywhere, blah blah blah, right? But then you bring a bunch of South African immigrants in, like, it's just it's fucking weird, dude.
Started with that.
Hear about Summer? There's a bridge being built that comes through Mexico, and it's like a direct line of immigrants from South Africa. And it's not very well covered. There's a couple of independent journalists that are covering the story, and I know a little bit about it, but not enough to speak on it. But I know what you're talking about. Like, the U.S. is kind of contradicting itself, and it's weird.
Right, exactly.
And I haven't been able to like get more into the story, but what I have heard is, and what I have, seen the evidence of is, like, America and the Oval Office and everyone making the decisions.
Yeah, it's
No more immigration. And while they're literally, and I do mean that, do mean in a
literally.
literal way, building bridges over chasms and waterways to allow this like forced illegal immigration from South America through Mexico borders. And like I said, I really wish I had more detail on it, but it was just like, wait.
Well,
what?
who's building the bridge?
America is fun.
I've heard this. Some of this I think is
I'll
conjecture.
have to look that
I'm
up.
like bullshit until I
Yeah.
look it up. Everything's bullshit until I look it up. Guys,
Yeah.
don't worry.
Let me do a little bit of research here.
In school, I'm not real sure why you're telling me.
Yeah, y'all can share whatever y'all want to share, as long as we do commissary over it.
I'm not sure why you're telling me how and why the conversation works so well.
Oh, yeah. So it's just on the side. You write back once and it's over. It's no big deal. Hold on.
I mean, I don't think that I'm telling anyone that they have to believe what I believe.
All right, then it's cool. It's cool. Good. Then it's all good.
I mean, you believe what you want to believe, but what
Yeah,
I do
it's all
believe
good.
is.
But what do you think about the bridge that he's talking about?
I don't
'Cause
know anything about the bridge.
me neither.
So
That's what I'm
I
saying.
have a question. You're saying all these kids without parents. Where are their parents, and why do we have kids without parents?
That is something I actually know a lot about, and I can't speak too much about it because of one of the positions that I held over like about maybe almost 2 years ago. There are a lot of kids being sent through, let's just say, one of the most treacherous trails possible from South America and Mexico into the Americas. And I know a lot about it, and yes, it happens a lot. And
I understand that, and they make it here. But what is the United States?
No, they don't. No, a lot of them don't. Most of them don't.
I'm talking
about have been here, and they were deported. I don't know what the situation is with their parents. It's irrelevant to me. The fact is when I see a press conference with a bunch of kids that have no parents, and the government, I wish I could find the video. I'll try to find it.
But did they use? But did their parents use them and send them into the United States with?
Perhaps.
So my question again: what are we supposed to do with these kids?
Yeah, a lot of times. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, and I was just thinking of the 17-year-old. It did prompt something in my brain that was taken after watching that horrible press conference. His dad was illegal, and the ICE agent had the nerve to say, and I disagree with this, well, if you were being a good father, you wouldn't have brought your kid here illegally, and you would have gotten citizenship for yourself. Well, here's the thing. The kid's been here his whole life.
Which means Dad has been here.
I think that a parent bringing their child here for a better life makes them a hell of a parent. Because I wouldn't want my children around the
Wait, but
cartel.
why wouldn't his dad, in all those years, apply for citizenship?
Because it's extremely expensive.
So
Oh,
like,
That's what I don't get people to understand. I've helped pay for this before with other teachers.
I understand it's expensive. I get it's expensive.
We're talking close to $30,000 to $50,000
I
all
and
said and done.
and I'm not denying this, but because it's expensive, we're supposed to open the floodgates to let this happen.
See, and nobody is, and I think this is the last thing I'm going to say about it, because we went over this the other day, and I'm really just not in the headspace for this, and then I'm going to bug out. But I'm going to say this: if we subjugate an entire group of people for the color of their skin, and I'm sorry, religiously, I have an issue with it. This is my opinion I'm giving, guys. Then they will move on to another group of people next. Donald Trump
And
has made no qualms
okay,
about the fact that he has issues with other groups of people in this country, whether that be trans people, gay people. I don't know. Maybe he'll pick up fat people next. Um, Hitler did the same thing. And I have a real issue with that. I really do. And anybody that thinks it's okay to see people dragged by their hair and treated the way some of these people have been treated to be picked up is unconscionable to me. We complain when it's done to Americans. We complain when the police overstep their bounds to everyone else. But I guess we're okay with, I don't know, brown skinned people having the hell beat out of them. I don't know. Um, you know, why is it okay? Why is it acceptable that they're taking children who have been here their entire lives? Why is this okay? And why are American people think that this is okay?
I can tell you why. And I'm not saying I think it is, but I've had a lot of discussion about this recently. So we'll use the 17-year-old for example. 17-year-old has been here his whole entire life. The dad or mom or both have been here illegally for 17 years. So since they've been here that long, we should say, okay, it's too expensive, carry on.
Yeah, not everybody has the same monetary means that everybody else does. And we don't know. There's obviously more to the story that they're not going to tell us. But again, that young man was 17 years old, was going to soccer practice. He's in jail right now in shackles and handcuffs.
Yeah. Where's the dad?
I don't remember where dad is. I honestly don't. I don't know if they were looking for dad, trying to find dad, whatever the case may be. That young man was born here, to my knowledge. And I tell you that as a government and as a people, you can dislike whatever ever color people you want to, but if we do it to one group of people, they will do it to another group whenever they see fit.
And I understand what you're saying because, there's a saying that, that they did it to the brown people, I didn't speak up. They did it to the Jewish people, I didn't speak up. And I'm not putting all the words in right. They did it to the, purple people, I didn't speak up. They came after me. There was nobody to speak up for me. I get what you're saying. What I'm trying to portray out there as other views because not everybody in this country has the same views.
Well, most people in this country that I interact with every day want them shot at the border.
Well, I interact with many different kinds.
I do too. And if I can interject real quick, I agree with you completely, Christine, because there has to be some give and take. And what would you do, Amanda? Just stop the whole thing completely? Because that leads people in. So we do have to stop it. And then if we stop it, the couple are going to get trickled out. And before, that's why I was trying to say it wasn't a million. And I was just joking about a million, you know, like there's got to
I
be
understand that
middle.
you're joking about a million. We're not even talking about that.
I think we are, Amanda, because I
No,
was just, okay.
you're stuck on that. I'm
That's
not.
fair.
I'm
That's fair.
on.
Let School have his words
No,
too.
that's fair though. I don't want to say anymore. I was just saying I was with you,
I
Christine.
am, but it has to do
that-
with what I said, Christine. So I was part of that conversation with him. So let me rebut it if he has a problem with what I said.
I don't have a problem with what you said. I was talking about this conversation right now. It pertains to we have to let people in, right? And we have to remove some people out. That's basically what I was trying to agree with Christine on. Where if I'm asking you, Amanda, is do you want it all halted, or can you explain how much so we don't run into the problem?
We have had immigration laws on the books for a very long time, as you've seen. I want an affordable mechanism for individuals to be able to come to this country, whether they're from Mexico, whether they're from China, or whether they're from, I don't know, Germany. It has to be affordable and obtainable.
I agree. I mean,
And
but it's not fair. I want to ask you, do we stop the deportations completely? How about that question? Yes
I
or no?
think what we're doing is not working.
So you're saying yes, we stop it completely? I'm just asking you that.
I think that it has to be done in a different way. Going and snatching people in the middle of the night. Okay, I don't know how to better articulate.
What different way would you suggest? I'm just, I mean,
When
these are important
did
questions.
when did we become the country that Donald Trump has turned this place into? That's what
Well,
you
I'll
have to
tell you,
ask
during the
yourself.
Civil War, Amanda, you asked that question. Immigrants came over from Ireland, right? They came off of one boat. They got to a table. They took a feather. They signed to have free citizenship, right? They grabbed a rifle and a backpack, and then they went right onto another boat and then went from New York down to South Carolina to Sumter and fight in the Civil War in the Irish Brigade. And a lot of them got their family citizenship, but they didn't even make it back up, you know?
Well, and Filipinos, that happened with Filipinos. Filipinos were given them and their family citizenship if they signed up for the military for so many years. Same thing with Filipinos happened.
You know that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Lots of people have been promised their military service for citizenship,
Yep.
and some have now been told that they're not going to get it. So, yes, Tally, that's what I'm talking about, the cruelty, the absolute cruelty. When you are so sadistic that you want to shoot another human being at the border because you think it's funny and cute. I'm sorry.
I do not foresee anybody thinking it's funny and
Yeah,
cute. They're
and neither do I.
following
But that's
orders.
the thing
I
that I'm
know
talking about, Amanda.
people.
That's all the way one-sided. That's a dramatic. You know what I mean?
I'm
That's
not being dramatic, guys. I've had this conversation with people that are MAGA that want full time United States military service members at our border. And if anybody crosses, they are to be shot on sight.
we're not saying that it doesn't happen. We're agreeing with you, Amanda. I just don't think that pertains to what we're speaking about. We're talking about what number, where is the line? You know, that's what I was asking you.
And what needs to be changed? And in the meantime that it's changed, do we just completely stop deportation? Which I know that's not going
the
to
big
happen.
one, Steve. That's right. Yes or no? Do we completely stop deportation, Amanda?
We don't have a choice. Donald Trump has already decided for us what
Okay, let's say
No,
because
the president does not. I'm sorry, the president does not decide. Okay, the president makes suggestions. It is not the end all be all. Please, people need to remember that.
Well,
It's the people that make the decisions.
It's supposed to go through Congress. But again, he's being able to do it. He has given a mandate to the FBI, to ICE, Homeland Security, and all the people to deport these individuals.
So let's say I'm President Trump, Amanda, and I ask you, What would be your suggestion to rectify this?
Give people a legal means to get here, an affordable mechanism to get here.
Okay. So the ones that are here. So then right now, do we stop deportation?
Yeah, because that's the question. You got to make that choice, yes or no.
I don't have to make any choice.
No, we're
You're the
doing
president. You do the whole. That's
we're
what I
doing
mean.
hypotheticals.
Okay,
The
look,
answer is to give them due process.
look, everyone's
Why are they
look,
entitled to the same due process as an American citizen when they're not an American
Because
citizen?
the law is very clear when you're on American soil. You can go
I
out there to research it.
understand that the wet foot,
I do
the
too.
dry foot, wet foot went into play with that. I can understand that.
Exactly, Irby. Thank you. Because he has power in every branch. He has executive, judicial, and the legislative. And Congress to this day has not balked him. They're not going to because they have the majority in his party.
okay, look, real quick.
ahead,
Everyone keeps what do we
You're
need?
roboting, hon.
What
Yeah.
do we need to
We can't hear
repair?
you.
And hold up.
Yeah, fix it.
Test.
You got a good mic.
Yes, better.
Better. All right. Everyone's talking. Everyone's speaking in terms of like what do we need to do in America? How do we fix things here in America? Immigration goes, as far as our poverty goes, and things like that. Okay, it's beyond that. So instead of thinking of terms like how can we fix things in as far as immigration goes in our country, it's not about that. It's the countries that these people are fleeing from. We spoke before about children being like literally children. I've seen there's actually tons of videos. I could post some right here of riding Mexico's deadly migrant train. There's other videos that come up from South America, trails, deadly rivers that come through, and kids are sent on this trail, okay, and they disappear for obvious reasons, along with a lot of other people, because there's huge human trafficking problems and things like that. Why are parents sending them off? It's because a lot of times their children are being threatened. The parents are being threatened and they can't do anything about it. So they say, okay, here's all the money I can give you. Here's the best advice I could give you. If I don't send you off here today, not just me, but you're all going to die too, because I'm not complying with what's happening with this guerrilla warfare BS or political BS or whatever the hell's happening. That's the major problem with why so many people are trying to come into the US, because you are afforded rights in the US, and that's a good fucking thing. We do want to protect you, at least the good people. President doesn't want to protect you. They want to kick you to the goddamn curb and let you go, shift around in human trafficking and stuff like that. They like the president doesn't care. The freaking they don't care. The House doesn't freaking care. All they give a shit about is money. Okay, how much is it costing us? How much is it depreciating the value of the U.S. and blah blah blah? It's not about people. Okay, I've seen way too much, and I've been trained in way too much that I still can't even freaking bring myself to talk about.
Hey, man, Daddy, I know with you, right? Because we have a relationship where you taught. I know what division you served in. I know where you served, right? So you and I have that relationship, right? So I can feel you on that. And everything you said, like you're right. I think it's because we were just trying to start on something small, like a yes or no on the immigration. And you're right, it does come from there. But like in these conversations, I think they work so well because we try to keep it small and not switching the subjects. But bro, everything you've done, I like I said, fucking.
It's like I said, but it's not about.
Bro, I salute you, man. So
thank you.
I just wanted to ask Amanda, and like Christine said, hypothetically, if you were Madam President, yes or no, would you completely?
And I've stated I'm thinking about it. I
know.
I need to go take care of my dogs. I'll be back.
I know that. I wasn't asking again.
Well, I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm going to play devil's advocate. Okay, that's what I'm playing tonight is devil's advocate.
Best thing to be, baby.
What I'm saying isn't necessarily my total belief. Okay.
Doesn't have to be.
And well, what I'm saying though, when I hear somebody say that that we're sending kids, we're pulling kids out, they have a parent that's illegal, even though the kid's been here his entire life, never been to Mexico. We have women that have been sent here with their children. They do not have legal process yet. The deportation, there's got to be some, and mind you, I get it. They have been coming over here for years. Now, I'm also tell you, I know somebody who has a ranch near the Texas border. Okay, they're coming into this ranch to come through the Mexico into Texas border, and they're hiding out on their ranch. They So once they make it in, and we have all these people that are, and I'm not even talking about the ones that are on visa. I'm talking about the ones that come over here. Some of them get papers, that they were just, handwritten papers to give to everybody, rubber stamp, move them along, get them out because there is too many. We do have an enormous amount of people in the United States that are here without any papers, B, here on work visas, C, a parent made it over here, had a child, so the child is American citizen. So we have several different factors here. We shut it down altogether. Okay, that's not resolving anything. Are we going to, and in the meantime, we work on, our immigration policy and how to become an American citizen? I've been preaching that for years. If we can revamp that, that would make a big difference on people coming in through the legal way. If we stop deportation while we work on this paper, that could be 5 years. Does that mean nobody gets asylum? Even the worst of the worst that need asylum, do we not let them in, or do we continue to let them come in?
See, and that was kind of the basis of like that. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. Is like, it's everyone keeps trying to think of like, it's like, what do we do? What does America do? These people are fleeing from countries that are, that they're being threatened daily. They're being kidnapped daily. They're being murdered daily.
Yeah,
Okay, now it's not like, and this is my point. It's not how do we fix American policy. It's how do these other regions fix their policies
That's
and
also
help
called
their
foreign
people.
policy for us.
I
But
know,
as the United States,
like,
we can't go in there
that's
and
where
fix
it
it
starts.
for them.
I know, and that's where it starts. So we're forced to take the brunt of this because people are fleeing into the U.S. Not just the U.S., but other countries where they're going to have, better opportunity and better life and so on and so forth. It's not just the U.S. This is a huge freaking global
Right, it's
problem,
globally. It's
right?
global.
So, but it's these regions, and it's like, okay, do we go in and police? Like, that's where you need to think, not our borders and our states and our policies and so on and so forth. It's like, how do we help them fix their problems? Because if we don't fix their problems and they're not able to fix their problems, we're going to catch the brunt of it. And we're going to continue to have to formulate new ways of deportation and how we're able to accept certain people that really need our help. And it's not a drain on our economy, by the way. Actually,
Some is
immigration.
not,
Wait,
others are.
Immigration is a
and he
good
spoke back
thing.
to you. Can I just speak now afterward from you two guys? So I love how you get choked up Moonshine, because I know when you're passionate about something, like you were just getting choked up. And all I want to say is, after Christine spoke, did you hear what you said right after that? You're like, that's what I was just like trying to get at and say, talk to her long enough, she'll help you finish your sentences, because she's definitely helping me with me to paraphrase what I'm trying to get at before I lose, because she's just the best, Okay, Christine, I love
But
you.
here's my devil's advocate again. Since when and why should it be that United States should assist, and I'm going to put assist versus going into another country or telling another country they need to fix this. But why is it the United States' responsibility?
Okay, let me take this.
You go first, yeah, and I'll go.
Okay. Okay, first of all, it's not. We can advise, but that is not the primary goal of the U.S. I hate saying it this way, but it's the easiest way I can say it. The primary goal of the U.S. government is to conquer. Okay, that's what they do. All right.
Can I go ahead with that to you, Shine?
Yeah.
I agree with him, but I say it is our job. So I agree and disagree with him. I agree with him about conquering.
I'm cool with that.
And I disagree with the first thing he said about how it's not our job. And the only reason it is our job is because if we don't have a presence, now that presence is a total different debate. If we don't have a presence, Russia's going to go wild over there. If there's no presence,
I understand.
And no, I
understand, but to be an advisor is like the U.S. takes things so much to the extreme. They don't advise. They make a statement, or they create conditions for a country, and then if those conditions aren't met, guess what the U.S. is going to do? Fuck you. We're going to do it anyway.
Right,
you know what I mean? That's how our government operates, and that's the wrong way to do it. Okay.
But they could go Roman Empire on them, where
I know,
they take
right?
over the land and say, "Hey, if you do 10 years in our army, everything's free after that."
I'm sorry. What do you mean could? What do you mean could? That's
you know what I mean.
That's what the U.S. has been doing. That's what we have been doing.
But
we wait for a country to tear themselves apart. We come in and say, "Democracy, baby,"
and then come into the army, and you could have a free, rest of your life like they did over there. That's the best story about about who's the famous slave from Thrace? That's the Spartacus, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when they took over Thrace, he was conscripted into the army. He serves in the army, and then when they come out, then he retires, and the family gets to live off the pension for the rest of your life. Question is do you make it out?
But yeah, I've like U.S. government policy is so off the rails. It's
every
insane.
Empire.
It's insane, and it's catching on. It's catching on. Like everyone's like China. Well,
because that's where I think it's going too, bro. You're right.
Of course, China is a threat. China is an empire.
Where was it before us, though, buddy? Where was it before America? Where was it before everybody started saying America, America, America?
Oh, man.
Where do you think, though? In the 1800s, who was ruling then? England.
Yeah.
So everybody followed England and had king and queen. Then America started with the experiment, and all of a sudden we were starting to become a major power. What's this democracy thing? And what happens? French Revolution. Now the French are a republic, right? That was the big one. What happens in the 1800s? England's starting to lose their gain. And then in the 1900s, decolonization. Africa is given back, right? Nobody owns it anymore. And what do they make their governments? Every one of them almost a democracy. Mm-hmm. And that's what you just said about China. That's where I think the next thing goes.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you, Athens.
Thank you, bro. I love you, man.
I'm glad you can follow, because you know me, man. I'm not especially articulate in politics or policies and things, but to me, it's more of a psychological, sociological aspect you know.
Well, you've been there, experienced, man. You know your shit. I'm reading Summer. You wrote. Where's the first one that you wrote? You're writing a lot of good shit over here. This is what I want to start. The first one you wrote asserts that the Western Hemisphere is not subject to further European colonization or intervention. It's articulated by President James Monroe in his annual address to Congress in 1823. Is that the first part of it, Sam?
Yeah, that's the Monroe Doctrine.
Yeah. And that's the era of good feelings, they also call it, with all the Virginians after Quincy Adams.
But
Then
it also states the United States would not interfere in the international affair of European nations. The Monroe Doctrine was a U.S. foreign policy statement, 1823, that declared the Western Hemisphere closed to further European colonization and intervention. Essentially, it told European powers to stay out of the America, and that U.S. would view any attempts at recolonization or interference as a hostile act.
Now, you know what's interesting about that? Like, French, right, begged Thomas Jefferson to come back because they begged us to come and help them and fight, right? And we'll give you this. If we could take this over, we'll give you that. So I think it's the Monroe Doctrine. It's not, there's nothing bullshit about it. She's right. It's so interesting too. I think that it's just like anything else though, right? You can argue the definition of this word. You can argue the definition of that word, because all Thomas Jefferson did, and a really good depiction of it is in John Adams. I mean, he ruined his friendship with Adams over at Jefferson because he practically wrote the Declaration of France, you know? So, that's good shit, Summer. I'm going to read more about the doctrine. I should know more about it.
Like I said, I don't know the right answers, and for tonight, I'm pretty much trying to play devil's advocate because so many people have, and I'm going to play devil's advocate on the good and the bad, because there's so many opinions of leave it is, it's not fair, let's just, and the other ones are like, well, they should be unalived at the border, let's put the alligators in a river so that people don't cross it. There's so many things that are going on right now.
Well, I'll tell you this. Do you know one of the first people to play devil's advocate before, even if you want to use the word devil, like within that sense, but basically it's just aligning yourself with somebody else or supporting something, right? Or talking about something that you don't believe in.
Right.
Socrates, that was one of the first people that, anyways, that's the meaning of the Socratic method, because Plato, right, and Aristotle didn't do that. So, I mean, it's always good to see both sides of it, even right out of a review of both sides.
And I have learned, I'm telling you, and you can ask Summer and any one of you know this, that if you get somebody who is extreme right or somebody who's extreme left, there's no in between.
And that's what I wrote before, you know what I mean? And I'm not
there's
telling
no
you
middle.
that you're far, far, far left. But all I was saying is that the reason why the conversation worked so well, and I'm just reading, is because nobody on panel went so far one way or the other. There has to be give and take or a middle ground. I should have used in between, but that's exactly right. I totally agree.
I mean, and I think Summer, 2 years ago, we discussed that our immigration policy is obsolete. It needs updating.
Yeah, I like that.
And when people talk about the cost should be obtainable, well, what cost is going to be obtainable? Now, there's also another option is they have to have a family. If they would have a family that would sponsor them, this way we know they're going to have a roof over their head and food in their stomach, to give them time to get jobs. And
that is actually strangely normal. When people try to come across the border, try to come into the U.S. So-called illegally, there's almost always a contact for that person or that the kids or the small group of people that they can contact and say, okay, can you help us out? That's the main goal. That's very common. The problem is the journey, and then the border. Making contact with that individual, if they can make contact with that individual, if they can get through all of that and make contact with that individual who's a family member or someone
and a family member who is established here in the United States that is a legal citizen.
Mm-hmm. And it's rare. It's very, very rare that they're able to actually accomplish that.
And I'm going to tell you something, and y'all can get mad at me. I don't care. I do not think it is my taxpayers' dollars responsibility. Not that my taxpayer dollars is going to make a dent into this. Maybe next year.
I agree. I absolutely understand what you're saying, Christine.
What am I saying?
100%.
Finish.
You're saying, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Please. I'm sorry.
I do not think I, as an American person, would support the United States making a safe track from any country to have these immigrants come to the United States. Did I baffle everybody?
No, I wanted to make sure you were done.
I'm done.
So I'm sorry. I interrupted you before, so it's just like, no, I want to make sure she's good. I agree. I totally understand. I agree. Like, because our taxpayer dollars, are going towards immigration and helping immigrants and things like that. But what you need to understand is that it is so minuscule, so just dust in the wind compared to how much is spent on national defense unnecessarily.
Well, I don't believe
on national defense. Like, literally, I'm just saying, I just want to make this point. Like,
but again, you're shifting though. We're shifting. So
yeah,
I'm just saying. Keep going with it though. But
I'm just saying, like,
if point, please.
That's what I said. Keep going with it. That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're talking about tax dollars being spent on immigration and we're wasting money, or we're wasting our tax dollars on immigration, it is literally, and I'm not using that as in a way to say like, oh, this is literally fucking pissing me off or anything like. No, it is literally a drop in the freaking bucket compared to our national defense budget. Okay, that you could shave off like a sliver, like shaving off a sliver of chocolate from a freaking candy bar, and it still doesn't compare to that. So, like, when people start making arguments about, and I don't mean that you're making an argument or but rather you're making a statement that it's costing taxpayer money. Yes, it is, but it is so ridiculously minuscule.
Why? Because we're going to spend billions.
No, trillions.
Well, with the gold dome, sure, it's going to be trillions.
It's ridiculous.
But okay, you're comparing apples and oranges.
Without the gold throne, we spend trillions in defense.
Anybody
that comes from a military family should know that.
And they have almost doubled, or they're wanting to in this bill, wanting to almost double what they're doing. But these are apples and oranges, okay? That is a whole different discussion.
I agree. It is a different discussion if you want to talk about national defense budget. I agree with you on that matter, but I don't feel like it's a pertinent argument, I don't feel like it's a pertinent statement at all to say that we're spending so much on taxpayer dollars on immigration. Compared to what the budget is, it is nothing. And this is where people get trapped into that idea of like, oh my God, immigrants are costing Americans millions upon millions of dollars. It's like, yeah, but it's nothing. It is nothing compared to the ridiculously, grossly, and I do mean grossly, expense that for just the military budget. And that was the only point that I wanted to make. It's just, please try to keep it in perspective. The cost of the immigration and what's happening with immigration and stuff, it's nothing.
I agree. Earlier, I think it was you that said about so we spend all this money on the defense stuff, right? And it's a lot. It's trillions and trillions of dollars. And until we can figure out why are people running from their countries, is it this, is it's that, some of that defense money can be spent in repairing some of these situations, which instead of blowing and killing them up, then why don't we pour that money? Because that money's not going to go. I don't care what any of you all think. It's not going to your veterans. It's not going to your Medicare. It's never going to go to any of that. That's defense money, right? So that's always going to be in a bucket, in a budget of this is what it is. So instead of killing people, why don't we try to fix some of these communities? I mean, we stick our fucking nose in everything else when we're going to go do a bloodshed or whatever, take land from people. We can do that, but we can't take some of that same money that's killing people and pour it into the economics.
Exactly, Summer. Thank you. And what the common premise of that is when the U.S. will say something like, "Oh, we're providing 200 and a military force to help get things under control." That's nothing. It is absolutely nothing. It is just pure PR, and that's what people don't understand, and I don't know why. If you look at the entire defense budget compared to the expanded budget across the U.S. as far as the military, or as far as the U.S. budget goes, and things like that, like it's nothing. It's like dropping a freaking few cents into the hat of a fucking vendor playing the violin on the street. It's nothing. What's that going to buy him? A newspaper that he's been saving up for? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, we're trying to help these countries. We're giving them aid and we're sending military forces to help get these, get the guerrilla warfare under control and things like that. It's all bullshit. And that's what people don't understand.
I don't think it's that people don't understand. I don't think it's been discussed enough. And I think it's been put on the back burner because of what's on the front news, anything you turn on, it's the immigration.
There you go. The front news. It's that, and there's the biggest problem is, like I said, it's what people are presented with. And that was like, unfortunately, I hate using this term mainstream media, but it is mainstream media who's going to be putting that kind of information out. And like, yes, it's correct. Absolutely. But the way that they present it, it's just like, we're doing everything we can. We're trying to help these people. No, you're not. No, we as a country are actually not. It's all a ruse. It's all bullshit because they want the country to destroy themselves. They want this fucking conflict. They want this immigration problem to help boost up freaking money in this area or that area, or like, maybe we should try this. It's all BS. And I wish I could go on from here because I know way too damn much.
I agree. You said my dad says all the same stuff. So y'all there?
Yep.
Bow chicka bow wow.
Yep.
Got my cafeteria, and then I am done.
So I'm going to go back to this supposedly path, bridge, whatever we want to call it, to bring people from other
Yes.
countries
Thank you.
safely into the
Yes.
United States. For what
Yes.
purpose?
So
For what
there,
purpose?
so there is actually Sean on the Sean Ryan show. Exact one because it's, but whoops. So there I mean the guy. This is one of the guy. This is one of the guys that inadvertently was like, yeah, what is his name? Where is it? So there's a railway. There's a railway. There's a railway for supply that is being built. But right at the base of the railway in Mexico, there are immigration camps. And it's on purpose, like literally, and it's all funded by the U.S. But it's from the Sean Ryan show. Rotterdam Harbor Bridge, Rotterdam, Rotterdam Harbor, Harbour Bridge, Bridge, the Rotterdam Harbor Bridge. Okay. Once you start researching some of the people that have been investigating this, they're all going to tell you the same damn thing. Is like there are camps literally for immigration just before this bridge and just before it enters the U.S. and is it U.S. Is it Mexico to U.S. or is it South America? Damn, I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen this one, but it's okay. So I can present this. It's up to summer.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, let me clean this up and. So this is one of the guys who's been investigating this. He's kind of kooky. He's been through some shit. He's been through some shit. So, but he's just like he's been seeing it. He's been investigating it.
President, you pulling it up?
Yeah. I'm switching between our YouTube and Edge.
Oh, you're fine. Take your time.
So there we go.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So let me know if y'all can't hear this or whatever as quickly as possible. And here we go.
Can't hear it.
You say you can't hear it?
No.
Need to turn that volume up.
All right, hold up. Let me put it in Edge really quick and redo it because it's just, yeah. Sorry. I hate having to do this kind of crap. It's like, oh, this one works, but this one doesn't. And now I got to do this. And
I was listening to you guys talk in the kitchen. I left my phone in our room. One way we can help the defense fund is not put in a golden dome that Trump has said that they're going to purchase. Guess what, guys?
That will never work, right?
Oh,
Well,
look, there's
I
know way too much about that. I can't comment.
Well, I do too because of what I did in the military. And here's the deal: we already have a missile defense system. We don't need one. I've physically put my hands on one of them before, like literally touched one. We have people right now that are training people in Poland on how to operate those. We don't need them. Okay, I'm just going to put that out there, guys, so you can save yourself trillions of dollars right there because we already have them.
Yeah, a lot of it is over. A lot of it's like people say over. Like the only way I can say it is overspending. It's not just overspending. It's insane overspending on, like you said, things that we don't need, things we don't require for defense or anything like that.
Well, we already have them. I mean, we don't.
Yeah,
what we have works.
It's for defense contractors that get and the politicians that approve it get a kickback, and everyone knows that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, most normal Americans don't. All they hear is missile defense system and the
yeah, like, oh, we got to protect it because it's a scare tactic, right?
Well, they're cheering about it because their great president has sold them on this, and
yeah, because it's a scare tactic. We need to defend ourselves, and we against foreign fucking invaders and blah blah blah. Like it's a scare tactic, and we're like, oh, it's just it's how television evangelists talk to their constituents in this, as a religious leader, and say we need a Lear jet so that we can go to these foreign countries and preach the word of God and stuff like that, and but we need money for this Lear jet. It's the same basic principle. It's really most grasp.
You're cutting out, man.
I'm sorry. It's probably because I have this loaded up and ready.
Okay.
Asia and Europe, and it goes right through Netherlands to Rotterdam Harbor. Rotterdam Harbor there's a railway now that's been completed. It goes all the way across Asia and Europe, and it goes right through Netherlands.
Man.
You're already filling in the blanks.
Yeah, major trade routes.
Yep.
They are infiltrating all the major trade routes throughout the world.
So when you see where I'm at, it's trade routes. That's why they're using this weaponized migration. They're focusing them on key places of the trade route. Brownsville. Why did you go there? Well, why does Governor Abbott constantly go to McAllen? It's along the I-69 corridor, which is part of these trade routes. And it goes all the way up to Detroit, where World Economic Forum also has a headquarters. Not a coincidence. And those feeders come up from New Orleans. So when you look at that map, you can already see a lot of the place. So let's get back to Netherlands. Just south of Rotterdam Harbor is Antwerp Harbor in Belgium. There's a railway now that's been completed. It goes all the way across Asia.
So that was from Sean Ryan.
Yeah, so that was hold on. Let me get rid of this dude here. So that's just international. That's just like the international bridges, but there are, and I'm trying to find the damn.
Well, he went to Texas, and
but like it's all being funded. It's all being funded by the U.S.
But here's my question, because when you were first talking about this, I thought you were saying that this was being built to give a safe passageway for the immigrants. Okay. Listening to him, it seems like it is a safe passageway railway for international trade.
Right.
And it's not, but if you listen very closely, that I'll put if you listen very closely to that, and like I can't find Like this is because this is the same guy that I was talking about
Do
that
you
has been
have the
investigating
link
this.
to that to put in
Yeah,
back?
yeah. Let me put it in the back chat.
Go to
Thank
the
you.
Sean Ryan show.
Yeah,
He's a SOCOM
Well,
guy, former
yeah.
SOCOM.
Sean Ryan's a badass. But I just put it in the back chat. But
thank you.
but if you can find this guy, he will describe more. And I've tried going through all the videos because Sean Ryan has so many videos, and this is old, kind of older content, probably about, I'm guessing about 3 maybe 4 months old tops. But he goes through a lot of detail of immigration into the U.S. And if you listen to that clip closely, yes, it is. Yes, it's their trade routes. They're trade routes, but they're used for immigration. That's what he was trying to describe.
So who is promoting this
The U.S. The
for
U.S. is funding it.
no, please let me finish.
Sorry, go ahead.
Who is promoting this for immigration?
The U.S. The U.S. is funding it all. The
Why
U.S.
would they
funds
fund
it all.
But is
immigration
their
for it?
premise for trade route or
No,
immigration?
it's primarily immigration, but they're using the excuses of it being a trade route. That's the whole premise.
But it
Is
makes no
that it's
sense
just
because
it
we're
was just a
deported.
trade route. It's just a trade route, But you see immigration camps at the inlet, let's say, and they're filled and emptied and moved along. Damn near, like I can't remember how
I don't
often
know
you said it was.
I don't know that I'm sorry. We're deporting people. Why would we?
Yeah, well,
Why would we facilitate?
that's what.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another issue, and I'm glad you asked that. So, oh man, this is complicated. This is very complicated.
Just spit it out. It's not that
I
complicated.
know, no, it is very complicated. So when you see on the news, we have an immigration problem, we have immigrants coming into the U.S., they're unsanctioned, blah blah blah. That's all on mainstream media. That's like a scare tactic. Okay,
It's not all. No, I've seen
but
places where it's not on mainstream. There are other
okay,
things.
okay,
Well, I
but
get what you're saying. Brown people are bad. They're going to hurt us. Okay,
no,
go ahead.
it's not about that. It's not about that. And then the other side, it's about maintaining population in the U.S. And I know, and this is from
Population in the U.S. is at the all-time high.
no, it's not. It's actually declining.
323 million people.
Okay, let's do this. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I like Sean Ryan. He's a former operator. He has a lot of cool people on. Sean Ryan is the one. Him and another operator, former operator, are the ones that put the information out about the operator that was in the wind that ended up in, supposedly, I put in quotes, in the Tesla vehicle in Las Vegas when he was no more in that vehicle than I was.
Yeah, he's
And
the guy. I used his information to cover that. Yep.
right, and Sean Ryan and the other former operator, in their talk, I'd have to find the video, but they had been communicating with this operator on Signal, okay, and
Yep.
they use codes, and so he had given a specific code to the operator, and the operator gave him a code back, and then all of a sudden the fire happened, et cetera, et cetera. Well, then all of a sudden that person's Signal stuff went offline, and someone would have had to physically take it offline. If the guy was deceased, he wouldn't have been able to manipulate it. Okay. And so that's why Sean Ryan and the other guys still contend that he's in the wind. I mean, there's a reason he disappeared. So, and I will always believe that he disappeared also.
I have to say I agree as well, because when I covered that story specifically, it was his information that I used, and everything I double checked that I could double check that was, I mean, a lot of stuff they had that was clearly obviously very top notch secret or whatever, like people
Yeah.
that knows what's going on or whatever. But yeah, I 100% believe I like him.
Oh, I
I don't
love
agree. We
Sean.
don't agree everything on politics, but I fuck with him.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, politics are on the opposite end of the spectrum, but um, having, from veteran to veteran, I respect his service, and I know he would respect mine, and I give him his kudos. So
Yeah, I do as well. I think
he's
he's good.
the best of the best, So, or he was.
Sorry, Summer, I
All
didn't
right.
mean to come up here and start all this
So,
weird, off the base
No, it's good.
conversation.
We're having a good conversation.
do y'all
Okay.
know? Do y'all know who Adam Conover is? Adam Conover. He had a before True TV got bought out because well, they were just too damn honest. You remember True TV? Adam
Yep,
Conover? No.
Yeah, I
Do you know?
do,
I remember.
vaguely.
Okay. Well, Adam Conover has been doing his own pieces, and he's really good. He's still as good as he is. He still has the same researchers. But I'm going to put this link in the back
Thank you.
because
Uh,
check
before
this
I
out.
before I forget, Christine, I heard
You
you talking about the farmers and the ranchers in Texas. Um, I've watched a couple of things here and there, and the U.S. government has attempted to get some of those farmers to essentially give over their land to the government. And, some of them, it's been, 4 or 5 generations in the family, so to speak. And 60 Minutes has done a couple of pieces on it. And, the one rancher said, listen, I don't give a damn how much they offer me. I'm not selling my land. This is my family ranch, et cetera, et cetera. And the whole premise is they want to put the wall through it. And they can't obviously put the wall through the whole border without taking over some of these ranches. So I wish they would do an update on it, because I wouldn't be shocked if the U.S. government didn't use eminent domain to
because
try
they've
to
done that. They've done that so many times in the
right,
past.
right, to acquire
Yeah.
that land. And so, and he did talk about that he had immigrants that came across and his ranch, land, and some of them would be hurt. And he would offer them aid, or, something like that. And he was really torn about it. I could just tell he was really torn, and then he would say that on the other side of the coin, you'd have, migrants come through that would absolutely just leave shit everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Clothes and trash and, that kind of stuff. So I can imagine living down there. It's an issue, that you would have to be vigilant on your ranch. So anyway, I just want to put that out there. Heard you when I was in the kitchen eating, and I left my phone to charge in the bedroom.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a very hard. I can only imagine, because obviously I don't live there, but I know people that live around down in those areas, and I'm sure it's hard, and I'm sure it can get probably dangerous and scary at times. I don't take away on that at all. You know what I mean? But I just think that our government can do better,
Oh,
So,
because
for,
there's under no circumstances people that have been born here. There shouldn't be American citizens that ain't even, whatever, like, and then you're going to be okay with a bunch of South African people coming over here, but, brown and brown people, you're not. Like, it's the hypocrisy for me.
I
It's disgusting.
I want to tell you
And
real
I do
quick.
think, yes, I wish there was a way that, sorry, and I'll land my plane. I wish there was a way that the process could be done better and faster and more, you know what I mean? All of that. I mean, shit, look, they're doing the process of getting rid of people. Why can't they put the same energy and same amount of people put in the process of people getting through here the right way? You know what I mean? Like,
I
I
agree.
can't even get my mom's fucking ashes back from Mexico because of the way the border shit is.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Hummer. Have you gone to the State Department?
Yeah, it's just so much shit going on right now that it's fucking ridiculous.
I may know somebody,
Like,
but I don't know that. Their hands are probably tied at this point because of what's going on.
yeah, I mean, this far, unfortunately, my mom died at the worst time you could possibly die.
Yeah, I remember when she passed, unfortunately, and that's just insult to injury. Like, what if you were to get the passport and go down there and get it?
I mean, more than likely, that's what I'm going to end up probably having to do, which I'm in the process of getting my passport now. So, like, but it's just, my mom's been dead a fucking year, dude. Like, this shouldn't, it's fucking ashes. Like, what the fuck?
Are we taking a trip? Just a
Yeah,
thought. Just a thought.
eventually.
Yeah, don't drive,
So,
whatever you do.
so I know somebody who has a farm, a ranch. I wouldn't call it a farm. It's a ranch that is bordering. And they have literally, and I posted, I'm going to read it, have found grape trees. And grape trees are trees and bushes in the U.S.-Mexican borderland upon which hangs bras, panties, and underwear serve as a display of the sexual assaults and labor exploitation to which marginalized migrant women are vulnerable. So basically what's happening is that these women are coming across the border, whether they're wives, daughters, moms, whomever, coming across, and they're paying everything in their life savings for them to get over here safely. And once they, as you know, through their travels, they're being raped. And as they approach these ranches, they're hanging these on the trees to make.
Yep.
I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it
I
happened.
can verify that because I know some people that do outreach down that way, and I've heard that same exact thing.
Right. And Summer, what I was going to tell you before is they broke up a human trafficking thing here a couple days ago. And I meant to send you the story, but essentially they were Chinese nationals that were forced to work in a massage parlor, and I forget the other entity they were working in. I have to pull the article, but several
Oh
ladies.
yeah, we had a big we have a huge problem with that here. We had a restaurant that got busted, a nail salon that got busted. They were trafficking too, labor trafficking and human trafficking.
Yeah, and I thought about you because this is something that obviously we talk about a lot, and our attorney general, he only did it because he wants the kudos for it. But I'll try to find the article and send it to you. It was each little step we make is better than no steps. So
Oh yeah, 100%. Because I can remember shit 12 years ago when I was still in the industry, and if I go back further than that, when I was still being trafficked, no one even talked about being trafficked, like trafficking. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're making steps slowly but surely.
So
Don't
I
always
gotta
feel it.
dip out. I gotta dip out, and thank you for having me, Summer. Thank you all for putting up with me on chat and everything and on panel.
No, it's
Great.
been
Um,
enjoyable.
I
Thank you.
completely.
but yeah, thank you,
Yeah, and
Christine. Like I put I put quite a few links in the back. I highly suggest y'all check them out. There's some of the material. This is like nothing compared to a lot of the stuff that I have. It's just like, man, where was that one? Let me go find that one, kind of thing. But yeah, I really appreciate the conversation here, and I'm gonna take my kid to the movies tomorrow, so I got to get some sleep.
Have fun. Thank
all right,
you.
sweetie. Well, thanks for
hey,
coming up, and I agree with just about everything you said. So I appreciate you coming up tonight.
yeah,
I hope you all have a good night.
Night.
I like moonshine. He's cool.
I do too. Good guy.
I've never asked him, but I think he's former military.
Yes.
Yeah, he is. That's why. That's why when his answers and stuff like that, like he's definitely ex-military.
Yeah, he and I need to chat it up one day.
He's
Chad,
a single dad.
Yeah, I knew he was. I'd met him before, and um, yeah, I met him on another panel when he came over one night here. So I have to get up myself. The 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 synopsis on the dryer. My dryer's dead.
Just
It
go buy a
wasn't.
new one, damn it.
Yeah, it wasn't the
I know,
part.
right? At this point, girl, you got to just get you a new dryer.
It wasn't the part that we thought. It's the motor, and so I'm not gonna put any more money into it. So after, sorry, I'm so out of breath. I've been having real problems. You know, my liver's tied into my sternum. When it's humid, it just kills me. Um, so I apologize for huffing in your ears. Anyway, what was I gonna say? They're coming to do maintenance on my air conditioner in the morning, and as soon as that's done, I'm gonna go buy a new dryer and spend money that I don't want to spend. So yeah. And I
Well,
got,
there's some cool ones out there.
yeah, but I just want a very basic. I'm a basic kind of gal. I don't need it to sing to me. I don't need it to Wi-Fi me. I don't need it to steam me. I just want it to dry
I
clothes.
can cut my washer and dryer on by my Alexa.
Yes, I saw that.
Crazy.
And that you can literally start and stop it with an app on your phone if you
My
want to.
son has that. It's like, well,
Yep.
who's putting it in the washer and then into the dryer, honey? Well,
Right.
I got to. I said, well, what's the point?
I have a Samsung washer and dryer.
Yeah, the repair guy. We have mutual friends, and I hate to say this, but long story short, he's a former DEA task force member. That's how we know each other. And he used to work as undercover for the how do you say it? The Sinoli cartel, the Sinatoli. I can't say it right. El Chapo's cartel,
Yeah.
and he did that for some time. And so he owns a repair business now. He got out of the DEA business because it became too dangerous for his family. And he was telling me today that about every 6 to 9 months, the cartel shows up in the middle of the night and will put a reminder on some of his stuff that they're still watching him, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, well, you just got to watch your back, man. But anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, he gave me a really good deal. I mean, he's been here 3 times, y'all. And he only charged me 1 trip charge and a half an hour install to try to put that control board on. So, what was $183, and I got my military discount, could have been a $500 or $600 disaster. Okay, so anyway,
Yeah, that ain't too bad.
I wish I could get him to come talk to us about the cartel. He just, he won't for obvious reasons, and man, just the stories.
They're not ones to be talked about. I can say that.
Yeah.
Right, and it became very dangerous for him, like I said, and he worked international stuff that used to come through here, and human trafficking too, of course. And anyway, those stories are kind of neat to hear the other side of the coin. But yeah.
Hey, Telly.
Hey, Christine. Hey, Summer.
Sally.
And Mr.
Hi,
Chris
Amanda.
Cab, you've been awfully quiet.
Chris is taking his nap.
He's
I'm
been
here.
I
I'm
was
quiet.
here.
gonna say he's probably. Oh shit,
I'm
he's
here.
awake. Oh my goodness.
Listening. Yeah.
Chris got up to go pee. That's the only reason he's awake.
Well, he wasn't sleeping too heavy because he ain't snoring yet. So
Mhm.
How's it going, Chris?
It's going okay.
Good to hear.
Yeah, I took the day off yesterday.
And did you?
Yeah.
Everybody deserves time off.
Mental health days.
Yep. Woke up to Elon Musk tweet.
What about Elon?
He tweeted
Now,
and
what's
said
Oh
he
that
yeah,
tweeting about?
the big beautiful bill is wrong.
Yeah,
So
what it's
he's
gonna
switching.
raise our debt ceiling, and yeah,
Yeah.
3.7 trillion or something.
yeah.
But he's not. But they're not going to do anything to Medicare and Medicaid, right? But
Yeah, they are. But okay.
yeah, being facetious. Um, I,
But you know,
I hear that him and old Trump have been in a crosshairs about that big beautiful bill.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I heard
you
too.
know, you know that bill is supposedly saying that every EV every year they have to pay a registration like $200 or $100,
For
and
what?
then they're gonna for the EVs for the electronics,
Huh?
electric ones and the hybrid ones, and then they're gonna remove the tax, the federal tax credit when you
Yeah,
buy one.
yeah, I heard that.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he's going to give everything he can to his rich friends and screw everybody else.
That's why Elon probably pissed off at him.
Oh, absolutely, because it affects his bottom line.
Yeah.
Something I was going to tell y'all, and I don't remember. There's some other things in that bill that have to do with that have come out, and Marjorie Taylor Greene was quoted a day ago
Oh,
saying that she wouldn't have voted for it had she known, blah blah blah. That she didn't
that's what they get for not reading the fucking bill.
exactly, and oh, I know what it was. Did you see where Trump put out that Biden apparently died in 2020?
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
I heard somebody on another panel spewing that bullshit.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, he put it out.
We did hear that.
If Biden was a fucking robot, he would be R2D2,
Mm-hmm. Fucking idiots.
right?
I mean, that's all I can say. Sorry, not
That's
sorry.
okay.
Sometimes it slips. It's
Like an
just
idiot.
absolutely absurd. I know, just absolutely absurd.
He's off his rocker.
Well, and now they're supposed to have to the end of July. Congress is supposed to have to the end of July to approve that bill. But now Trump wants it on his desk before the 4th of July.
Well, he can shit in one hand and wish in the other. A lot of Republicans have come out and said that they're not signing it.
Exactly.
We'll see.
That's
Right.
why you don't need to be calling them. I call every day. I just pick one and call.
Well, but they're saying the way it is now, and they're saying that they can put more into it, and they may let some of these Republicans who's not agreeing to it put something into it. You know, I
Right.
rub your back, you rub mine. Just saying.
Yeah, that's my fear too.
Just saying. I see that very feasible and possible. Hallie, what do you have to add, honey?
I was gonna ask you guys if you guys seen that famous raid in Tallahassee. What's your thoughts on that?
The famous who?
The Tallahassee raid, the in construction place.
No.
No.
There was like hundreds of immigrants like running it.
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw that, Christine, huh?
Were they working on houses when they were taken?
Like an apartment complex or something, like a
Yeah,
big building.
it was an apartment complex and an office building.
Uh,
Yep. Talk about some pissed off contractors.
but
They
supposedly rumors are
they
saying like
hired them.
supposedly they hire them to fire them so they don't have to pay them. That's the rumors are saying. But supposedly they're getting investigated, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, they did hire them, but again, I go back to find me some Americans that want to do the work, and I'll shut up.
That's what they're saying. It's like 80% done, and then so they could get 20% of American work done. I guess make it cheaper. They don't have to pay the 80% of it.
Yeah, maybe they can sub it out to some people.
Yeah, the rate was crazy. I was like, oh shit, there's a lot of people, man. Gangs of people.
Well, yeah, when I had a career in another life, and well, I'm just not even going to go there. Never mind.
Oh, I think the cartel you're trying to say is the Sinaloa cartel.
It is
Sinaloa.
Loa, thank you, and it's the I just remember El Chapo.
Yeah, you know they're over here now. The El Chapo family, they're chilling over here.
Yeah, yeah, I knew they were, and they're one of the main movers and shakers of things that come across the border.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. They're at San Diego. I saw the Viber video at CBX. That's where I usually go for across the border. I'm like, what? That's crazy. Just let them through. It's it's amazing what things could be done.
Money talk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it does, and then you get in situations where you work these cases. Say you like the guy I was talking to that I know, you work cases for years, you develop all these things, and then the U.S. Attorney's Office, for whatever reason, decides they don't want to pursue it. It's very disheartening.
Oh yeah. He probably feels like it was a waste of his time or career. You know.
Oh, yeah, he
Uh,
put his life in danger, for God's sake.
Oh exactly. Yeah.
I mean, he's dealing with dangerous people.
Yeesh. Does he have to move all the time and stuff like that?
No,
Scary.
they live here. They live here. But he used to work for or with another friend of mine who was DEA and unfortunately died in a plane crash.
Damn.
Most of the stuff they do is, cartel related international stuff.
They probably go over there a lot. Damn.
I mean, they don't want small time, pots, sellers. I mean, you got to make it worth their time.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I wonder how's there's probably more war happening right now, trying to take El Chapo's place right now. I think that's happening. It's pretty
Well,
bad.
I think it's still very run stuff from where he's at, regardless.
Oh, that's true. Does have a lot of family members.
Yes, he does. I was reading about him last night, uh, about how it all started, when it started, and all the connections.
Yeah, like some places, they're not recommending not to even go, like in Guerrero, Chiapas. I forgot the place it was called, but they're saying not to go there. It's like, oh,
Is that
yeah,
over the
Sorry.
border?
yeah, it's in Mexico,
Okay.
but yeah, man, it's just some places can't be walking around, I guess. But
Yeah, the last time I went over the border was El Paso when we were at Fort Bliss, and I was 13, I think, 14. Used my military ID. Went across the border with a group of other military families and spent the day in Juarez. It was horrible.
What were you guys doing over there?
Just shopping and things. I mean, I did buy some neat things that I've held on to all these years, but you know, you're meat outside your business to sell, and it's got flies all over it in the heat. It's not too appealing.
Oh yeah, you see a lot of like it's mostly bees. The bees like the dulce and stuff. The pound, the bread. A lot of bees. That's kind of annoying. The part.
I mean, like, you want to sell your product on the street, that's great, but nobody wants it when it's been out in the sun and has things on. And now you
Yeah.
can do that, by the way. You can't just use a military ID and cross over, or even a dependent ID. Um, you're not allowed to do that anymore. So,
Oh wow.
yeah,
Were you
passport.
you're a military brat? What they say?
Yeah, yeah, I was, and then I was in the army. So, yep.
Do you go to California too? Like Pendleton and
The only time I have ever been to California was to change planes at Travis Air Force Base in Sacramento.
Sacramento?
Yes, it's where Travis Air Force Base is at.
Oh,
I
okay,
was on
okay.
I was on a military plane, and we had left here. We went to Oklahoma to Tinker Air Force Base and changed, and then we went from Tinker to Travis Air Force Base, got on a C-5, and went from there to Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii. So,
Damn, what was your favorite place out of all the places you've been to in the military?
probably Hawaii. I've been to South Korea when I was a kid, and to Seoul, and I didn't lose anything over there. I mean, no offense. I'm sure it's changed, but um, it's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, you went like probably in the 90s or 80s, huh?
I went in 1988. We went over there to the Olympics, and my stepmother at the time, dad was he's deceased now, but he
Are you
had
breaking up? I think you're breaking up.
I don't know. I hear like a
Okay, I think.
something in your background.
I was gonna say, I hear background noise. Do you have a fan or something going on or outside?
How about now?
Yeah, it's better now. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, yes.
Yeah, so anyway, we went over in 88. My stepmother's father was married to a Korean lady. He was American, and he had met her when he was over there during the Korean War. And so that was kind of our main reason to go, was to see them. But then we timed it to where we could go to the Olympics too. So
That was dope. To Olympics, shit.
might as well. You're going to be there.
Hell yeah, I would
We
too.
didn't go to everything, it was just too big. You can't do everything, but um, it was an experience. When you use the bathroom, there's a hole in the floor, and um, when you take a shower, the whole room is the shower. Just it's just differences.
Oh yeah, how was that? The experience? That shit's funny. Trying to
Yeah,
squat.
yeah, it was real. Let's just say that I was ready to come home. Yeah, and I'm sure by now they probably have regular toilets just like we do, in many places. So I don't want to, because I know that they're much more advanced now, obviously, but yeah, it just wasn't my gig. I was a kid. I didn't want to be taking a shit standing up in a hole, okay?
Shit, hell no, for reals. Yeah.
Guys, I'm
Where who?
going to jump down. It is 2 a.m. here, so to speak, 1:55. It was nice talking to y'all.
All right, Amanda. Have a good night.
You too, guys. You too. Take care.
Take care, y'all. Or who's Sean?
Bye, Amanda. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for coming up. Sean
Me.
Sean is one of Summer's. I think he's
OG.
on the. Yeah, he's a big.
He's been
He
around
is
for a
very
very,
OG.
very, very, very. Yeah, he's been around for a very long time, since almost 2020 ish.
Oh, wow, hello.
We love the OG, Sean.
I love y'all.
Yeah, he comes through. He always comes through at the right times too. It's funny how that works.
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah.
Oh, guess what time it is, bitches? I'm off, motherfuckers.
You're off. Yay.
Time, and I'm home. It's time to smoke.
Oh, you're home even. All right.
Smoky.
Schmuggy,
That-
schmuggy.
We help make her night go faster, everybody.
Oh yeah, fucking. I walked in that building. I seen the last building was pretty much. I was like, I ain't even got a mop. It was just a couple little spots that I just got up real quick. One of my coworkers, he works with me. He was always like, "Girl, you be getting on your hands and knees." I'm like, "Look, man, it's easier to do it this way than it is to pull off some of that fucking equipment." I ain't never been one to been scared to get dirty.
Right.
Gotta play like Twister. I like game Twister.
I used to play that game.
Oh, yeah.
My
Classics.
back enough for that shit.
We played it in bikinis. It was fun.
Oh,
Outside with soap suds on the thing.
And then at the strip club, we played them in our thongs.
Things we did growing up and as young adults.
Things I would still do. What you talking about? Don't let me get in a fucking Twister bikini contest. I'll hurry up and jump with that shit. Okay, fuck. I'm 46
dang.
and I'll give these 27, some of these 26-year-olds a run for their fucking money, so I ain't even worried about none of that.
Really? You're playing bachelor parties or something.
My bachelor party was a hot mess. I had a big old my my mother-in-law and everybody showed up, and there's a big old black dick in the middle of the table, and it's got white cum coming out the head of it, and it
What
had a little
the
hair on it. She was like, well, alrighty then. I was like, shit. I said, chocolate's the best, baby. It was
heck? Oh,
funny. Well, I'd have been funny if I had a a white one. Like, ugh. No disrespect to the white penises out there. No disrespect. I just chocolate. Chocolate's my flavor. But we had fun. My homegirl came down from Chicago, and she did a. You know how they have those sex toys parties or whatever females be having? She did that. So it was yeah, it was fun. It was funny. That was a long time ago. Shit. That was almost 18 years ago. Jesus, I've been married a long fucking time. I've never committed to anything in my life as long as I have my marriage. It's funny.
that's real.
Hey, I mean, shit. Have you met me? I'm horrible with relationships. I am the worst. I just wasn't taught any of it. You know what I mean? Like my parents didn't give a fuck. I didn't, like I didn't have that. Oh, mom, I love you. Come hug, do your homework, put you to bed. None of that. None of that.
Yeah, like the role model type.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, I had big mamas and different people in my neighborhood and my family that filled those roles. But like, I learned most of my shit from the streets. Which the first thing I learned at 5 years old was how to disconnect my emotion, like disconnect from reality. So you know that takes away from working on relationships. And when you've been taught at a very young age that people are fucking weird, then you don't really want relationships with people. And then when you get old enough to realize that not everybody's bad, you're already fucked up on so many trying to even friendships. Like Christina will tell you like I'm a whole fucking situation. And I've gotten better though. I've gotten a lot better. Hell, I've gotten better since fucking 2 years ago, a year ago.
I say we are all a work in progress, and you have to work on friendships just like you do marriages. And that's why marriages at last, friends at last.
And that's why I'm glad that my husband's never walked out, because I'll tell you right now, I can promise you, any sane person would have divorced me. I never cheated or anything like that. I'm just fucking got issues. You know what I mean? Like I got a lot of issues.
We
Boy,
call it we call it Spanish
same with,
toxicos.
huh?
In Spanish, they call it toxicas. Toxicas,
What's that mean? Crazy bitch?
like toxic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't listen, hold on. Let me show y'all something since y'all want to talk about toxic. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna run to my house and show it to you real quick.
And I'm just gonna inform like
I gotta
Herbie
come
in the
back. I gotta
chat.
get my husband's keys anyway.
Okay. You'll see it's under Summer's name because it's just easier sometimes for me. But if it's me writing, I try to put AKA Christine so you know it's me and not Summer.
Woo. There's a little fucking fritter that ran out. I
There's a
don't know what it
critter.
was.
Oh
Took
my
off
god.
running.
There's a critter.
Oh yeah, fucking critter. Listen, that's that southern shit. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a fucking. I was at the store one day and I walked by all the little magnets or whatever. Where is that? Oh, there it is. It says, "I'm a red flag."
That's dumb.
I'm a red flag walker, baby. I'm the bitch your mama told you to worry you about. Run, baby, run. Now, you know what's cool is like women like me, we're difficult because we've been through a lot and we, whatever. But if you're the lucky person to break through all that, we're the best fucking women you could ever find. It's just getting through that onion. That's it. But yeah, I always tell people, I'm like, yep, I'm a red flag walking. So if you fuck with me, that's your problem, not mine. We keep bail money.
Come with a warning sign.
Oh, look, you're right. My husband's making money in his sleep.
Is he still doing the forex? Oh hell yeah! That's right.
And how you also can tell, Irby, is if it's Christine or if it's me. If it's Christine, it'll have proper grammar and the words are spelled right. That's usually how you can tell it's not me. I have horrible grammar and I'm dyslexic, so I don't really have to say anything else.
Well, sometimes it's just easier than pulling up my YouTube and then getting signed out of StreamYard. And it's like, I'll just make sure somehow or another that it's me and not you.
Oh shit, I don't give a shit. You make me look smart. I'm good with
Or you,
it.
or you could put like a
Grammar,
dash at the end,
punctuation.
like a little
Sorry.
dash.
Listen, I always say we always have things we can do. You need a missing child found, a door kicked in, a homeless person fed, I got you. You need anything like that, I got you. You need some court documents made up, go to Christine. So I'm gonna fuck the grammar up every time. And
We're weird. Hey, but it's teamwork. That's what it's all
on
about.
everybody's
Teamwork.
panel, I'm like, bitch, have you seen me? I'm like, have you seen me fucking right, motherfucker? Like, I can't fucking talk. Yeah, I can't write shit out. You want me on the fucking panel? At least you'll know what the fuck I'm saying. And then half the time people from the country, bitch. I'm not from fucking France. Suck a dick. I really need to get the back of my truck together. When I was doing medic day last week, I fucking went through all kinds of shit. Shit's thrown all the way in my back. Or all around in the back. Oh my god, dude, I'm so over this shit. My husband's car is so much cleaner than mine.
Where, Garrett? Where did you see that? I need you to cite that for me, please.
I thought he
Yeah,
meant.
so he did actually say that he would think about it. He said he was going to look into it. He wasn't sure what was going on with the case, but he said he would definitely think about it.
Oh my fucking God.
He said it a couple days, like what, 2 days ago, Garrett? Yeah, I don't need him to go get no links. I know for a fact I watched that. He was doing
I
an
need,
executive order or some shit, and somebody asked him.
I need to go
Yeah,
find them.
it was at his press conference. It was either executive order or something, but he was in the Oval Office. It was around the same time that Larry Hoover and all that shit came out.
It's true. I heard that too.
Yep.
Did you see when he was like berating the South African president when they put a video of him screaming "kill the white people" or stuff like that?
I didn't see
Okay.
that one.
Yeah, like damn, that's some political beef out here. Okay, that was kind of crazy right there. But there
I'm to
was,
be honest with y'all. I'm surprised he's not alive yet.
yeah, but they're just smirking. They're like, what can they do? You know?
He gonna mess with these. Look, I don't mean to sound funny or whatever, but I'm gonna sound funny. He gonna fuck with these people, white people's Medicaid. That's what's gonna do it for him. Watch, mark my words. Like, oh, he's amazing. It's like, oh, wait a minute. You mean you were talking about cutting our shit too, not just immigrants, black and brown people, but you mean you would cut our shit too? Yeah, motherfucker, you were the first one out of here because you're the ones on the shit the most. Dummies. But hey, whatever. I can hustle, so we'll be right.
Yeah, that's true. I've been hearing that been hearing that all my life, like mostly.
You know. And like I said, I don't put all this shit on Trump by any way, shape, or form. This has been a buildup of shitty politicians for a while now. But he does have the pleasure of, whew, good lord, some of the shit he's doing.
Now that you're home, I'm going to sit down and listen to you while I try to go to sleep.
Okie
Been a
dokie.
long day and I have a long day tomorrow. But I'll
All
be
right, Christian.
listening. Good night,
You take
everybody.
good night, yo.
I got
Take care.
outreach if I come up with gas money tomorrow. Whew. All right. Oh, Christine. Love you, Christine. All right. Keys. Oh, fuck me. Where's my keys at? Oh, they're there. I'll be leaving my keys in the door. He's like, here, come in my house and take whatever you want. And by the way, take my car too.
Oh, damn, leaving the keys on the door. Hell no.
I got big guns, so if they come through here, they won't make it past the living room.
You need a dog, though. Big dog.
Nah, I just need my
That's a lot of
pistol.
work.
Either way, blood is gonna be a blood trial, so might as well make it fun. Why let the dog have all the fun? And told you I'm not wired right. All right, what are we gonna eat for food? And I cooked some fire ass fucking steaks the other day. Oh, they were so good. I put garlic and shit on them. Oh, they were delicious though. Delicioso. Everything's gotta be fucking cooked.
Did you see those two inmates are still on the loose from the 11?
Yeah. Ooh, Popeyes. I can eat that. Ooh, what's this? Yeah, I did see that actually. Ooh, I must steal this. Chicken and rice bowl.
But did you see he posted an Instagram video though?
I didn't see the Instagram video, but I did see where there was the two were still out.
Yeah, the dude with the face tats, he posted a video it was they messed up on his case, like paperwork, and he tried to plead his case. But he look all fancy. He got like a nice watch, freaking nice clothes, freaking
Yeah.
house.
Okay.
Like,
I'm sorry, you got some broad that got them together.
oh hell yeah!
All right, give me 2 seconds. I gotta go to the little girl's potty. I'll be right back.
Yo, Sean, where you from, bro?
Detroit.
Oh, okay, then D. All right.
Shit, yeah.
How's out there?
Shit, this is all right.
Live like in the countryside or the city side?
Of the D.
Uh huh.
It's the city.
Oh, the city side. Oh,
Yeah.
it's expensive out there to live.
They got his ranges. I say,
Mhm.
yeah, they got their ranges and stuff like that, man. They got houses down, man. You can get a house for 1,000.
Really? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
But like in the road, like, huh?
No, it'd be like little hood houses and stuff, like houses that you gotta fix up. You might
Oh,
need a couple of doors, a window, some drywall, something like that, though. But yeah,
do you think Detroit will ever be back how it was before?
nah. It's too much money going around. Everybody greedy.
Yeah, man, outside it looked beautiful back then, man.
I mean, they still building on it. It got its potential. Don't get it wrong, but no, it ain't gonna go back to where it was.
Is there a crime out there? There's a crime.
Crime just it ain't like it was. Nah, the crime is down. I say the crime is down.
Are you guys open carry or conceal or you can't carry?
What we got? We got a conceal.
Oh, it's not that bad.
You can open carry in some part of Michigan, but shit, that's if you got you got your license and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you conceal carry yourself?
Can you still carry?
No, do you conceal carry yourself?
Me?
Oh, yeah.
I don't need to.
Okay.
Hell no. I don't got to.
I
Not even
like
at home?
guns.
So not even at home or no guns at all?
Oh, no, we don't need no guns at home either. We got dogs, neighbors.
Oh shit. Yeah, the dogs, yeah. Fuck them up. What type of dog you got?
I got pit bull and a German shepherd.
Damn, that shit. Oh yeah, fuck that.
Hell yeah. I got another dog too though, but that dog is over my ex house. It's like it's a us dog, hers and
Oh,
mine.
that's crazy. You got shared custody.
Yeah, hell yeah, one of those.
That's crazy.
I only get the dog when she go out of like out of town, you know what I mean? One of those shits.
Damn, I wish I had that shit. I could go on vacation. I'm like, hey, you take the dogs, man. Shit,
Yeah. That shit don't work all the time because I be having shit to do.
man, for real, they're like kids, man.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the dogs that came over here, it was just I couldn't keep up with it. My sister had to watch the dog.
What type of dog was that?
The pit bull.
Oh, the pin one. It's
Hell
too
yeah.
energetic.
Huh?
It's too energetic.
No, no. No, I had like different jobs. I was bagged up and shit, man. I had one job, then I had to go to another one.
Oh shit, back to back, yeah, man.
Yeah. And by the time I get to the crib and shit, I was time for me to go to sleep. I couldn't even play with the damn dog. But
Yeah, that's the worst, man. You always at work and they don't get attention. And you feel bad for them and shit. Yeah,
yeah. Where you from?
from Cali.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
think what y'all gun laws out there like?
Terrible, bro. It's like Nazi Germany, out here. Like another country.
Y'all allowed to carry?
Mhm. If you could get a license, if you could get a license, yeah, concealed carry.
Is it hard to get a license out there to carry?
Nowadays, no, but you do have to pay for classes and stuff like that,
Oh shit.
and background tests, whatever.
I know how to fight. I don't gotta carry shit.
We used to like box, UFC.
Nah, just fight. I don't even do all that boxing shit, all that weave and shit. I'ma try to grab you and try to break you or some shit.
Oh, like jiu-jitsu. They call it now.
You might as well say something like that. I do know some motherfucking chokeholds and shit, but I ain't trying to choke no damn body.
Shit, sketchy nowadays. Fool will sue you nowadays. Or the try threaten you, to sue.
I'm not a diffuser situation and shit like that, but if I see somebody need some goddamn hands put on them, you know what I mean?
But
I
on
might
some
have,
Punisher, some Punisher shit.
yeah, hell yeah. I know some quick shit. I ain't gotta be all out there all getting all sweaty and shit either.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on like the mood, the crowd, if it's a crowd or something like that, you know what I mean? Time of day. If I got to hurry up and be some goddamn where, all that shit be a factor.
Oh, dishes is put up and done. Put the other ones are put in the fucking dishwasher. Food's warmed up. Now I'm sitting down. Yay. Oh, fuck. Geez, I seen what's his name? The Morris dude. Does he still go live a lot?
Shit. When I can catch it.
Yeah. I for some reason I got a notification not that long ago, but then he was like
I
off.
don't
I
even
was in
get
the
the
middle of something.
notifications.
I ain't seen Boss, but he's been MIA. I don't know whatever happened to him.
Shit. I think he got him a job or something like that.
Yeah. He had to.
And his job required him not to be on social media or some shit. I guess I don't know.
I didn't see
Or
him.
his channel money got snatched, and it was hard as hell for him to get to 1,000. Shit, he probably was like, "Fuck that! I ain't about to do all that shit again."
Yeah, because his whole channel's gone. I would try to look it up a couple times.
Oh yeah, well yeah, he gave up. Yeah, his whole channel gone. It took him what 2 years to get 1,000.
But I told him, I tried to tell him when he was fucking with that one crowd that, he met through me with the J Sixers and all them, the people we were trolling, that last little group of people he came through there. I said, don't play with them, dude. They're going to fuck with your shit. Sure enough, I ain't seen him live since.
I think at that time he was just bored. He was just trying to just put up any type of content. He was just addicted to going live. He ain't even had nothing really to talk about. He was just fishing.
Yep.
He didn't care who he was teaming up with. Just
At all. Do you understand? I was
that
like, yo,
one
dude, I'm
dude.
trying to tell you, like, this ain't it.
That one
Everything you
dude
try to stand
had
for the
me.
last couple of years, dude, just goes against what you just did.
That one dude had me rolling. That one guy, I forgot. Some shit. What's his name? Some like something, ghost dog or dog ghost, some shit.
Yeah, he still be around.
That guy right there was funny as hell. I don't even know who the hell he was though, but he used to mess me on the side and he'd be sending me all types of shit.
Yeah, I don't know who he was. He was just like, you ain't got nothing to worry about. I'm like, okay.
I don't know who he
So,
was. Like, that
yeah, I
was the
don't either.
weird thing
No.
about it. Oh man, that shit was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably one of the only people that I knew that played the role that he played in, and he never
Yeah,
broke character.
never, man. Like I don't know. I mean, it got to be somebody we know. I
Right.
think.
But then again, I don't know. You know what I mean? Because even dumbass that I had the issue with, the situation with, I didn't know him before the stuff with Rihanna.
Man.
So I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I never talked to Kendrick. I never had nothing. Never knew who he was or anything before all that.
Yeah, when he came, Kendrick. Yeah, I clicked on his little videos and shit, and I got to looking up some shit. I was like, this dude was a clown. I seen one time he had this little, like he was having an interview with the news people or some goddamn shit, and he had this girl, he had a girl standing in the background with the gun.
With flip-flops on.
That shit was so funny. I was like, hell no. That was when YouTube was just funny.
Yeah.
Shit.
He maybe a month ago, maybe a little bit more than a month. You know my time frame be all jacked up, but not too long ago, I was getting notifications from that chick Ronnie used to hang out with them.
Yeah.
I started getting notifications out of nowhere for some reason, and then all of a sudden one night, boom, he was on fucking panel. It was a little bit after we found Hankinson guilty, and I guess Tamika Mallory, somebody had went on her live, and somebody was like, "Y'all couldn't have done this without Kendrick." She's like, "Man, fuck Kendrick Wilson." And so the next thing you know, he was online, and he was like, "Blah blah blah blah, Brianna's family in summer, and blah 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 blah," and the police. I was like, "Man, shut up."
Ain't he still locked up? Well, he's out.
Yep. Nope, he's still locked up.
Damn.
It's his doing though, like for real, for real. I mean, people want to blame it on me or the other, his girlfriend or whatever, but this is all his doing because a lot of people don't realize we didn't even get a chance to prosecute our cases because every time he would be in jail, he would fight the guards, spit on a judge. The fucking prosecutor had to put an EPO out against him.
Damn.
So they didn't even have a chance to get to my shit. Like, my shit's still sitting in court. I'm just like, man, just leave me the fuck alone.
That guy sounds like Johnny Somalia.
Oh no, this guy was a fucking nightmare.
He was a piece of
God,
work.
he really wasn't, but he was. He was fucking weird as fuck.
I remember when the police came and got him. He was looking all outside his window.
No, did you see the one where he fell through the bathroom? The last one when he went to jail?
And
Oh, fell through the bathroom ceiling.
damn.
He was yeah, that dogs they busted in or whatever. He ran up in the attic. They had the dogs, and the dogs like rah rah rah, and you hear him, man, please don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't want the dogs to bite me. And they was like, get the fuck down here. And next thing you know, you hear him walking across the thing, and boom, that motherfucker fall right through the fucking ceiling. That shit was great. I ain't even gonna front. I got that shit somewhere. I
He
got
was
it
on
saved
live?
somewhere. Yeah, he was on live, but there was also body cams from that too.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And matter of
I
fact, one of the sheriffs was like, "You're that chick that he was stalking." I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, I was the officer that when he fell through the ceiling." I was like, "Oh, okay." Like,
yeah, man,
that's
that
my
right
man.
there.
Oh. Yeah, that was a whole crazy ass. I thought that shit was never gonna end. And the thing is, it's not gonna end. As soon as he gets out, it's gonna start right back up again. Mark my words, Sean. And I hate that shit.
The weird part about it, man, nowadays, man, looking at what's going on YouTube, if he got a story to tell, what happened behind the walls, he might have some content.
I don't want
He
to be a
just
part
got,
of that shit.
he just gotta have a delivery game.
If he could just do it and leave me the fuck out of it, that would be great.
No, he gotta put you in it.
No, fuck that. It's fucking weird.
He should go after politics like that. Politicians.
That's gonna be his first
He
thing
should,
he gonna do though. That's gonna be his claim to fame, to try to get some type of motion on his channel. That's gonna be what he
yeah.
gonna do.
And what's crazy is, but as you know, Sean, how many people from the black spectrum of YouTube and all the people that are like, like that do the pro black and fight and all that, so many people try to intervene with him. He shoots himself in his foot every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Because he don't like to listen.
Nah, he didn't want to take no listen, no suggestions, no structure, no nothing. I would even be like, dude, you're fine. This is stupid. Why are you wasting your fucking energy on me? I'm gonna do nothing but try to put you in jail because you're fucking with me. Leave me alone. Go do your thing. Like, you can do all this without me.
No, he what you call is a crash out. That's exactly what he is. Yes. Yeah, crash out or crash dummy, either
Yeah,
or.
crack dummy for sure.
Oh, this guy is this whole and like even trying to put in words what that 4 years was like when he was doing all this shit to me and like how intense it was on the internet for me. That's why when people be like, "Oh, dude, this," I'm like, man, y'all have no fucking idea. Like, you really don't. Remember the whiteboards he used to have, Sean?
Yeah, yeah.
God damn. He made a poster totally of me and him and Emmett Till and the lady that accused him of rape and passed it around all over the internet. You ain't. And in the same week that he did that, this is the fucking crazy thing. So because of the work that I do in the community, there's one of our organizations that says it's just amazing. And they were like, we want to nominate you for the things that you do. And it was during Black History Month. And I was like, I don't feel like this is appropriate for me to be, receiving any kind of award. And especially because of all the shit that had happened with him. And they were like, no, we're going to give you the award. Oh my God, I thought he was going to go out of his ever living mind when he seen I had that award. Then his fucking bitch. How the fuck you give this white bitch a fucking Black History Award? I was like, I really don't want this award. And they were like, no, Summer, you deserve it. We appreciate everything. I was like, no, you don't understand. I just don't need this award, honey. Can you just take this award back from me? God, it was just a fucking train wreck.
I feel that. I remember. And you probably heard about that NWACCP, that lady that was trying to be black but she wasn't. The
Yeah,
Yeah,
leader.
well, that bitch, that was completely fucking different. That
she
bitch is
fooled
weird
me.
too.
Yeah.
She fooled me at first too, but then when I actually looked at her and I was like, wait a minute. At best,
Yeah,
she's mixed. You know what I mean?
I
Because at
wasn't
just a
even actually
glance, I was
looking
like,
at her
okay,
like that.
you know, huh?
Also, I wasn't even actually looking at her like that until they pointed at her. Then I looked, and I'm like,
Yeah, I wasn't either. I was like, oh, she's cute. You know, I just kind of figured she was just, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, shit, I have Cuban to me. We have people that are as white as snow and people as dark as dark. You know what I mean? So I'd understand that
And she looked
obviously
like
people can be all different
mulatto.
shades of something. Huh?
what was the thing behind it though? She wasn't doing her job or something?
I
Well,
forgot.
they found out that, like, I guess she was just making all kinds of money and making a name for herself, and then I don't know, she might have did something, but I just thought like somebody found out that she was actually white, and then everybody was just like, "What the fuck?" and then went off. But guess what I learned the other day,
If she was out
Sunshine?
there, I could see if she was out there like they claiming to be one thing and using slang words and shit, but if she
Even
was
her,
doing her
even her
job,
parents exposed her.
Yeah, I can't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, it was pretty crazy. So let me ask you, Sunshine, have you ever heard? I'm going to push the envelope a little bit, but this is something I was listening to and I heard about it the other day. Did you ever hear that the Israelites were started by white people?
they was buying.
Huh?
You said they was who?
Like the Israel nation or whatever? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I was listening to this dude on the internet the other. Actually, my husband was listening to him, and then he came home and we started listening a little bit together. But he said that the Israelites, the group of them, that was actually all started by white people, even though it's a African American organization. I was wondering if you'd ever heard anything like that.
Yeah. Not really.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
just
nothing
know they
surprises
move
me. You know
militant.
what I
I'm
mean?
like, that's a different type of religion or whatever the fuck they got going on over there. They move
Yeah,
type of militant and shit.
yeah, it's different. But ours is we have them here, and actually, at first, they usually always do what they do. They're gonna stand on the street corner and
That's all they
white
do.
people talk to them and all that shit. But I actually get along with a couple of the members here because when 2020 was happening and a bunch of skinheads came down to the hood and we chased them out of the motherfucking hood. And I looked at one of the Israelites. I said, "Look, I don't give a fuck. We don't like each other. That is the common fucking enemy right now. So let's get these motherfuckers up out of here." And because of that, I guess I earned some respect from them, because I was like, I don't give a fuck. You can look at me and be like, "Fuck you, white bitch." I don't care. Right now, that motherfucker is the enemy. Let's go.
I ain't never seen them in action, low key. All thing I be seeing them doing is just be on the damn corner with a microphone yelling and shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, they do. Oh, 100%. I remember when I first seen them, I was confused because, me, I'm just me, you know what I mean? And I seen them up on the fucking thing, and I'm like, why y'all? They was like, fuck you, you white devil. I was like, whoa. I was like, I'm a white devil. They was like, yep. I was like, all right.
Yep.
I was like, why am a white devil for? And I would fuck with them a little bit because I don't deal with racism no matter who it comes from. I think it's racism. Period is stupid. And yeah, so we had our little round of rounds before, but I mean, I don't have no issues with them now. There is one set though. They got beat up by some protesters because they're punks, but
Damn.
outside of that, yeah, they thought they was gonna come to the square and put their hands on people. Give a fuck who you pray to, motherfucker. You better hope they come. You better hope your God or whoever you worship is there when you fucking put your hands on my people. You and your purple world's gonna get it.
I ain't never seen them putting their hands on nobody. On thing I seen them pass out pamphlets and bullhorns, some shit.
Yeah, well, our everything in Louisville is a little fucking unstable, so maybe that's why they're probably a little unstable too. It's okay.
Do
This is
they
the
ask
city of
people?
Mexico fucking crazy.
Do they ask people to kiss their feet?
No, no, I never heard them say anything like that, but they would just scream out, white people are the devil and stuff like that. Which, hey, whatever. Not care. Do your thing.
Okay, okay.
Not how I believe, obviously, but
Oh my God! Somebody said what Trump is.
Oh yes, yeah. Amanda
100%
said,
Amanda.
yeah, 50 Cent's pretty petty, so I believe that.
I think he'll do it. I
Yeah.
think if he does it, I think he'll get he better get a lot of pushback, but I think he'll try to do it just because.
Did you see they're paying people free to wear the free Diddy shirt outside of the court? $20 an hour.
Yep, I seen that.
Free Diddy
Yeah, you gotta wear the shirt.
for $20 an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's paying basically like homeless people and passerbyers $20 an hour to wear out a Diddy shirt and then also be rambunctious with all the live streamers and news people outside.
Wow. I think it can't free Diddy. Diddy did too much. Diddy got to sit down for a minute.
Yeah, he do.
I agree. I believe they've already proven Rico and trafficking.
That boy's cooked.
But they said Diddy got the golden car shit, so we'll see. He gets sentenced. Trump already said he gonna look into some shit.
Yes, he did. He said, I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm going to look into it.
Yeah.
Man,
Shit,
that's what man.
he ain't got everybody else out. Shit. I'm looking at it. That'd be some fucked up shit if we don't get Diddy out.
Yeah, I think, well, like Amanda said, we already know he's a predator, so, and I'm talking about
I
Trump.
want him to get back out so he can live with that little cloud, that halo, or whatever the fuck you call it. Ain't nobody gonna mess with him. Damn, I can't believe he did all that shit to that damn girl. God damn.
Yeah, man. What was it? The pissing and shit like that.
Yeah. And she had all kinds of diseases in her mouth. And she
Oh.
still had to perform. I was like, hell no. No days off. Shit. Damn.
They call it Stockholm syndrome.
I just got some gummies.
Did you see the gummies are cannabis infused by accident now in the warehouse? The Hebrew gummies. They're
The
contaminated.
what gummies?
What is it called? Hybro Hebrew gummies with the
Oh, the
H.
Hasbro? Hasbro?
Yeah, yeah, those. That they're contaminated with cannabis, so they're recalling them.
Damn.
Should I need to go get some of them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I have these ones. I'm pretty good. Oh my god. I don't have to take nobody to work in the morning. I can sleep in for a little bit. Oh, oh dude, this heating pad is everything. Yeah, Rico's definitely. Well, Rico is that's what's the life sentence is on. Everybody thinks that human trafficking is the big heavy hitter, and actually, human trafficking is not as big as a hit as I would like it to be, or many other advocates and survivors. But the Mann Act and the Rico is the ones that you better watch out.
What is the Mann Act? You know?
The Mann Act was put in back in the day, all the way from slavery.
Oh, damn.
You can't forcibly, you can't take people for what's it? You can't take people across state line for the price of purchase or some shit like that.
Wow, that's a real thing.
But yeah, it's a real thing. It's a pretty heavy, it's a pretty heavy charge too. But Rico's the one that's a life sentence, and I definitely believe he's proven that. Or the lawyers have, and even there's a bunch of little nonchalant shit like with the victims and stuff like that. But you're dealing with I mean, people. What one thing I've learned, and I guess something I need to start speaking on and teaching more as much as I can, is to get people to understand like what Stockholm syndrome is, what survival mode is. People think because somebody's laughing and kiki and han han in a certain situation, that's a survival mechanism. You know what I mean? Like you got to stay alive, especially when you know somebody as powerful as he is. So there's a lot of people that are very naive to that aspect of it because I watch YouTubes and I watch the chats and I listen to people's conversations and all that. And that's something that I've definitely picked up on. People don't understand what victims of abuse will do, the extreme things that they'll do just to survive. So
Yeah,
if
because
he gets off on anything, it'll be on that. It'll be because people don't understand that.
I wanted to get your take, like, because I know some YouTubers were saying, like, well, she had a boyfriend and some side piece. Or what's your take on that? Like, and she had, like, a free range, I guess, you know?
Yeah, well, she didn't have free range. The people that she was having sex with when it came to the parties, quote unquote, and I air quotes, that was all orchestrated by him, and it wasn't for her pleasure. I mean, even on little emails that where she, there's plenty of emails where she's talking about she don't want to do this, she doesn't want to do drugs, whatever. But I mean, the video that everybody's seen in the hallway, he did that very. He gave two fucks who was been around. The way he kicked that girl and all this other shit, like he did that. That was not his first time putting his hands on her.
No, I
So
think you talking about her free range when she was kicking it with a Kid Cudi. That guy.
I don't. I think. Well, they were split up even when that happened, though. You know what I mean? And I think that there was times that
She wasn't
maybe
really
she
fed up with
Cuddy
him.
and even her husband, huh?
She wasn't really. She called herself trying to mess with Kid Cudi on a low type of shit because
Yeah,
she
but
had to
even
call him
even
this month. Oh shit, Diddy done found out. He looked at her
right,
like, I thought
100.
you wasn't messing with him. What the hell? What you mean Diddy done found out? Fuck Diddy.
Right, but I think even in that aspect of it, though, you know what I mean? You try to think that you can get away from somebody, you think you can start
Yeah.
something new, you can, whatever. I mean, because even her husband, I mean, her husband knew the situation she was in as well. That was her trainer. So, and there were certain people that came into, and helped, and then there were certain people that didn't. So I think that if he gets off on anything, it'll be because people just don't understand that.
They did
They don't
ask,
understand it.
oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
They did ask Kid Cudi, like,
Yeah.
were you played by Cassie? And he did say, yeah, I was played by Cassie. So I wasn't sure, like, if she, like he just used him, to make to make Diddy jealous. I'm not sure.
I think so. I think she. I mean, it got to be a reason because she was saying she was so in love with Diddy. And for her to step out to kick it with Kid Cudi, it's for Diddy to look at her and recognize like you can't lose me. I will leave and go be with some damn body, and that made him jealous to go to his house, open up the doors, and open up the Christmas gift. Lock the dog in a damn bathroom and shit.
Right.
It was enough for him to see her.
We're on the same
Shout out
page.
to school. Thank you so much for the super chat. Respect to the bosses. Respect to the panel. Respect to the chat. Salute OG. Salute to the fam.
Salute, man.
Oh yeah, thanks, school.
School's the business. I love him to death. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's cool in the mud.
He's a really good conversation. He has like so much knowledge and so many different things that he is. Yeah, his brain. He's a good person to have a very open-ended conversation with. You can learn a lot. You big dummy. Hey, you big dummy. That's what you get. My cat, my female cat came and ran up on my male cat, and he went to go turn around and run from her, and his big old little big head hit right in the fucking corner of the table. He said, "Bonk."
Boy.
Oh shit! I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta switch my other phone because this phone's gonna die.
Shit, I'm the only one on the computer.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Shit, my shit ain't dying.
I don't know. You think he's gonna die in prison though?
I think what's the name? Trump only probably step in. If he mess around and get life, Trump gonna come in and get him out that situation. If they give him like, somewhere like 10 years or some shit, Trump probably like, man, you probably gotta sit down. But you done did a lot. He did like at least 10 year worth of crime shit. You gotta sit.
Yeah, at least 10 or 15. Damn.
They trying to strip him though. They trying to take all his money, his asset. They trying to get him. Shit. They gonna reset him. Then they gonna be regular.
Yeah, for real, he gonna be like on Section 8 or something.
We playing with food stamps and shit.
Oh shit.
Got all them damn kids.
Oh, for real, he do have a lot of kids, yo.
You gotta apply for some food stamps. Then they gonna be on a bridge card. God damn. Ah.
That's sad.
Went from caviar to noodles.
That's a lot of fucking hair. My hair done got long.
All that hair.
I don't know. My
Oh,
hair is
yeah.
short as fuck.
I think you got an echo somewhere.
Oh shit! I'll be right back.
Damn, Diddy.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of when like the black community saying that they're trying to take a brother down, because he's
No,
black.
that right there was just that was when Diddy would when he was still out. That was like a campaign little shit to get people to take sides and shit. You know what I mean?
Some propaganda, huh?
Yeah, that right there died out when they seen that motherfucking tape. When they seen Cassidy getting thrown around that motherfucking hotel room, that shit died out right there.
Oh yeah, I still hear a couple people but Not so much anymore.
Yeah, they only pushed that bullshit, that little narrative in the beginning before he got locked up. You know, he was like being looked at for like a damn year and a half.
Actually, he's been looked at long. Am I still echoing?
No,
Nah,
you get.
He's actually been locked up for longer than that. And Jay-Z, actually, this is the crazy thing. Jay-Z has another.
not locked up. I'm talking about, you know, like when
I
he
mean,
first,
investigated. That's what I mean.
yeah, it
He
was
had been
for a long
investigated.
ass time. I know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, he's been investigated for quite a couple years. Well, he's actually been under the certain detectives' radars for decades, but as far as
Yeah.
this specific investigation, it was a couple years.
And when the shit broke, I was looking like, what took them so long? I'm like, anybody else, they would have been got locked up. Soon they would have just
Listen.
heard about somebody got touched on or whatever. They would have, I was like, him? And then they raided his house and they still took so damn long to lock him up. I said, what the hell?
Yep.
Yeah, man, he
Shit.
was in the Caribbean islands. I was like, what the fuck? He's able to go there?
Man. Well, I said he ain't get no regular raid. That was Homeland Security. He ain't get no federal. Yeah. That was
He had
real.
Homeland, FBI, ATF. He had all the motherfucking alphabets out.
Everybody was out there. Shit. DEA, SVV.
God damn. I've known some motherfuckers that I don't know anybody has had all them motherfuckers come out at once. You might see all them in the courtroom, but at the fucking raid, god damn. That's a lot.
NASA.
My bad, go ahead.
Shit. FDA.
Old girl talking about the video that was in that house though. They had to go up in there and see what all they had in that house.
I think they're protecting people. I think that because that's what the feds do. I think that there's some very powerful people that are attached to this, and I believe Trump is one of them. I believe that Epstein and Trump have been around P. Diddy since he was a very young man. There's proof of that.
They be at the Trump Towers. That's where it go down that up there.
So you guys remember the one dude? What's his fucking name? I have all this shit written down. The white boy that he went bonkers and fucking shot up one of Trump's hotels in Miami. Well, come to find out, the feds picked him up and shit, and then all of a sudden he's doing an interview with him, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, and I was a sex slave for Diddy and Cassidy, and everybody was like, wait, what? What the fuck did you just say? Well, a lot of people thought he was crazy. This is how I think the big...
When I first heard about it, when he first sat down and talked and I heard it, I was like, that dude crazy. Like he owns something.
Well, and see what was crazy was like his court docs and everything like that. He's still I think they just now reached a deal, or he might still be going to court. Actually, I think he's still going to court. He's on a some kind of hold or something like that. But anyway, so a couple of YouTubers that I know that do this kind of shit or whatever, like they had his court TV, like, you know, to be able to go into his courtroom virtual and all this shit for like years. They've had him to where he didn't either come to court, or they just wanted to reschedule the date, or Jonathan, what's his name? Jonathan something. But anyway, well, it just now, that's who we're waiting on to come and testify, because I believe wholeheartedly that he is going to be testified. And he is just now started to hit the surface to where people actually know he's alive. Because, I mean, there was even a YouTuber that flew in to where his court dates were just so they could lay eyes on him, because nobody had seen him in like a year and a half almost. Not at a court date, not a lawyer, nobody. Nobody like had any recollection of this guy. Somebody's keeping him safe because he knows some shit.
Yeah, that'd be weird if they don't bring him in, because they don't brought the Punisher guy up there and everybody else, you know what I mean? That
This cloud. I wrote a book to tell everybody how my dick didn't work. Like, what? And you call yourself the Punisher? What you punishing with a limp dick, homie? I'm just saying. I hate to say that, but you know me. I say it.
He was a hip roller. He's not a.
It's like,
Hey, you
and
damn
then when I
straight.
seen him, I was like, oh well. I know some motherfuckers that when you look at him, you like, yeah, that motherfucker right there is a Punisher, baby. There is nothing punishing about you except that you showed up with a limp dick. That's the punishment.
That was
I
a
don't know.
punishment.
Right? Like, I paid
Prepared
all this
them.
money and you came with broken equipment. What the fuck? I could have kept my
Punishment.
husband for that.
He was going to worm you to death. He was. Excuse me. He said he done made a lot of money since that though, man. Shit, a lot of people buying his book now. Shit. What's summer go?
Rush disappeared.
She gone. What this?
My boobie knocked me out. I was laughing and my boob literally hit the screen and it just knocked me out. I was like, damn it, man. But yeah, I was like, Punisher. Curtis came home. I was like, baby. He said, what? I said, you see this damn clown? They call him the Punisher. I was like, what the fuck's he punishing? Motherfucker ain't putting nobody in timeout in the corner. What the fuck you doing? Lip biscuit? I'm bad, I know. Yeah, but anyway. And and Albie Shore's been going around telling everybody that he was going to testify and stuff too. Did you see that, Sean?
Damn.
Oh,
No.
yeah. Albie Shore's a victim of P. Diddy. When he was in the hospital. Oh, yeah. So he has a book coming out, and I think it's September. I want to say it's August or September. Um, and actually, during the jury selection, like it was funny to listen to the jury selection because they were like, these people will come in or whatever, and there was one lady, she was a publicist, and it's from the same publicist that Albie Shore is releasing his book in like August or September. And they're like, well, can you be biased to the case? And she's like, I guess I can tell them to stop sending me press releases on Albie Shore's book. I guess I could try to be like, the judge, like, get the fuck out of here. It was just funny.
I've been seeing this old bodyguard popping up now. It look like he be trying to be in the mix.
James
Yeah.
always says James always got something to say, and then so it's like the battle of bodyguards. So, and that's something else we're waiting on in the trial is because it's like, okay, so you got all these bodyguards, and like Gene was around during like the Biggie time and shit like that. Then you got the dude that I can't remember his name, but it starts with an R, little short dude. Then you got Big Mike. You got a couple of them, all of them bouncers, or all of them are the security guards or whatever. And
Yeah.
like my thing is, I think the way that because they're like, okay, so the prosecutor and them, I want to see who's going to testify against Diddy because they've already showed some of the employees on like how the RICO charges coming around. You know, Roger Bonds. Yes, that's it. Thank you, Roger. He's another one. He was around during Cassie. So it's like, okay, well, Gene's not going to go in and testify. He said he went there one day and he just wanted to see him, and he said he just wanted to see him in the courtroom. So he's not testifying. I'm surprised that Roger Bonds, he's one that knows a lot of information with Cassie, and so I don't know, dude. I'm disappointed if the feds don't step up if there's not more people that come and testify against him, and if there's not more people that are going to be indicted, then it's almost like, what the fuck?
See, the thing is, they probably would have been coming up there to testify, but Trump done put out the little card, say he was going to look into it. Now they being cautious, like if they go testify and did he get locked up and get back out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's for Diddy. That doesn't mean that his other, if they can bring them up on RICO charges and trafficking shit too, if they can prove that they were a part of it. And so
Shit,
without
most
the
of
feds
them, if
granting
they
them that deal, they
testify,
ain't got shit.
most of them getting that little amnesty and shit like that or whatever. Like they testify, you won't get in trouble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the immunity. Yeah.
Yeah. What I say, amnesty? Damn.
Yeah. There was one guy I know that I heard. It was one of the dudes or the one of the guys that's kind of come. The guy, I think the next guy, because Mia's been testified, and so there's another guy that's supposed to start. I think today. And
The hotel clerk or whatever
yeah,
hotel,
is he the hotel clerk? But
something
he's got
like that.
immunity. I know that because they were taught. That's what was taking them so long. They were working on an immunity deal.
That's what he wanted. Yeah, he's willing to
Yeah.
talk.
So I want to hear what he has to say because anybody that off front, they're like, "Nah, motherfucker, I ain't talking until you give me an immunity deal." Like, okay, well, you because even in those immunity deals, they have to give them something. They can't just be like, "Okay, well, by the way, Sean and Summer were skipping rocks at the lake." Like, you can't do that. It has to be something with some traction, or they'll revoke their deal.
Plus, I
Mm-hmm.
think he got paid out NDA. I think he got a couple. He got paid out from Diddy, so he won't talk.
Well, the NDAs, and this is what a lot of people don't understand, but as soon as you can sign an NDA all day long, but as soon as a criminal act in any circumstances around that NDA, that NDA is all right then and there, null and void.
Right.
You
Oh
cannot
yeah,
have
that's a good
any
point.
criminal acts when it comes to NDA, or they do not count. But a lot of people don't know that because they, one, don't know the laws, two, ain't
True,
been around
true.
people with that much money, so they don't know the laws. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's real
It's
filthy.
only good when you're not in courts. Like it's good for like media or tabloids and shit. You know what I mean? Social media. You can't go back and do that type of shit.
Right. Unless there's violent shit that's involved in and you can prove it cuz like if I come out and say, da 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 this happened, da 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 that happened and I'm all over social media saying it, as long as I got something to prove to cancel that NDA out, then I'm straight.
Yeah.
That's
But
why
if you ain't got
he
that
got
shit, ooh, you're fucked.
that's what
Sorry, go ahead, Tuli.
that's why he got paid out. So he won't release that abusing video at the hotel from the to the news and stuff like that. I think that's why he got paid out.
Well, but he paid the wrong motherfucker because the security guard that is now a cop that recorded the video from the hotel. Well, they didn't know he was going to be the one that because the manager or whoever that took the payoff because obviously like this one the guard said he came into he was there the night the day everything happened. He was off for 2 days after that, and when he came back, all of the hard drive from the hotel tape was gone. But, haha, gotcha, bitch. Because he said he felt like his wife wasn't going to believe him. So he recorded it with his other phone before he took off of work. So the video still got out. So
Oh
he
shit!
paid whatever amount of money that he paid to the manager that deleted the videos. Shit, he just got fucked twice because
I
he
think
got
they said
fucked.
it was 50,000.
Huh?
I think they said it was 50,000 they paid for the video.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 50,000, and then what'd she sue him for? 3 million or something? 30 million? I forget what she sued him for.
But shit, she sued that hotel and I think she won. She had just won 10.
Well, that's a new thing that a lot of, especially when there's human trafficking as shit involved in things, a lot of places, and this is the same thing they're doing in the Maxwell case. I know because I'm an advocate for, I know some of the survivors in that case. And that is something that, so corporations, whether it be hotels, whether it be a Uber, whether it be whatever it is, if you are knowingly participating in this situation, knowing that what's going on, yeah, they'll come back around and get you for that shit. So, and people are getting lawsuits, civil shit, big time. A lot of victims are getting monies back for big time hotels for participating in renting rooms to pimps and traffickers and buyers and shit like that. So while people think, we don't have rights, we actually have more rights than people realize.
It seems like they cracking down on all these damn powerful people, and they can't use they abuse their power no more. It's like they get indicted. That's going for rappers and shit too. Though. It's going around every damn body. You get indicted.
But the crazy thing is, right? Like, and this is the part that I feel like that it's just the okey doke, right? Because even with the Maxwell case, the Epstein Maxwell case, and then, even the R. Kelly case, Weinstein, all these different cases that have had shit like trafficking and shit like that happen with it. Like, what's wild to
Hmm.
me is it's like they want to put Weinstein or they want to put Epstein or they want to, you know what I mean? Like, they'll have one or two people that'll go down with them, but you don't really hear shit else. And I can tell you right now that there's way more people in the Epstein Maxwell case than there ever is that's been announced. Um, but they won't go after them. And it's because of the powerful people. And that's the only thing that makes me go, let's see how this shit plays out. Because even though I've been watching every single tweet, every single thing that has came out with this case, because in federal courts they don't televise them, I know that they have proven RICO charges, and I also know that they've proven the man charge and the trafficking stuff, right?
Hmm.
But because of Epstein and Trump's being around Diddy when he was young, I mean, where do you think he probably learned to record motherfuckers from? That was Epstein's thing.
I ain't gonna lie. When I heard, I was like, damn, this sounds just like my man.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Well,
The only thing different, he ain't have no island now. Did he? Would have just been
yeah,
on
he
the
does.
island.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got Star. What is it? Star something island. Yeah, he has an island. Yes,
I talking
sir.
about he should have been on. I mean, not he should have been, but I'm just saying.
P Diddy has an island, is what I'm telling you. It's Star something. Diddy has an island. He has a house on an island that has tunnels on it, actually, as well.
He was doing shit there too.
He was doing shit at all of his spots, from what the victims are saying. Star Island, yes, Miami Beach. Thank you, Irby. Irby's my man tonight, honey. He's keeping me together.
Why he is not on the panel, man? He got a lot of information. I've noticed.
I know. He's paying attention. But yeah, Star Island is P Diddy's a part of it. That's where, didn't he buy the? If I'm not mistaken, he bought the house that he's in from Gloria Stefan. I want to say, maybe I could be off, but I don't think I am.
Oh yeah, it's like a neighborhood island.
Yep. And there's tunnels that connect most of those houses on there. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know.
They said the prayers used to be with the Epstein on this island and shit.
Well, that's like, a lot of people didn't. I don't know if you ever heard me show the proof on this, but Trump was flying around during his voting process, this last voting cycle. He was flying around Epstein's plane the whole fucking time until people called him out on it. Then
Damn.
they try to act like, oh, well, we didn't know that it was his plane. We were just renting a plane. Yeah, you did, motherfucker, because the tail numbers on the plane never changes. No matter how old, how young, that those numbers stay on that. Somebody that was very smart decided to run those numbers and seen that it was Epstein's fucking plane that Trump was on. Of course, I don't know who that is. What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, you fucking weirdo. I can't stand it. I'm sorry.
Shit, he probably got that in the will.
Right? Well, I know that there's, like, people can believe whatever they want, but he's got cases. I know for sure he's got one case. I think the young lady's name's Kelly. She's 13 years old. That's been going on forever and a fucking day, and he's been able to bury that shit forever and a fucking day. But that's what happens, is these weird, powerful people like this, they have so much money and so much power, and they just pretty much do whatever they want because they all watch each other's ass. There's always a fall person. Like right now, P. Diddy's a fall person. Epstein, he just got too cocky. Like, I said that today, and I continue to repeat myself, but he did an interview with the feds, Epstein did. And I remember I was sitting there watching the tapes from him, and he looked into that camera like, yeah, motherfucker, I got every one of you bitches by the balls. And then, like, a couple of days later, that motherfucker was dead. I was like, they killed him. I was like, he got too cocky. He let them know, like, yeah, I recorded all you motherfuckers. Well, Epstein and Trump were around P. Diddy, like, and when he very first came out. Would you think that They all just coinciding is friends? Probably not. I don't believe in coincidence.
No, I think they friends. They cool.
And then this Maya chick, she's laid out. I mean, he's used so many, even with Kid Cudi and stuff. Like he's had. There's been so many different situations where people's careers have ended. They're have just mysteriously ended up dead. There was rumor that somebody was supposed to be coming in and reading some of Kim, but this I haven't found anything to be truthful with teeth on it yet. But it would be dope. Somebody was supposed to be coming in and reading Kim Porter's diary. The feds made her the person that had her diary that supposedly has all kinds of these secrets in it. He was that one little chunky dude. I don't know. He's a little. I don't want to say he's a gay dude because I don't know if he's gay or not, but he acts like he is. But not that I give a shit. I know that's the only way I know how to. I can see him. I don't know what his name is. He's very flamboyant. Anyway, yeah, he came out and told everybody that he had the book, and then the feds made him bring it in. So I don't know. And that's even like he tried to control the whole narrative. Even in the beginning, before the feds popped him, he had called the feds and was like, "All right, we're gonna come up there and we're gonna turn ourselves in because we're gonna be such great role models, so we can get our bond, right?" And the feds were like, "Yeah, sure, come on up here." Well, the whole time he was harassing victims in the case, and so that's actually why they went and picked him up early. They weren't ready to pick him up, and that I know for a fact. But he was playing games, and he kept trying to persuade and threaten victims and all this other weird shit, and so they went and picked him up early, and that's why they caught him with the pink cocaine, baby.
That tooth, that what they call it, that tootsie.
That tootsie, that tooter. Yeah,
Nick came up with his own damn drug, man.
listen, that shit. I was like, God damn, it's been a while since I've done drugs, but I don't even know if I want to do that motherfucker. That would look like ooh wee.
Yeah, they put everything in there.
All right, I was like, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
coffee beans, every damn thing.
I liked it back in the day when I was younger and we did drugs. It was you wanted cocaine, you was getting cocaine. God damn it!
That was
What?
all in there though, man. I was like, yeah. And then they add that color to it. Then like they didn't even have to do that. It just was another extra shit to do.
Right. Oh, I got 500 lighters. I can't keep up with one. Shit. Oh, what time is it? Four. Jesus. I'm surprised they didn't charge her. Oh, I'm surprised they haven't either. At all. Well, victim number 3 that was supposed to be testifying, which I believe it's the one chick. I can't remember their name right now, but um, the little chick that was pregnant by him, that he stomped her on her belly. I believe it was her. I believe he got to her. I believe wholeheartedly they did. They were harassing YouTubers and shit. Um, YouTubers, Jay Z and Diddy's people were harassing YouTubers and witnesses the whole time. And Jay Z actually has a court case. I gotta get a hold of Lisa, and I'm gonna see if she can look up on docs for the document, the court docs. But Jay Z has another lawsuit he's fighting right now.
Yeah, I heard about that. But they mentioned that one time and then they don't talk about it no more. It's like they jump back on Diddy shit.
Well, the one lawsuit with the first girl, the younger chick that's supposed to be autistic or whatever, that she
Yeah.
I
She
believe
lost
I
hers
believe
and
how
he's gonna sue
yeah.
her.
Well, she dropped her stuff. I believe wholeheartedly they got to her. They were sending literally these people that were supposed to be investigators or whatever to YouTubers' houses, and they were calling and fucking with her as well. So I believe that she dropped the case because they were fucking with her and she got scared. But no, there's another chick that is in a lawsuit right now. I'm going to try to see if I can get the paperwork tomorrow.
It seems like they scared to talk about Jay-Z though on the news.
Because
I'm
I
talking
believe,
about the
I,
TV law and crime.
I think Jay-Z's worse than P. Diddy. I've said it from the beginning. Because I think Jay-Z's in deeper in a different aspect, but still in the same aspect, just a little bit deeper. And what I mean by that is because the puppet masters were still definitely controlling him.
Yeah, but
You
I
see it.
think he got better friends. Diddy had freaky friends, and Jay-Z got business friends.
No, I think it's the same crowd for sure. I mean, it's the same
It's the
Epstein
same
crowd, it's the
crowd,
same
but
crowd. Well, no, I think Diddy is the reason why he's in trouble. Jay-Z has way more self-control in his he always has. He always has. To whereas Diddy is not his personality's always been all over the place.
well, I don't know. You say self-control. I don't know. Let's start
Well, and
off with that.
not self-control in the aspect that we see as self-control, but in a narcissistic aspect of it.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah.
That's what
So
I'm talking about. Yeah,
yeah,
like, and Jay-Z's more of a very big. They're both narcissistic, but they're a little different in their narcissistic aspects. Yeah, Diddy's definitely more arrogant. Jay-Z he's one of those like he's actually the person I'd be scared of more than Diddy, and that's just me. Like if I was looking at it. Diddy's arrogant, but his arrogance is what gets him caught up. Jay-Z's narcissistic, psychotic bullshit. I mean, if Rihanna's telling the truth, look what he threatened her with. I'll throw you out this fucking window if you don't sign this contract. He was fucking around on Foxy Brown when she was a minor. He was trying to fuck on Aaliyah when she was a minor. You know what I mean? Like this minor shit has been, and I hate to say it, but especially back then in the rap game and shit like that, motherfuckers didn't care if he was little. I was a little bitty girl and I had all kinds of grown ass fucking men hitting on me. So they didn't give a shit about none of that shit. The younger you were, the more innocent you was, and I mean that's how he got Beyonce. Shit, Beyonce was only what 16 when they got together. 19 when they went public.
and the thing be, they be with them, and then they tell the public, "I'm just trying to manage her," because they
Mentor him.
gonna
Yep.
be seen together. They're gonna be coming out of here. They're gonna be like, "But you." It's the same way how he did Diddy and Cassidy. I'm her manager,
Yep.
to get her
Yep.
career together.
Start
Yep.
grooming.
Trying to do
Because
something.
she was a minor too. Cassie was a minor as well, and then they got together when she was like 19.
So they play it off like I'm just trying to coach her, trying to show her the game.
Yep.
I think
But
Jay-Z did something with Rihanna, because she came in the game young too.
yeah, I think she did too, and I think that's why him and my Eminem had such a falling out. Because if you listen to the rap rumors, Eminem's the one that saved Rihanna from Jay-Z, and she said that before. So out of all people, it was by Eminem that finally intervened, because he was. That's why Jay-Z hates him so much, because he was working extra fucking hard. And it was around with the time when he was doing the music with her. That's when he was starting to pull her away from him. So, and and unfortunately in the industry, and this is music, and not just rap music, this is rock music as well. Like I said, back in the day, motherfuckers didn't give a shit. Like if you was a groupie or whatever, they didn't care if you was a minor. If you looked like you was old enough, then it is what it is. I mean, it's always been that way, unfortunately.
And then it's like they trying to bring that bullshit back. Well, all
Yep.
that damn really ass rap. They got this fucking, what the name of Sexy Red and this damn Slorilla.
Yep. It's sad. Like I don't know. And like, don't get me wrong. Like, if you're grown and whatever, you know what I'm saying. I like my little trash music. I like my little twerk music. But I'm a grown ass
That
fucking
was
woman. I'm
even
not no little
short
bitty
music
girl.
though. That should be like some straight horrible shit.
Yeah.
If we having a nice beat to it, that's it. They find out a good producer But they ain't saying nothing. The words, what the fuck they
But
saying?
shit, it
Ain't
ain't even just the
no.
females though, because the males is putting out trash ass music as well.
Yeah,
Everything's about pussy, ass, and shooting somebody and getting high. That's all music is about, no matter what genre it's coming out of. As far as that, rock and stuff can go off on some other things. It's okay, rap, because you rap. We got some good rap. I can't say all rap's bad, but I don't know. Music's trash. Period. Altogether, except for I
I'm
miss
just
the old school music.
they all rapping about the same shit though. My thing is it should be one rapper. We rap about the motherfucking ghetto and the hard knock life, right? And it should be that should be his lane. You feel me? Now
Yep.
everybody shouldn't just be like, no, I'm gonna tell him about my story. You know, like, nah, see, that's too much. I can just listen to this one dude. That's too much pain. Everybody crying and shit all on records. You feel me? I
Yep.
rather that one person with his damn stories and shit than the next one. You could talk about some uplifting shit, like how you done changed your life or some shit. You know what I mean? Fun.
I feel like we don't have any, as much as the bullshit ass stuff or the whatever. We don't have the overcoming aspect of things like we should to counteract shit. And I was just bitching, not about music, but I was bitching about how it seems like channels are all becoming the same. Like all channels, even channels that used to be somewhat decent, it's just like everybody just wants to fight, 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 fight. I'm like, it's okay for a community of channels to be a little bit different. Not everybody's got to be the fucking same. And we have the same issue in fucking music.
That should be crazy. Go from one person they singing and rapping and they singing the same shit that the other person just saying. They just said it differently in a different neighborhood. It's the same shit.
Yep.
I think that's cheating though. You go from one person listen to his struggles and shit, and you change the radio station and you got somebody else in their damn struggle. You're like, God damn.
Can we hear the part of how you made it to where you at now?
Yeah. And we listen to somebody else and they're like, no, I got another struggle. Hold on. There's somebody else.
I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how this all turns out. Like I wanted to react to all of it, but it's just too much. I can't react to all of it because I have to take breaks in between of it, even when I'm listening to it solo. Because there is a lot of shit that I'm very familiar with. So there's definitely shit that I know that, I mean, these victims aren't lying because I know that people do this kind of shit. And when you're caught up in that shit, like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like you having a good time. It's not like you enjoying it. It ain't like any of that. But shit, you got to do what you got to do to fucking survive. And people are not, to me, I think that's the disconnect that, a lot of people have. They just don't understand, well, why didn't you leave? Or why didn't, it's the same old questions that they continue to ask people that are abused. So I don't know. But it'll be interesting. And I'm surprised, like, Clyde Davis, he should be having charges. Like, I don't know. It's just, I feel like they protected a lot of people.
Yeah, I know. Diddy must have been they damn what they call that, the cash cow. Because a lot of people turned their damn back and didn't say nothing, man. It's like he could just do whatever.
Yep. Well, I think he was Cloud Davis. I think he was his boy toy for a long time, which led him up straight up the power.
I believe, yeah, I think that's the one part really, really, really turned him out. Really turned.
Yep. Him and his mama. Because his mama was a pimp. Everybody
And
talks about
then,
his dad. I'm like, shit, his dad was a drug dealer and a rat. His mama was the madam.
then yeah, shit, she probably really probably put him out there already.
I mean, shit,
Long
they kiss
time
in
ago.
the mouth and everything. They do all. They relationship is weird as fuck to me.
I was
Like,
about to say that. What do you think about that shit?
dude,
What the
his
fuck?
mom, like, I can't stand that bitch. I can't stand that bitch. I'm sorry, but I just don't like that bitch because I believe that she played a huge part into making the monster that he is. Because when you grow up in those kind of environments, it's just, I mean, you can even look at their relationship now. Like I said, they kiss each other in the mouth. Like, you a whole fucking old lady. What are you doing kissing your grown ass son in the fucking mouth? And something else that I always thought was weird with Diddy, he likes the women that he's fucking to wear white nail polish and white. He wants their toenails and their fingers in white. Well, he also has his daughters wear that and his mother wear that. How the fuck you gonna sit here and have your babies and your mama wearing the same particular fetish white nail polish that you like for certain things? You having them wear that shit too? Like, that's just disgusting to me. He's just ugh.
I blame Clyde. I blame Clyde Davis.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
think 100%. I think where his mother is his fault is that there is certain things that you're gonna learn in that process and the grooming, and you learn to turn a blind eye, and things become normalized that shouldn't be normalized. So that was
Mhm.
at the beginning of his grooming process was with his mama. But Clyde Davis definitely turned him all the way fucking out.
Shit, yeah.
Clyde
He
Davis and
put
all
the
his
battery
powerful
in his
friends.
back. He gave that man power and all that money.
Yep.
Basically gave him a green light. Tell you the truth,
Yep.
shit.
And he's been cleaning up his messes ever since. And I mean, shit, he's on Clyde's honorary as fuck anyway. Look, he was rumored to be involved in all the shit. I mean, Whitney Houston shit, like all kinds of shit.
Yeah, you see, they got so much money. They don't really talk about them. They ain't gonna really speak on their name. It's like they got so much money. You can't even talk about them. Like not even doing a talk about Diddy.
Well, that's the same thing in the Epstein case, right? Like Epstein, compared to what his client list, his black book, the people that he produced females, victims to, whatever, like you don't hear about hardly any of those people. People, they're not gonna mention their names, they're not gonna anything. Then they do this whole we're gonna release the files. No, they're not. They're never gonna release the files. That's just a way to play with people's emotions. And Clyde
Speaking
Davis
of
hangs in that
Epstein,
same group of people.
hey, I had a question. Oh, since we was speaking on Epstein, did he had a funeral?
Did he have what?
Did Epstein had a funeral?
No, not as far as I know. They say that his family did something private, but I've never seen any proof of it.
He got enough money to actually go in there and walk back out.
100%. I believe that they killed him. I truly believe that they killed him, but I don't completely knock out of the park that he could be somewhere else
They
because we're
didn't give
talking
that
about the
man a
government and
chance.
we're
Like
talking about very powerful people.
that's like think about that part, right? 'Cause he was just only in custody. He didn't even make it to the county. He was like only in jail, like in
Yep.
prison.
He was in the same place OJ was.
Like he didn't even make it to the county or prison. He was only in jail.
Yep. Or I
Like,
mean, I'm sorry, he was in the same, not OJ. He was in the same place P Diddy is. I'm sorry.
but still, you know what I mean? Like he didn't even get a chance to even they even like, yeah, I might tell on your damn body. It's like how you know what I'm saying, they want to kill him. He didn't get a chance to even want to
Well, I think in between his, like, just like Diddy was being investigated, the difference between Diddy's investigation and Epstein's is they were very aware of Epstein's case because he actually had some court cases that he had made some deals with and shit like that. And that's why Maxwell was protected basically for so long. And it wasn't until basically he was killed that then they could go after her because that was also a part of this secret deal that they made back in the day. So he's, I do believe that they killed him, and I believe they killed him because he was very cocky. Just like the video that I gotta find this fucking video. There's a
because he had
video.
videos of everybody and he probably used it like if y'all
Well,
don't help me get out this shit.
I don't even think it was that. I think he was like, I got you motherfuckers by the balls, and you're gonna be my bitch because I got all the secrets. And they're like, no, 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 motherfucker, you forgot who made you. We're always gonna be more powerful than you. And so then I believe they killed him, and that's how they got all the shit. And then it was easy to throw Maxwell to the go lay her down for 20 years or whatever. You know what I mean? Because
It took a minute for them to get her too, though.
yeah, I know.
That
I was
shit
at
was
that trial.
crazy.
I flew up to that trial. I wanted to be
Shit.
at the P Diddy one. I just don't have the money at all, so I just didn't get a chance. But I was in New York when the Maxwell trial happened. Yep, and literally, I know some of the victims in that case. So I'm very, and I mean, like even right now, there's because one of Maxwell's victims killed herself not that long ago, and so there's a lot of shit there's a lot of shit going on right now.
But I would have think it would have got rid of her if they got rid of Epstein too, though, because she know just as much as Epstein.
Yeah, but I think that by them killing Epstein, I think that scared her enough to where she's never going to say anything.
No.
Or at least that's what like, I feel like that's what they think. And honestly, like, I'm surprised that Diddy's not dead, to be all the way real with you. I'm surprised I didn't think he was going to make it to
I
trial.
thought he was. I thought they was gonna get him too. I was like, what? He in custody? I was like, oh, they about to get him.
Yeah. I was like, well, it's just a matter of time before they come and say, breaking news, Sean Diddy Combs, unalived, and it's, whatever. But, I mean, I believe that, I don't know. I believe, these people that are the real issue that have been, turning all these years. Think about all these decades, and not just New York. You've got LA, you've got Texas, you've got so many different states and countries for that matter, where victims are coming out and saying, hey, Diddy and his friends did this to me. Hey, this happened. I mean, we're listening to the trial, those that are following that. And y'all think that shit's crazy? And my members only, go back and look, if you're in my members only, go back. There's court documents, all kinds of civil suits. These civil suits and the graphic details that are in these fucking civil suits, Jesus fucking Christ. There's one situation. Okay, so there was a kid it was back in the day when the Sean John clothing wear was going around. He was working in one of the Sean John stores. P. Diddy went in there for something. I don't know. Something happened. Him and the guy that was working in the store was talking. Next thing you know, he goes back and tries to go find, I don't know, some outfit or something for him. Then P. Diddy and his security car come walking back there. He brutally fucking rapes this man. Like, it was on camera. Like, these people, like, I mean, the amount of cover up that just went in this one particular case. And that's just one. There's so many. And the things we're hearing with the females, dude, what he's done to these fucking men, I'm just like, whoa. Like, it's insane. So, like, either way, his days are not done. Like, he has a shitload of fucking civil cases. And why, yes, there has been some cases that have came out and that have been proven that the victims are not telling the truth. That doesn't mean that the majority of them are not telling the truth. Because if you know how to look at cases and how to understand and look at the similarities and the ties and the all that shit, his days is not done. So regardless of how this case turns out, like, he's, even if he was to get out today, like, his life will never be the fucking same. And I strongly believe that if he's not eating and while he's in jail, they'll wait till they get him on the streets and eat his ass. I still don't think he's gonna stay alive. So that's just my opinion. I believe at some point we're gonna hear about him being unalived. Whether it be they protect him and get him out of the jail system because of what they did to what they did to Epstein, so they can't make it so obvious. I don't know, but I don't think he's going to be around much longer. That's just my opinion. We'll see.
I think he done said no, or he done fucked up and did something to the wrong goddamn people.
Well, the liquor company, all those issues he was having with the liquor people.
Oh, Ciroc.
Yeah, there you go, Ciroc. There you go. Yep, the Ciroc family. That
I
motherfucker
heard
was
about
crazy.
that.
Hey,
after the
listen,
lawsuit.
them motherfuckers. Ooh, we one of the most powerful families in the world, and he wanted to go hardball with them. They gave him, and that's the thing. That's the again, like when I look at as a victim that's been through this shit and a survivor that now does the work. When I look at these people and I'm not looking at them per se as whatever. I'm looking at their characters. I'm looking at the different things, the traits that they all, you know what I mean? Like what's their victims and what's the commonality? What's like, what is going on? Why would these men have so much power and all these powerful people where they can do anything they want. They can get away with anything they want. And then boom, all of a sudden what comes crashing down? What is it? And every single one of them, it's their fucking egos. They think the same people, they challenge the people that give them the power. Weinstein did it. R. Kelly did it. All of them have done it. That is the one thing that if you go back and you look, they thought they were untouchable. How you gonna be untouchable with the motherfucker that gave you power, motherfucker? Without them, you ain't shit.
But they thought they still had the public. Did they get that all mixed up? They like, I got the fans, you know what I mean? I got public view. And they just be forgetting, like, man, we'll put a damn case on your ass where everybody look at you, look at you
Listen,
like, "Ooh, fuck
there's
ass."
certain things. Let me tell you something. You could go out here and you could go probably shoot a bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, and motherfuckers be like, ah, damn, it's fucked up. He was in a bad shootout, yada, yada, yada. You do something to a child or you step certain lines. There's certain lines that just ain't going to be tolerated. And so, and these people step these lines when they live this lifestyle because as I've always told people, and anybody knows anything about power and control, like when you that powerful and that rich, regular sex is not cutting it. It just isn't. You know what I mean? Like you get when you're in the high end business of the industry, which I was, that shit gets dark, man. Like this dungeon rooms and shit like that, that's a Disney World compared to some of the shit these people get into. So,
Mm-hmm.
it's they just get cocky and that's what every one of their downfall is them. They think that they're powerful, they're untouchable, and Diddy really came from nothing. You know what I'm saying? His daddy was a rat and his mama was a pimp. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't really. I mean, yeah, she made sure he went to good schools and all that kind of shit. She did everything in her power, I guess you could say, to not him to be like like them. But
And what was that thing you think they had with what's that dude, Bill Cosby? Why you think that shit happened to him?
dude, Bill Cosby.
Yeah, because
I
they was
mean,
bringing back shit that happened like 20 and Danny at 30 some years ago. That's why
the thing about it, when you play with the devil, he's always gonna come and collect. It ain't got a
that's why
time limit on
he
it.
done
You know what
said
I mean?
no and he done pissed the wrong motherfucker off. Cause they'll
Yeah, and I
come.
mean, I
It
think
don't
there
matter
was,
how big you are, they'll take you and put a
and
badass face on you.
it could be when you least expect, because that's how life works anyway. But you add powerful and you know what I'm saying, like all that shit into it as well. But like
Yeah,
you could think you get away with something, but you just never know, baby. Because when you play,
hey, that right there was
the
like, we
devil's
don't
gonna
care
come
how old
collect.
you were. Bill Cosby like 110 years old. They said we'll still throw you in prison. We don't give a
Listen.
damn.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Seeker's mom. I hope that everything is going good on your all's end. I've been praying and thinking about you guys, you and your family. But yeah, I mean, it's just even like the Weinstein thing. People kind of said the same shit about him too. They're like, well, he's old and da 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 da. It doesn't matter, dude. You know what I mean? Like you can't when you're given given great power, it comes with great responsibility. Isn't that somehow the saying goes? Well,
Yeah.
and if you don't take that shit and you lead that great power by ego, well, it's not gonna work. You know what I mean? Like it's just not. And so, unfortunately, just like a bunch of other narcissistic psychopaths in this world, motherfuckers' ego got him. And now, like I said, even if he gets out, even if Diddy was to get out today, this motherfucker, by the time we get done with this conversation, was walking out of prison. His life is never gonna be the same. And I do believe that they will still unalive him. Because I've been thinking about it. I'm like, why, why haven't they done anything yet? But then I was like, man, this shit with the Epstein and just, there's so much shit going on. Like, they probably be like, that's just too obvious. So the only other thing is they gonna let him walk.
If they let them walk, they're gonna mess around and try to bankrupt them. Like, okay, you're gonna be out here free. You're gonna be regular.
Well, see, and this is what people don't understand. There's a lot of people that go by his net worth and different things like that, and they believe that he has all this money. But what people don't realize is in that, so he doesn't own every single thing that he has. And in that net worth of money, that they're also putting values of his homes and his cars that he does own, and different things that he does own. But a lot of celebrities, even people as rich as him, they rent a lot of shit or they lease a lot of shit. You know what I mean? Like, so he really, when it comes down to it, after the lawsuits and fighting this case, he really ain't got shit, and he done lost so many motherfucking. He ain't got no sponsors left. He ain't got nothing like that left. And then on top of that, whatever he does have left, baby, when I tell you civil cases are coming for that ass, civil cases is coming for that ass. I've got at
No, you
least
about to be
5
bankrupt
or
then.
6 lawsuits in my members only. And that's just what I could upload because I have to go through everything. You know what I mean? Look at this shit. And I'm just like, dude, this shit's triggering as fuck. I can't do it. So I haven't uploaded any recently, but there's literally hundreds. Thank you all as good as can be stable. That's good. That's good. Well, just know that we're sending you lots of prayers. Well, shit, y'all. I think I'm probably gonna wrap it up. I got to do outreach tonight.
Oh yeah,
Thank
knockout.
goodness it is not gonna rain. So as long as I can make it, I am gonna be happy. I looked at the weather, and whatever rain we were supposed to get is being pushed out till Thursday. So that should be fun. So
Smoking in the rain. Hell yeah.
I just don't want to deal with the rain. I just weather, man. It's like every Wednesday, dude. It's rain or it's fucking it was snow or it's something. It's just like, can we just have a fucking nice day? Can we?
Yeah, it's almost summer, so it's sunny weather. At
I,
least.
yeah.
All right,
Well,
y'all.
I can leave it running if you guys want to sit, hang out and chat. I can keep the panel going. I'm cool with that. I'm gonna take a shower and stuff.
I'm about
Or
to
I can,
knock out too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm about to be out too.
Alrighty. Well, thank you both for coming and hanging out with me.
All right, y'all. Have a good night, y'all.
All right,
Yeah.
Taylor, you too. Sunshine, thank you so much for coming us and hanging out. It's been a while. I'm glad you got to chill a little bit tonight.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that more often.
All right, cool, cool, cool.
All right, I
Well,
see y'all.
all right, sweetie. I'll see you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Mhm.
And Chris is sleeping. So everybody in the chat, I will see you guys later tonight at 5 o'clock. I will be live. We'll be going out on the streets, loving on the people. You know what we do. Um, Everybody send Seeker's mom really good energy, really good love. And Irby, also thanks for hanging out in the chat. Money for 20, everybody that came through. I appreciate you guys. I just wanted a really nice chill night, and we actually had an amazing chill night. So I'm really digging tonight. It was nice. So anyway, I'm gonna go jump in the shower and I'm gonna go to bed because I gotta get back up and do some more shit tomorrow, just like the rest of us. Be a part of the solution and not the problem. But you know how we do it. If you're gonna be the problem, be the whole fucking problem. Holler.